long ass fucking long ass truth social post. He's so fucking washed, dude. He's washed as hell. Did you see the super pro Israel comment by the Democratic leader on New York 12 on the I've Had It podcast? No, but we're going to start with Iran threatens to retaliate after the U.S. military seizes Iranian cargo ship. We're going to get into all of that and all. We'll look at the Trump responses and more, but I got to pee real quick.
Not be over soon. This video provided by the U.S. military appears to show Marines seizing an Iranian cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz, a first in this war. We have learned more U.S. forces are headed to the region, including an additional aircraft carrier. And Iran now says it never agreed to a second round of negotiations, despite claims by President Trump. Charlie Daggett has been following every twist of from Tel Aviv on this story. Charlie, good morning. There's a lot of twists and turns in this story. More to come, I'm sure. Good morning.
Good morning, Gail. More to come. Now, with the clock running down on that ceasefire, tensions are only cranking up. Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, opening fire on passing oil tankers. And U.S. officials I spoke with this morning say the crew of that Iranian ship just ignored warnings after a 6-hour standoff. First, the U.S. Navy destroyer warns the crew of the Iranian cargo ship Tosca.
Motor vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Several rounds are fired toward the vessel. Later, under the cover of darkness, U.S. Marines launch a helicopter raid, rappelling onto the deck of the stricken ship, which is now in U.S. custody. Central Command said while more than 24 commercial vessels have been turned back, this is the first seizure since the U.S. blockade was imposed last week. U.S. officials said that Tosca, headed toward Iran, failed to comply with orders despite 6 hours of warnings.
It's so funny to like celebrate being the military force and the naval force that's supposed to keep all of these waterways open, and then to turn around and do this, and then, you know, literally be like, yeah, we're pirates now. If Iran can do it, why can't we? It's cool, I guess. Like, we've just decided America is in its fuck it stage. Okay? America has decided to you know, take a different approach nowadays, where it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we've decided we're going to fuck around, okay? Hopefully we don't ever find out. But you know, it's very mask off lately.
Iran has threatened to retaliate, the most serious threat yet to the fragile ceasefire that expires this week. While the U.S. military presence in the region continues to grow, officials tell CBS News the USS Gerald R. Ford, which has now undergone the longest aircraft carrier deployment since the Vietnam War, has rejoined the fight, transiting the Suez Canal to the Red Sea. More than 50,000 U.S. troops and the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier remain in this region, and more are on the way. A third carrier, the George H.W. Bush, is due to arrive by the end of the month, to be joined by thousands more Marines sailing from the Asia-Pacific region. This morning, Iranian officials described the capture of that merchant vessel as a hijacking and an act of piracy. Now, we know that ship had been identified under U.S. sanctions, but it's not exactly clear what it was carrying. Matt?
Charlie, thank you. Now to the latest on those peace talks.
I love watching CBS News, Israel's favorite news broadcast. Like, their coverage on this is somehow even worse than CNN. This is obviously the post-Ellison purchase CBS News. CNN pre-Ellison purchase is doing its very best to also broadcast as many pro-Israel positions as possible. Yeah, I mean, what do you say? What do you say? What can you say about everything that's going on? The idea that a double blockade is actually somehow going to open up the Iranian blockade, which the Iranian side said would actually release in good faith, specifically so they could continue along in their in the ceasefire process, only to have Donald Trump decide, no, actually, we're blockading extra hard. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. What can you say about it? The art of the deal, baby. That's where we're at. It costs $8 million a day to move a fucking carrier group, and these clowns think that we're going to intimidate Iran by doubling down. Yeah, I mean, Iran is obviously gearing up, it seems, for a war posture. And you can tell that they're doing that because the American side has decided to claim that there is a lot of instability on the Iranian side, which is not the case. The Tasnim news agency said, you know, oh, your stupid tweets are not going to change anything. And then the American analysts were like, see, they're dunking on Abbas Araghchi. And it was like, no, they were dunking on Trump. That's another thing that I've seen where people are trying to claim that there's a lot of like conflict and instability internally on the Iranian side. And I think at the end of the day, the guys who are, you know, pulling the trigger are the ones who are in control of the show. So
we're expecting as soon as today. The Trump administration announced the meeting would take place in Islam. Iran says that's not happening. Nicole Killian is at the White House. Nicole, good morning. Now, the talks are on, then they're off. The Strait of Hormuz is open, then perhaps closed. So can you help us sort this out?
Hey, good morning to you, Matt. It's really hard to tell exactly where things stand given these new tensions. Right now, the U.S. and Iran can't seem to agree if new negotiations are actually taking place, and that is casting greater uncertainty over what could happen as a fragile ceasefire is about to expire within days.
Sources tell CBS News Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to lead the delegation President Trump is dispatching to new talks in Pakistan. But so far, Iran says it isn't ready to commit, citing Washington's excessive demands, constant shifts in stance, and an ongoing naval blockade, according to Iranian state media.
The president's...
I mean, look, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but like obviously the American government's assessment here is going to be pro-America, and they're basically going to shift the blame over to Iran, even though Iran has been the stable partner, the reliable partner in this ceasefire process. They've been a lot more invested in maintaining some semblance of stability and also following the escalation ladder as America and Israel keep going up the escalation ladder, opening up civilian targets and all this stuff. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous to hear, but, and especially if you are, especially if you've seen a lifetime of like pro-America sentiment and that Iran is like dangerous and a malignant actor, you're going to hear me say that and go, that's an insane statement, right? But it's not an insane statement. It's just the truth. And the reality of the matter is, if we had more honest global leaders, they would say the truth. Like, this is why yesterday I brought up the fact that, like, Russia could be considered a rogue actor, for sure, like a rogue state that doesn't abide by the same standards. But America and Israel are on a totally different level when it comes to being a rogue state, a rogue actor. They have been unbelievably belligerent. They are so destructive. Not just destructive towards loss of life, targeting civilian infrastructure, but also destructive as far as like international human rights goes. They violate it with regular frequency. All of the rules of war, all of the standards that were previously placed, created by the United States of America in large part, have been violated here. Where the attitude is might makes right. It's the law of the jungle. Whoever gets to enact the maximum amount of damage gets to do so with no pushback whatsoever. That is the American assessment here, right? That's the American standard here. And now Iran has shown that it has the capacity. Iran has shown that it has the capacity to fight back. And that has kind of ruined the might makes right politics of the United States of America, because when you have a country that's crazy enough to actually withstand tremendous attacks from the United States of America and willing to commit to creating a military deterrence, well, we see the results, right? It's complete chaos, complete instability. And now America is the party that is forced to be restrained, which they refuse to do so. I mean, the host said that the talks failed because of criteria according to Iran. Not that you give an insane statement yourself, not that you don't do that.
Prepared to escalate, to de-escalate.
On Face the Nation, UN Ambassador Michael Waltz said if Iran doesn't make a deal, the president is prepared to follow through on his renewed threat to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. Trump added, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Anybody who has dealt with the Iranians will tell you it is often 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
With the ceasefire due to expire this week, both the U.S. and Iran accusing...
It's really funny. Everything that we say about Iran is everything that we say about Iran is actually about us, right? Like, if we're looking at the situation seriously, conducting sober analysis, it's so obvious that we are the belligerent party here. And we just keep saying, we just consistently project the things that we are doing onto our foreign adversaries. It's very, very interesting. Like, oh, you can't deal with these guys. They're madmen. They're insane. And it's funny to do that while the news coverage, like the anchor literally reads, Donald Trump said he's going to blow up all the bridges and all the power plants. And then boom, you go to the American envoy who's like, yeah, Iran is crazy. You can't deal with them diplomatically. They're crazy. It's like, well, you just described us being crazy. We're the crazy ones. We're the ones who you can't really deal with. I mean, the whole point started, this whole conflict started because there was already a negotiation. There was already a negotiation process, and instead of going through the negotiation process, we decided to use the negotiation process to start bombing Iran with a decapitation strike and blowing up, double tapping a school with little schoolgirls going to it in Minab. It's just, we are a malignant force in the world.
Each other of breaking the agreement by blocking the Strait of Hormuz, despite both sides declaring Friday that it was completely open. Iran's new supreme leader, who hasn't been seen publicly since the start of the war, warned in a weekend statement that Iran is ready to, quote, make its enemies taste the bitterness of new defeat. At home, Democrats are demanding a quick end to the conflict.
The president launched us into this war, and now he really doesn't know how to get out of it.
The president's energy secretary previously pledged gas prices would fall below $3 within 3 weeks. Now he says it could take a lot longer.
That could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year.
According to AAA, the average price for a...
It's just crazy because, like, this is the only thing that Americans give a shit about, too. Like all the instability that we're causing around the world, all of the death and destruction, none of that matters as much as like how much more an American is paying at the pump, you know? I mean, I guess you take it wherever you can, right? I guess if this is a radicalizing moment for the average American, you use that to your advantage. You explain to them that like it goes beyond this, you know? Foreign policy is interconnected with domestic policy. What you don't have here is because of what we're wasting over there. You know, this is an argument that you can present to people and should present to people. I just, you know, it's crazy. Like, from the perspective of the average American, all the stuff that Israel did in Gaza was, you know, it was bad. It was fucked up, sure. Some people saw it. They were like, oh, that's gross. I don't even want to think about it, right? But that was still happening over there. It was happening with our tax dollars. Some people paid attention to it. Some people were frustrated. But the real reason, as I always said, the real reason why like a lot of Americans hate Israel now isn't just because Israel was committing a genocide. The average American hates Israel because they were committing a genocide and being really fucking annoying about the whole thing. Oh, Jesus, that was crazy. That was wild. M. Israel Chai, I apologize. I apologize. As always, M. Israel Chai, M. Israel Chai. That was, Israel is a tiny nation, size of New Jersey, should be the size of the tri-state, in my opinion. It's too tiny. It should be larger. M Israel Chai. Okay? Yeah. Now, I'm glad that we got that out of the way, though. That was good. That's should be fine going forward, hopefully, inshallah. Okay? And, yeah. All right. Where were we? All right. News. President Trump just told me over the phone that he disagrees with Energy Secretary Chris Wright's assessment that gas prices may not drop until next year. No, I think he's wrong on that. Totally wrong, Trump said. When I asked how soon we can expect to see prices come down, Trump said, as soon as this ends. Cool. When will it end? I don't know. Anyway, as I was saying, the only thing that the average American cares about is how hard their wallets are hurting as a consequence of this. And, you know, we take what we can get, I guess.
Gallon of regular is $4.04, up nearly $1 since last year. Secretary Wright says he believes energy prices have peaked and will come down once the conflict ends. Nate?
Nicole, thank you.
Yesterday afternoon, and the Iranian-flagged cargo vessel Tuska apparently ignoring warnings by klaxon and then radio to stop from U.S. Navy destroyer Spruance.
Motor vessel Toska, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
The U.S. Navy said this shows the destroyer firing 3 small munitions designed to stop Tuska, but neither sinker nor set her ablaze. They also released what they say is video of Marines from another ship abseiling to the deck of the Tuska and seizing control of the vessel. Tuska had left port in Malaysia bound for Iran, attacked, immobilized, boarded, impounded on approach to the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump said the ship tried to get past our naval blockade. It did not go well for them. But what now? That's a question being asked ever more loudly of this war. Another rally in support of the regime in Tehran last night. Iran accusing America of an act of piracy.
Yeah, it was coming back. It wasn't even leaving the strait. We have not stopped. Okay. Iranian tankers, for the most part, are going to China. So we haven't really stopped any of the Iranian tankers that have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. A couple have in the Shadow Fleet. We haven't really stopped those because those are going to China, and that would be a direct, I guess, a direct military intervention against Chinese interests, and we don't really have the smoke for that. But this one was coming back, okay?
For firing on and seizing the ship. It will be avenged, they said. And those peace talks in Pakistan? Well, the security cordon is in place in Islamabad. The Americans said they were going yesterday, then didn't, because Iran says there's nothing to talk about, accusing the US of making unrealistic demands and contradictory threats.
As of now, as I'm speaking to you, we have no plan for the next round of negotiations. No decision has been taken in this regard.
Last time out, Vance, Witkoff, Kushner and team got precisely nothing in Islamabad. Tonight, Trump said they're heading back for round 2. Iran is said to be looking positively at the latest.
Yeah, so this is also a little bit inconsistent. America says they're sending their envoys, whereas Iran says they're not. Iran has stated, at least like the last time I checked in, before I went to do the podcast, Iran was like, we're not sending our envoys because you haven't shown good faith. And what's interesting about this, of course, is that the ceasefire was a 2-week process and it's supposed to end tomorrow. Also, yes, JD did say in Islamabad, this is the final and best offer, which obviously goes again. Like, I mean, it shows America's hand once again. For Iran, though, they want the American blockade to end, and they thought that the American blockade would end. So the fact that American naval assets are still limiting transit implies that America is not abiding by what Iran thought was going to be good faith initiatives. There's already very little trust between the Iranian parties and the American side for understandable reasons. I mean, this is what, the 3rd time that the Trump administration, Trump directly has like fucked them over. The first was when he first came into office, destroyed the JCPOA, added additional sanctions onto Iran, even though Iran was following the negotiation, in spite of the fact that Donald Trump said JCPOA is over. The second time was obviously leading up to the 12-day war, where Donald Trump said, oh, let's get to the negotiations. And then in the negotiations process, Trump used the negotiations to start the first strike that Israel committed to. And then the last instance of perfidy, of course, was 52 days ago, Operation Epic Fortnight, the start of Operation Epic Fortnight. This was when Iran had conceded to many of the maximalist demands that America was making as far as what to do with the enriched uranium and all this stuff. So, I mean, it's understandable that they would be a little bit reluctant to engage America in the negotiations process. But I guess they're going back to Islamabad. The American team is going back to Islamabad, and they're just going to talk to Pakistan, and then Pakistan will relay the information to Iran. As far as I understand, Iran is not going to show up to this, but that might change.
Deal, but they're still not yet ready for the boarding passes to Pakistan. Once again, the Americans look like the ones in a hurry. And Pakistan looks like the one doing a lot of the spade work. Its interior minister meeting and being seen to meet ambassadors from the US and Iran today to try somehow and get Islamabad too on the road. So if today should prove to be the eve of talks, what of the commanders who have now unleashed war upon Gaza, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon and Iran? Both today somehow smarting. Trump on social media berating his current abysmal poll ratings, dismissing it all as fake news, lies. Netanyahu speaking on Israel's Remembrance Day, claiming humanity's moral high ground.
But the world already recognizes our determination to defend ourselves. Not only to defend ourselves, but to defend humanity from barbaric fanaticism. Small Israel and our great friend, the United States, carry the entire Western civilization on their shoulders.
Some claim from a man by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity.
Alex Thompson there. Well, the US president insisted again on social media today that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did not talk him into the war with Iran. Our US editor Anushka Astana is in Washington. Anushka.
You know, for a moment, we thought that Donald Trump was having a quiet day. He's certainly not speaking in public today. But as usual, his frustrations have bubbled over into a stream of social media posts. And through them, we can really see what is bothering him. The first, what you just mentioned, that critique he's getting actually from the left and right, the idea that Israel talked him into this war. He insists that's not true, that this is...
Yeah, it's, you know, that's a little difficult. That is going to be a little difficult for Donald Trump to deny at this point, right? I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu, Mike Johnson, Donald Trump himself, Marco Rubio, virtually every Democrat that was in the Gang of Eight meetings, pretty much everyone from the start was like, oh my God, you're doing this because Benjamin Netanyahu convinced you. Lindsey Graham openly admitted that it was Israel that gave him the talking points that he could use with Donald Trump. Don't know why they were so excited to reveal this information. Now that I look back at it, actually, 52 days in, I think they all, including Israel, legitimately believed that the Israeli intelligence was solid, was reliable, that like they would be able to do a quick in and out Venezuela-style regime change operation, and that Iran would never attack the GCC nations. Iran would never actually close the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would never have enough striking capabilities to continue pummeling Israel and the GCC nations, and do a tremendous amount of damage to not just the global energy markets, but also to all of these countries in this neighborhood. And I guess that's the reason why they were so forthcoming about how, you know, Israel gave us this awesome info. And of course, we were going to go in and we're just going to fuck shit up. Like, it's just, it kind of feels like they were so forthcoming because they thought that this would not be a 52-day quagmire at this point with no end in sight. They must have assumed that this would be a very fast operation, that Iran is very weak, right? The CIA director and Joint Chiefs allegedly said the Mossad intelligence is dog shit, but Trump went with it anyway, according to that leaked story. Yes. I mean, this has been a common thing. This has been a common theme with Israel. Israel greatly overestimates the might of its espionage capabilities, the might of its intelligence. Maybe they're even aware of its shortcomings, and yet they make it seem as though they're just like super capable. This is a common problem in the intelligence community. This is something that people yell about all the time. So that's not surprising to me. What's surprising to me is that America was stupid enough to believe it, and we're so forthcoming about the fact that they got this information from Israel, and they were goaded into doing this for Israel. Like that part is actually pretty crazy. I assume, thinking about it now, I assume the reason why they were so open about it early on was because they thought they were going to succeed. Fast and easy, rapid in and out campaign, regardless of what the general said would be the worst possible scenario, which we're living currently, regardless of what the American intelligence assessment was, which was that it would be the worst possible scenario, which we're living through currently. It must have been that it must have been Trump's assessment that this will be fast and easy and good, and everyone will celebrate it, and they'll cherish him as the guy who finally ended this 47-year regime, right? It has to be that. Otherwise, it makes no sense to just come out of the gates swinging about how Israel goaded me, the president of the United States of America, into engaging in this unbelievably stupid first strike.
Something he has wanted to address for his entire life. The second one is the critique that he may end up with a deal that is no better or even worse than the one that Barack Obama got in 2015 without a war. Again, Donald Trump says absolutely not true. The third is about the timing of all of this. He's put out a post in which he's talking about World War I lasting over 4 years, World War II over 6 years, suggesting that it hasn't been that long here. And he is also really frustrated with the overall narrative. He's hitting out at the media. He's even hitting out at the polling, saying that polling is rigged. And I think there are two types of polling that will be bothering him. There's global polling. Public First in recent days put out something that suggested in Canada, in the UK, in Germany, in France, the public are more likely to say their country should depend on China over the US under Donald Trump. But also here in the US, domestic polling shows 2/3 of Americans blame Donald Trump for the rise in petrol prices.
So is it panic stations in the White House?
Oh, I think they are pretty worried about it. You know, Donald Trump is talking about winning in Iran, but they're worrying about whether or not they can win in Congress in the midterms that are coming up. And there is a belief that petrol, gas prices are absolutely critical to how the Republicans can do. Politico are reporting that Donald Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, is holed up in a Washington hotel with Republican strategists trying to discuss how they can get the messaging right about all of this. And for all the president says that he's not worried about all of this, it is pretty clear that he is, and there is some confusion at the moment about what is happening in terms of the delegation, the US delegation going to Pakistan. He said they'd already gone. We're now told by sources that they're going to go soon.
Anushka, thanks very much. Well, earlier I spoke to Hamid Reza Azizi, an expert on Iranian security and former lecturer at the University of Tehran. I began by asking him if he believes the Iranians will show up to the talks that, as we've been hearing, are due to begin in Pakistan tomorrow.
Well, the problem for the Iranian leadership is that they are caught between a rock and a hard place, in the sense that Donald Trump seems convinced that his coercive diplomacy is going to work. The Iranian leaders also need to balance any signal of diplomacy with their own support base inside the country, which is very ideologically oriented, and basically sees any sign of flexibility as a potential capitulation.
I mean, you talk about President Trump's strategy being coercive diplomacy. Others talk about sort of flip-flopping between threats and claiming victory. But we've also seen what looks like some flip-flopping by the Iranians themselves. You know, first of all, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, then closing it again, saying earlier today they had... This is
how a negotiation works, okay? If you get to the table to put together a ceasefire proposal and you abide by the agreement, you set the standards, you give your points, the opposition gives their points, and then you abide by those standards that were set forth. And in order to show that you are following along in good faith, you start easing some of these restrictions. For the Iranian side, from what I understand, I'm not entirely certain as to how much easing of the restrictions the Iranians were committed to, whether it would be fully opening the Strait of Hormuz or whether it be allowing the ships to cross through on the preordained route led by the IRGC Navy, or just like complete transiting of all ships through the strait. I'm not entirely certain on which of those two things was going to be the case. But regardless, like, Iran said that they were going to ease the restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz. And then America was, from what I understand, also going to no longer have the second block right outside the strait, the naval block that they've implemented. America, on the other hand, did not do that. Donald Trump literally said, oh, Iran capitulated to everything we wanted. They suck. They're weak pussies. They're cowards. Also, we're not letting any of those ships go through regardless. Here, we took over an Iranian cargo ship that was going back into Iran. And of course, like, if that's the case, then yeah, that's not a flip-flop. That's just the Iranian side going, okay, well, I guess we're not opening the Strait of Hormuz then. If you're not going to abide by your side of the deal, then we're not going to just give you everything he wanted. That's not how diplomacy works, especially when you have that leverage, especially when you have that upper hand. You have to, once again, show that you have the upper hand. It doesn't make any sense. And most analysts that I have seen, from Danny Citrinowicz to Sina Tusi to Trita Parsi, most of the analysts, regardless of whether they agree with one another ideologically or not, doesn't matter, have said it's because Donald Trump, and this is the singular unifying factor in all of the analysis. Everyone keeps repeatedly saying Donald Trump mistakes any kind of negotiations as weakness. In his mind, the very fact that the opposition is coming to the ceasefire table, to the ceasefire negotiations table, implies that they're weak, implies that they've lost. That's not how this works. That's not how any treaties are conducted historically. Sure, one side has an upper hand, absolutely. But in this circumstance, if you look at the actual situation on the ground, if you look at the reality on the ground, Iran has the leverage. And it's also something that the American side understands. And they understand it so much that they were trying to set this ceasefire deal up in Islamabad to begin with. It was the American side that was like actively trying to get Iran to the table. And Iran was like, no, we're going to continue. We haven't established sufficient military deterrence. So if you're doing that, then you're equipped with the knowledge, or at least someone in the American team is equipped with the knowledge that in a game of attrition, Iran has the capacity to wait out the United States of America and wait out Israel, because it can absorb a lot more economic damage than America and capital interests can. Because international capital needs stability, right? There's a little bit of volatility where capital owners can make money, but too much volatility, too much instability, and especially a closure of the Strait of Hormuz, all of a sudden, nobody's making money, right? There's great instability all around the world. For Iran, because they have been forcibly pushed out of the international marketplace, because they don't do regular trade, they are already used to this kind of volatile environment. And therefore, are capable of absorbing a lot more economic damage than international capital is. That is leverage. That's a significant upper hand that Iran has as opposed to the rest of the world here, right? They've been forced to exist in this environment due to the sanctions anyway. So what every analyst is saying universally is that Trump, on the one hand, seemingly understands that reality, and therefore the American side has been actively begging the Iranians to come back to the negotiations table. But also, on the other hand, the way that Trump communicates and the way that Trump has final say almost implies that any kind of agreement from the Iranian side he treats as weakness. There's an inconsistency here. And under normal circumstances, I would always try to find the rationale behind why certain world leaders behave in certain ways, right? But with Donald Trump, it's very difficult to identify exactly what the logical through line is because he's just a madman. You can look at previous trends, you can look at past performance and try to map out what is truly going on. Like one of the things that we can identify is whenever he says he's going to do terrorism, whenever he says he's going to blow up power plants, for example, that just means he's willing to do a negotiation. Okay, that's at least that's what has happened thus far. Okay, as an agent of chaos, when he says, "Oh, I'm going to do the big bad. I'm going to do the genocide on Iran. I'm going to blow up all of your cultural landmarks," that means he's like actually willing to de-escalate. It's the exact opposite. At least that's how you can read it. Judging by past performance. Danny Citrinowitz says, it's a mistake to live under illusions. Agree with Sina Tusi. Danny Citrinowitz from the Atlantic Council agreeing with a senior fellow at CI Policy, by the way. Very interesting time to be alive. These two people are directly at odds with one another as it pertains to foreign policy. One is a non-interventionist, anti-interventionist think tank. The other is a pro-liberal interventionist think tank. So when you got both of these guys agreeing with one another in their own assessments, understand that Trump has gotten so crazy that, you know, you just kind of have to recognize that things are a little unstable. Iran is more likely, Danny says, Iran is more likely to escalate than accept a good deal that forces concessions on missiles, enrichment, Hormuz, or its regional proxies. The argument that a weakened Iran can be pushed into a favorable deal is flawed. Even if weakened, Iran is more likely to escalate than surrender. After weeks of sustained aerial pressure, it is already clear any large-scale military campaign will dramatically worsen regional and global economic consequences without forcing Iran to concede. At its core, forcing Iran to give up its missile program or enrichment would amount, in Tehran's eyes, to regime change. That is precisely why the Iranian leadership will resist it at all costs. There are no easy solutions, either a deal broadly resembling the previous nuclear agreement or escalation that leads not to resolution, but to a far more dangerous confrontation. Attempts to imagine a good deal ignore both the structural constraints and the realities we've seen unfold since the 28th of February. In hindsight, it is clear that a policy which completely ignored the nature of Iran's current leadership and relied primarily on wishful thinking has led us into a deeply problematic strategic reality. By ignoring the regime's ideological rigidity and decision-making patterns, this approach replaced strategy with illusion, and the results are now evident. Yeah. This also goes back to, again, that inconsistency that we're seeing with like the way that America is moving and the way that America is talking. On back channels, they're demanding that Iran get back to the ceasefire table to get back to negotiations. But Donald Trump, who has final say on these operations, is behaving as though there is no need for negotiations, right? And we hear some of the more insane versions of this whenever he goes on TV, where he says, like, we've destroyed the Iranian Navy, we've destroyed the Iranian military, Iran doesn't exist anymore, we've cratered Iran, their missile cities are gone. But then we look at observable reality, and it's obviously very different, right? Now, there's been a ceasefire for the past 2 weeks, so you can't tell, I guess, or maybe we forgot. But up until that ceasefire, Iran was pummeling the GCC and also Israel. So clearly, we had not attrited their striking capabilities. We had not destroyed nearly enough TELs, which are replaceable and easy to fix. And not only that, but perhaps more importantly, we had not established full-blown aerial superiority over the Iranian airspace, and that's and the observable reality there is by looking at the weapons that America was using. We deployed and expended a tremendous number of our standoff munitions, which are missiles that you use from afar, rather than the unguided or guided gravity bombs that you normally would use, which we have virtually infinite supply of. Not infinite, but close to infinite supply of, as opposed to the standoff munitions. We're not using those because those are dropped from airplanes. And if you haven't established air superiority, if you haven't created a no-fly zone over Iranian airspace in the way that Trump is claiming, air superiority, yes, but not air supremacy, sure. But even if there was air superiority, you wouldn't have had so many planes fall out of the sky, right? It would be easier for American flights to conduct their missions without having to withstand anti-air defense systems. And it's very clear that Iran still has denial capabilities, anti-air defense systems, and that's precisely the reason why there was a search and rescue mission that took place, right? I mean, that's because they dropped an F-15 over Iranian airspace. They dropped a Warthog in the process as well. Like, they still have capabilities of defending the Iranian airspace. So once again, you don't just listen to what the American side is saying. You have to look at what the American side is doing. So by ignoring the regime's ideological rigidity, it's time to fundamentally rethink our assumptions and strategy towards Iran before the situation deteriorates even further. Instead of weakening the regime and reshaping the Middle East for the better, the opposite has occurred. It has been significantly strengthened, especially amongst its core supporters. As a result, the region now risks there. Some IRGC commanders have already said that they want to kill the idea of Dubai, openly stating that they want to destroy the United Arab Emirates, basically. And that's part of the reason why they've been pummeling the UAE, because the UAE has been an extension of Israel in the region for a decade at this point.
Cruise missiles directed towards the UAE, which they were fortunately largely able to intercept. Then you've got the random attacks on different ships, either trying to exit the strait or just off the strait.
Right. But, Iran is saying Trump's trying to break the blockade. That's why they're responding. I mean, the brinkmanship on both sides is very alarming, isn't it? I mean, we're very close to a return to war.
Of course. This is definitely on the upswing towards an escalatory cycle on both sides. But what I guess what I'm pointing out is that Iran made clear how it will respond. It shot cruise missiles towards the UAE, which had nothing to do with this. The U.S. Navy trying to clear a way for ships transit. I know one of those ships that transited because I was conversing with a captain on one of them. So
like people who are asking, what about Azerbaijan? They're like the UAE too. Azerbaijan is a relatively new player in all of this. Azerbaijan is also an extension of Turkey, and Turkey plays ball with both sides. It's not like the UAE. The UAE does not play ball with any side other than Israel and America. So Azerbaijan is not like a serious player at all. They're just an energy provider to Israel, and they're mostly just an extension of Turkey's interests. And they're like a junior partner to whatever Turkey's ambitions are in the region. So they get most of their notes from Turkey. Azerbaijan is thick as thieves with Israel, Western intelligence, and Turkey. Erdogan very publicly called on Azerbaijan, to avoid getting sucked into the U.S.-Israel war in Iran after a handful of Iranian drones hit the Nakhchivan exclave. Iranians at the border of the city of Jolfa, northwest Iran, saw 6 drones moving towards east and center of Iran, each 2 minutes apart. Jolfa borders with Azerbaijan. So they're not going to behave in a way like the United Arab Emirates is, and they haven't behaved in a way like the United Arab Emirates has so far. It's not good for Turkey, nor it's good for Iran to also broaden this regional conflict and bring Turkey into the fold as well. So they're not going to do anything. It's not beneficial for Turkey. Erdogan does have like a crumb of sovereignty here, even though it is a vassal. Erdogan and Turkey is a NATO country. It's a vassal for that reason. But Erdogan does have some semblance of sovereignty and will make decisions that keep Turkey out of this broader conflict. And that is what's going on so far. Turkey has no interest whatsoever in participating in this war against Iran. Israel wants to Gaza Turkey. What do you mean? Israel will not be able to Gazify Turkey. Turkey is not Lebanon. Turkey is not Hezbollah. Turkey has the second largest standing military and its own indigenous military industrial complex. It's the largest military in Europe, if you want to call Turkey a part of Europe. So there is no comparison. It's a giant country, almost the size of Iran by population, and has a standing military. It doesn't have striking capabilities like Iran does, but it has a much more competent actual military force. How many New Jerseys is Turkey? I don't know how many New Jerseys Turkey is. Turkey gets clapped if they don't create an underground drone program. Saddam also had a standing military. True. But again, America supports Turkey. It's a profoundly important military base for the United States of America in the region. It's a partner that plays a huge role. Without Turkey, Syria and the Bashar al-Assad regime would not have been toppled. Okay, it's totally ridiculous. Like, Turkey plays a major role in America's interests in the region, a bigger role than Israel does. It's also a NATO country. Turkey also, given its fake sovereignty, can play the role of a mediator between Russia and America at times. Turkey always plays both sides, but never forget, we're talking about a country that has American nukes inside of American military bases inside of its national boundaries. It's ridiculous to be like, oh yeah, America's just going to drop Turkey and NATO in general at the behest of Israel. I mean, never say never, obviously, because this is an unbelievably pro-Israel country, but I don't know if it would go that far. That would not be beneficial for Israel, I don't think. Of course, Israel has been saying that they want this to happen regardless, but
that was successful, and Iran's attempting to show what it will do in reprisal, which is again direct its fire towards the Gulf states.
Right. I mean, do you see any diplomatic progress towards any kind of settlement here, or are we edging towards, military action being the way Trump gets out of this?
I think it's clear we're edging towards another round of military operations.
But what could that achieve?
Very little in my view. I think it's clear that this effort at economic attrition is the main game, but there are the preparations for another round of military pressures, and I don't see either one of those moving the dial with this regime. There's really, what the administration really needs to do is set itself to a tough diplomatic course, and they don't seem to have the appetite for that.
What do you mean by that? I mean, what would that involve?
That means sitting down at the table and getting into a...
If another country has a military base in your country and put their nukes there, you don't actually have nukes? Yes, I understand that. I'm literally Turkish. What are you talking about? I'm simply stating that Israel attacking a country with American nukes inside of American bases has never happened before. It's a nuclear umbrella. Turkey is a part of the American nuclear security umbrella. Israel is an American vassal. It's an extension of American empire. That would be this would be a very different calculation. Yeah, I get that. My country's in the same situation. Turkey also operates sometimes independently outside of American interests, like immediate American interests, in comparison to like even the European vassal states. Ultimately, that is still beneficial for American interests, though, because that way America uses Turkey as a mediator at times, for example, against Russia.
There has been a little bit of movement in this latest proposal, we think, by the Iranians to at least not make it a condition for sitting down at the table that the blockade be lifted. But something's got to give, and otherwise this will head towards military operations again.
Do you think there is a better diplomatic solution than what was effectively the old deal done under Obama? Or is that what we're looking at, rebadged as a Trump deal?
Well, the large difference, the really huge difference, is the fact that virtually the whole nuclear program is shattered. So you've got the leftover pieces of it to deal with.
İhya oldum. Turkey won't survive this decade. Classic Turk in the chat. Classic Turk defeatism in the chat, by the way.
But you're not starting from the same threshold of activity. That's a huge advantage.
Barbara Lee, thank you very much indeed for your time.
It tames the wild beasts of the world. And America can only do wrong if it's actually goaded into or forced through blackmail, hypnosis, whatever you want to call it. Only when American leadership is forced into taking these actions, and even when the leadership takes those actions, they're actually reluctantly taking those actions. That's what Tucker Carlson is saying here. Anyway, let's get to Tucker Carlson.
You spent a day with Trump.
Tucker Carlson did an hour and 51 minutes with the New York Times, and there's some gems.
Trump, and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting.
I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro, and I'm in Maine to interview Tucker Carlson. For many years, Carlson was one of President Trump's most vocal supporters.
I mean, I've always agreed with Trump's policies, always. And here I am with a full-throated, utterly sincere endorsement of Donald Trump.
But recently, Carlson has publicly broken with Trump. He's not only come out against Trump's decision to go to war with Iran.
This is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done.
He now says he regrets supporting the president.
We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
And has become a vocal and influential critic of the administration.
This whole thing is like dooming anyone connected to it.
A man who can read the room.
For the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party.
This puts Carlson at the center of a major battle on the right over Israel, over foreign interventions, and over the post-Trump world itself. Here's my interview with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
Thanks for having me.
Why does Cenk like Tucker so much? Same reason why every Bangladeshi unk loves him. I swear to God, I think I know what the turning point is. Tucker Carlson defended Muslims a couple times, and that's what it took. And my unk turned into a Bangladeshi unk on a WhatsApp chat. When it goes a long way, chatters, I'm telling you. And Cenk is like not like a Muslim unk at all, right? He's like American through and through. But when you got a white boy, I mean, just country white, okay? We're talking, well, not country club white, right? Tucker Carlson is the definition of a WASP in the dictionary. When you got a guy like that, especially a guy who is not only like critical of Israel, but also defensive of Islamophobia, a guy who has been a prominent leader in the right-wing movement, come out and defend Islam and defend Muslims, it's over. That played a big role, I think, in my Unk assessment. And Cenk is not even like remotely Muslim. I mean, he's Mr. Atheist, right? He's like a little bit of a edgy Reddit atheist almost, even though he has duked it out with Sam Harris for years over the Islamophobia stuff. So it's obviously important to him, right? This is like an issue. It's understandable. It's an issue that pertains to social justice. And from his perspective, Tucker Carlson coming out and like attacking Islamophobia, saying that like Israel is fomenting Islamophobia, that was huge, I think.
Very excited for you to be here. In Maine, we should say. Any excuse to come to Maine is always a good reason.
Most people don't come to this part of Maine, so I'm grateful that you did.
All parts of Maine are good parts. I wanted to sit down with you for a number of reasons. You've been at the center of conservative media, obviously, for a very long time. By extension, it's politics. And I want to get your perspective on this moment, on your evolution, your worldview. You recently made quite a dramatic break with President Trump over the war in Iran, and so I'd love to hear about that. I want to start, though, in the lead up to the conflict. You said that you spoke to the president several times about the plan to attack Iran before it actually happened on February 28th. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Was it just you and the president in those meetings? Can you just give me a sense of what was going on there?
Well, I've been speaking to him about Iran for 10 years.
Right.
Literally since 2016, maybe 15, because there was enormous pressure on him, as there has been on many presidents, to regime change Iran. And we know, based on our experience with a much smaller country, Iraq, that's a tall order, and it doesn't necessarily lead to a place you want to go, and it's not good for the United States. So anyway, and Trump knew that, and that was one of the main reasons, actually, that I supported him during my time at Fox News and campaigned for him. And so it was really central to my views of Trump's candidacy and presidency. And so when it became clear in June that we were starting down this road toward a regime change war with Iran, I was baffled. I was very upset, not because I have allegiance to Iran, but because I thought it would be terrible for the United States, as it has been. Worse even than I imagined. But I could see exactly where this was going, and he was under enormous pressure to do this, once again, as all presidents in my lifetime have been. So we talked a lot in June. He embarked on this effort to take out Iran's program, which was really just the opening salvo in a regime change effort. He knew that. I told him that. Charlie Kirk told him that. We did it. We got out. And then it became clear this winter in January that we were moving toward this thing that we're in now. And I was just absolutely panicked about it.
Did he explain to you why he wanted to take the country into war? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of that conversation. What was he
Well, there were
saying?
multiple conversations.
Right.
I flew to Washington 3 times in the month before, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before, and met with him in the Oval Office alone, and people file in and out with the White House Chief of Staff, the Secretary of State, et cetera. Had lunch with him on one of those occasions, and then I spoke to him by phone many times on this topic, and he would begin almost every conversation with, do you want Iran to have a weapon? To which I said, well, I'm sort of opposed to weapons. I don't want weapons. I don't want Israel to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want anyone to have a weapon. It doesn't seem like a good thing. But that's not the question. The question is, what do you do about it? And that was kind of the end of the rationale for doing this. He never seemed enthusiastic about it, ever. And I would say, well, here are the potential effects of this. obviously the geography of Iran being the most important fact of Iran. Iran is not a military power, it's an economic power. That was obvious because it controls the greatest span of coastline along the Persian Gulf, which is the source of a fifth of the world's energy, et cetera, all well known now and well known to him then. And he, I think, perfectly understood the consequences. But
why was he taking your calls then? Because if he knew your position and he understood the perils, I mean, was he trying to convince you to back the war?
No, he made no effort to convince me at all, other than to say it's going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. And I just didn't feel that way. None of this, I should say, was about Trump or my relationship with Trump or my feelings about Trump.
I don't trust Tucker at all, but I think this stuff is very believable. Him having numerous conversations with Trump around Iran, I totally believe it. And especially Donald Trump turning around and going, nah, everything's going to be all right. That has been reported on, okay? That has been reported on extensively, and I 100% believe that that conversation took place like that. Exactly like that, where he was like, nah, it'll be fine. That is literally Trump's modus operandi. That's his MO. He just goes, oh, you think this is going to be a cataclysmic sequence of events that will destabilize the entire planet? No. It'll be fine. I don't understand why he cares about Iran. Two reasons. One, at this point, I think Tucker Carlson is somewhat of a Pat Buchanan-style isolationist, right? Which is ironic because for many, many years, he shit on Pat Buchanan. Now, do I believe that Tucker Carlson's main reason for supporting Trump's political rise was his impression of his opposition to the war in Iraq and a new war with Iran? No. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. He's lying about that. He's a grifter. That is retconning of history. However, I do believe that he was telling Trump not to wage war with Iran because anyone with like 3.5 brain cells could see exactly how the situation was going to unfold. We knew it. And I don't think I'm necessarily smart. I don't think I'm a particularly intelligent person. I think I have just common sense, right? So Tucker Carlson most likely understood that waging war with Iran at the behest of Israel would be unbelievably bad for America's geopolitical power posture, America's like political future, America's capabilities of force projection. It would play a role in the death of American empire. Tucker Carlson loves the American empire.
Or his hair color or anything like that. I just didn't want the United States to go to war with Iran. And my strong feeling by the end of those conversations, which was the last one was probably a week before it began, the war began, was that he felt he had no choice and that he was resigned to it. He was unhappy about it. He didn't seem enthusiastic at all. There was no effort to say, you know, once we do this, the United States will be at peace, we'll be safe, we'll be more prosperous. There was none of that. Zero.
I mean, you speak to many people in the administration, and I'm just trying to understand the fault lines over this. I mean, who was for the war? Who was against it while all this was being discussed?
I mean, I'm guessing to a certain extent. I do talk to a lot of people there still, but I don't work there, so I don't. Sure. You know, it's hard to really know. You know, there are people with a long record of making bellicose noises about Iran. They still work there. Specifically, the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor has, you know, said for many, many years Iran is the greatest threat we face, which is a ludicrous statement. But has
talking
said
about Marco Rubio.
That'd be correct. But that said, I didn't hear a single time from anyone, including from the Secretary of State himself, who I spoke to about this, any enthusiasm for doing this. My strong impression, and I could be wrong because I don't work there, is that no one in the building was pushing for this, at least overtly, that all the pressure was coming from outside. Constant calls from donors and people with influence over the president, well-known Rupert Murdoch, Mary Mandelson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then a small constellation of, I guess they'd be called influencers, beginning with Mark Levin, but there were others, Sean Hannity, you know, pushing the president to do this and telling him that you will be a figure out of history, you will save and redeem Israel or something. I think that was the case they were making. And I didn't hear of anybody making the case that this would be good for the United States. I don't think that was ever a conversation.
I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about the president's mindset during this period.
Yes.
And part of it is, of course, about what happened after Venezuela and the successful, in their view, operation there, removing Maduro from office, and that he felt sort of emboldened by that, the success of that operation, and that he felt that this was going to be similar, that he underestimated the Iranians and what they might do in response to an attack.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think the Venezuela operation allowed him to retreat into a kind of fantasy in which he told himself this is going to be easy, but I don't think he believed that. And I should say, having spoken to him a lot in this calendar year, I detected no evidence at all of dementia, mental decline. You hear people say, well, he's gone, soft. That was not my impression at all. Trump is not well informed on a lot of topics, for sure, is proudly ignorant on a lot of topics, but he has kind of remarkable powers of insight into people and power dynamics. Like, you don't get to be president by accident. The guy's smart in the ways that matter politically. And my strong read was that he was doing this against his will. Famously,
oh
the
my
head of
God.
the Counterterrorism Center, one of the top intel officials in the country, Joe Kent, resigned shortly after the war began and said,
oh my God. Okay, listen. Oh, dude. Stabbed in the back. Okay? Remember those words. Okay, I have in the past been critical of people, criticizing me for saying like, oh, Tucker Carlson says Trump is a slave to Israel. This is him working through the steps of regenerating a stabbed in the back myth for the glorious President Donald Trump and the glorious American nationalist movement that unfortunately made the mistake of listening to the Jews. Okay? 100 P. For those of you who don't know, stabbed in the back is a myth from an anti-Semitic conceptualization from Nazi Germany era, the Nazi Germany era, the idea that like Jews stabbed Germany in the back and therefore they must be punished. Okay? What he is doing right here, because look, I also think Israel urged and goaded and maybe even duped Trump into taking action in Iran. So I guess by some estimation, and I think my analysis is factoring in simply the truth, right? There is a little bit of an alignment with what Tucker and I are seeing. But if you actually scratch the surface, you realize that Tucker's sentiment here is to preserve the integrity and the myth of American imperialism being a force of good. Okay? I don't have that assessment. I don't believe that American imperialism and American empire is a source of good. Tucker does. So what he's basically trying to design here is the notion that Israel, the Jewish state, okay, he will never say it was the Jews that did it until it's like permissible to openly say that, right? Like until, there is no stigma whatsoever associated with that. That's what I mean when I say openly say that. But his assessment is most likely that, right? But he won't say it. But it's very clear that Tucker Carlson is trying to create this idea that not only in Iran, but also in Iraq as well, if you listen closely to what he says, that Israel was the one that manipulated the American administrations, both in the past and currently, into taking action that they did not want to take. The idea that Donald Trump reluctantly waged war with Iran is wrong. It's just wrong. He was not reluctant to wage war with Iran. The most charitable interpretation of actual events that took place is that Donald Trump thought foolishly that it would be similar to the Venezuela operation. But he was enthusiastic about waging war with Iran. I will never believe I will never believe the idea that like Donald Trump was forced, his hand was forced in the waging war with Iran. He really didn't want to do it. Same with Iraq. Americans just did not want to wage war with Iraq at all. But Israel, got America somehow to go and wage war with Iraq. Did Israel play a role in Iraq? Absolutely. It's obvious. They did. Benjamin Netanyahu came and delivered a very famous speech to Congress. Israel was very enthusiastic, no matter how the pro-Israeli side tries to make it seem like, Israel was not on board. American Jews were not on board, obviously, with the war in Iraq. They're not on board with the war in Iran either because they're American Jews. They're American, okay? They're American first. They're just Jews who happen to live in America. The idea that they are unbelievably loyal and only care about Israel is definitely presented by a lot of Jewish institutions, but if you look at the polling, you realize that that's not necessarily the truth, right? Having said that, I don't make the same distinction for Iran, and you might say, why? Because with Iran, there is definitely a divergence in interests. Okay, has America always wanted to blow up Iran? Certainly, for 47 years. But no president has ever done so. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been unbelievably servile and unbelievably loyal to the interests of Israel, unlike any other president, with maybe the exception of Joe Biden. Okay? With Iraq, that was events set in motion far before Benjamin Netanyahu came and delivered a speech in front of Congress. But like I'm repeating over and over again, this is important to understand. And this is something that I've been very critical of, like the Nick Fuentes of the world on as well. Their ideas, their worldview revolves around this false notion that American imperialism specifically, is a force for good. It tames the wild beasts of the world. And America can only do wrong if it's actually goaded into or forced through blackmail, hypnosis, whatever you want to call it. Only when American leadership is forced into taking these actions, and even when the leadership takes those actions, they're actually reluctantly taking those actions. That's what Tucker Carlson is saying here. It's a way to preserve the integrity of America. It's a very nationalistic mythos.
Exactly the same.
That's the major distinction between my analysis of the situation and someone like Tucker Carlson's.
I think this decision is connected to a series of seemingly disconnected events, all of which revolve around violence. And we need to find out more about how this happened. And he was, of course, dismissed and threatened with an F.
Yes, it's a weird way to absolve America's crimes and the centrality of blame and put it back on Israel instead of both countries. And that is the reason why this is a very appealing sentiment for many Americans who already have that American exceptionalist attitude regardless. That's what's so terrifying about this prospect, and that's precisely the reason why, for two reasons. One, it's much easier to fucking blame the Jews than to blame ourselves, okay? That's number one. Number two, when you do blame Israel, you actually lean into the idea that America is an exceptional country, and America is not a violent country, or if America is violent, it's actually doing that violence as a necessary form of violence, and sometimes it can appear as cruel, but you simply don't understand it. That cruelty is unfortunately necessary because our enemies are far crueler than we ever could be. So those two factors make Tucker Carlson's rhetoric infinitely more appealing than my rhetoric, because you can turn around and say, Hassan hates America. His name is Hassan. He's Muslim. He's an Islamist fundamentalist. He's a jihadist. He's an Islamo-communist. All this stuff. He's so critical of America. He hates America. He says America is bad. America bad. That's all he says. Liberals align with that unbelievably reactionary belief system as well. It's not just Republicans who 100% agree with that assessment. There are plenty of liberals who agree with it too, because American exceptionalism is bipartisan. And that's precisely the reason why this kind of nefarious propagandizing is, in my opinion, from the perspective of many Americans, much easier to understand. We lay the blame entirely in the hands of Israel. And in the interim, in the short term, this might be a successful way to decouple from Israel, and maybe some people are making that dangerous calculation. But in the long term, this will not solve the problems at all. After all, if it wasn't Israel, but if it was just America directly slaughtering kids in Gaza, would that be appropriate? Because the reality of the matter is, Israel is a vestige of empire, and therefore, when Israel is slaughtering children in Gaza, we are slaughtering children in Gaza.
FBI investigation, and no one kind of followed up on that. And again, I don't know the answer, but this was not a normal decision-making process. And my strong impression was that Trump was more a hostage than a sovereign decision maker in this.
Well, so tell me what you're getting at when you say the president of the United States, the most.
You should stop punching to the left. Oh, you mean to Tucker Carlson? Dude, I'm sorry. I have a policy of usually not punching left, but it's so funny that like everyone that is even fractionally to my left has been utilizing this unbelievably right-wing Nazi-backed media cycle to attack me viciously every single day. And the one time I respond, I'm like, oh, I'm such a bully. I'm punching left. It's so fucked up. Like, really? You know? I've kept quiet on purpose because I do have a policy of not fucking punching left. But at some point, I have to force people to rein it in a little bit. Unless you were making a joke about Tucker Carlson being to my left, in which case I apologize. I autistically didn't understand your joke.
Powerful country in the world had no choice.
I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm just telling you what I observed. He seemed, and that's kind of the question. And what I'm really fascinated by is the lack of curiosity on display into how exactly this happened. What are the mechanisms by which a guy who's supposedly sovereign, in charge, granted this authority by voters, tens of millions of them, can't make a decision in the country's interest, or even in, he knew, and I know he knew because I talked to him about it directly, that the consequences, potential consequences, were profound and profoundly bad. The end of his presidency to start, which I think it has proven to be, he knew that. And he wasn't, this is my read, and I could be completely wrong. I don't know what's in his head, and I don't want to overstate my knowledge at all, but this is my strong perception on the basis of many conversations on this topic. He felt he had no choice. And he said to me, everything's going to be okay. Because I was getting overwrought. Don't do this. The people pushing you to do this hate you. They're your enemies. This will destroy you. This will gravely harm our country. We've got kids. I'm hoping for grandkids. Let's not go there. And he said, it's going to be all right. And he said, do you know how I know that? And I said, no. He said, because it always is. And I do think there's a kind of, Teddy Rooseveltian optimism there, but that's not
getting right off the bat the jokes and trolling coming from a chat of thousands of people is not autism, by the way. Okay, well, sometimes it is.
Really what it was, and this is my read, that was more a kind of justification from a man who feels he has no choice. And that is my strong view. And not just my strong view, the view of others who were around him and involved in this deliberation, to the extent it was a deliberation, which is not much.
Who are the other people around him who had that view?
I can't speak for the views of others, but I will just say once again.
He's going to say J.D. Vance because this entire exercise is, in my opinion, to gain legitimacy and credibility in the anti-war movement, in the anti-Iran war movement specifically, so he can lend that credibility either to the likes of J.D. Vance or maybe even for himself or potentially Marco Rubio. I think he's playing his cards close to the chest right now. Okay? It's either going to be Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, or maybe even Tucker himself.
That I never saw, nor did I hear about anybody who works for the Trump administration, anybody who was enthusiastically pushing this war on Trump, going in and being like, you know what? You want to be a truly great, you want to make this country great again? We need a regime change effort in Iran. And instead, there were a lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. But whatever the cause, no one around him was weighing in strongly, as far as I know, on either side, for or against. But people from the outside were strongly weighing in, calling him constantly.
I'm going to give an alternative view on what may have happened.
Yes.
Which is,
and you may be right, by the way, because I don't want to overstate what I know.
Sure. I just want to due diligence. We've seen the president in his second term be much more interested in foreign policy, as many presidents are, much more open to taking action, not only in Venezuela, talking about Cuba, wanting the Nobel Peace Prize, weighing into situations in which he wasn't terribly interested in his first term.
For sure.
And so
that's real.
Could that not be part of this?
It's a huge part of it. And there's no question about that. And all presidents decide at some point that they're not interested in running the United States because it's hard. And how do you fix Baltimore and Gary, Indiana? And what do you do about homelessness in Los Angeles? Like, these are hard questions. We can't even make Head Start work, despite, many billions and a lot of sort of well-meaning.
How about you shut your mouth on stuff you know nothing about and leave it up to experts like a local defense contractor? True. The mom and pop local defense contractors. I apologize to official Lockheed Martin, their official account in the chat. Clearly I was wrong.
People working, spending their lives on it can't make it work. So these are hard problems, and I think it's universal. It's a universal experience among American presidents, but also among U.S. senators to decide, like, I'd rather run the world because the details are opaque. I don't speak these languages. I can seem well, first of all, it's a display of male power. Send the bombs in, kill the bad people. But moreover, you get to feel like I did something, and that's important. And I get it. And this is, again, as you wisely note, a process that all presidents tend to go through. And so Venezuela, Cuba, I object to both of those efforts very strongly, but neither one, in my view, risks the future of the United States in the way that the Iran war now does. And so it's a big deal. But because it is, by the way, a contiguous neighbor of Iraq, and because Trump spent years talking about what a terrible idea the Iraq invasion was, in fact, defined his candidacy in 2016 on.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, man. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God, how could Trump do this after he said so much about how dangerous the Iraq invasion was? Clearly something changed dramatically. I don't know. It's not like Donald Trump was actually a fucking peaceful dove. Wow, he lied. Wow, I can't believe Donald Trump lied. What else? I wonder what else he must have lied about. What else did he lie about? For example, he said he was going to drain the swamp. The D.C. swamp has been swampier than ever since Donald Trump got his fucking money molestation paws on it, especially in the second term. He even lied about locking Hillary Clinton up, which was an unfathomable L. It could have been the one upside. There's like little baby upside. And Hillary Clinton still roams free. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, Russia, Ukraine fixed by day one. He just lies about everything. It's easier to find what he's saying. It's easier to find something that he said that is like, truthful than it is to calculate all the lies. Yeah, new Trump truth. I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump.
At that point, it's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom? Or
by
who,
Benjamin
or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out.
See, then it's the modern Bailey. Like, now when asked a direct question, he's going to go back to like very reasonable criticism, right? Like, his starting point was like, Trump is very clearly reluctant. The real question here isn't just to ask him like, who's doing this? Okay. The real question isn't who's doing this, because everyone knows who's doing it. It's correct. Tucker Carlson is saying something true. The Foundation for Defending Democracy is literally an Israeli cutout in Washington, D.C. Okay? The administration just yesterday posted a Foundation for Defending Democracy graph. Like, they are not hiding it. They've copied and pasted FDD statements. FDD is straight up an Israeli cutout. That's all it is. Its original name was called Emet, which means truth in Hebrew. Its stated goal when it was incepted was to do advocacy for Israel in the United States of America. This is not a secret. So just understand that when the admin is doing that and hiring an FDD guy, it's very obvious. Yeah, Trump admin as negotiating team, Nick Stewart from FDD Action, joining Witkoff's peace missions office. Like, that is an Israeli agent, okay? Yes. FDD was founded in 2001 as Emet, Hebrew for truth. And in their initial IRS filings, they wrote, not Hudson, not the Washington Post, they wrote that their purpose was to provide education to enhance Israel's image in North America. One is welcome to believe that a group that explicitly states its purpose for existing to enhance Israel's image in North America does not advocate for Israel's interests, but this would not be a credible position. Now we know you aren't a golem, because if you were saying Emet would have caused you to self-destruct. Is that like Hebrew lore? Is that Emet is a reference to the golem of Prague, the clay defender of the Jewish? Oh, you mean John Fetterman? He can't say Emet. Make Fetterman say it. Yeah, now we know the secret words. Anyway, so it's very clear that Israel has... He can't say... Yeah, see, yeah, that's... John Fetterman actually can't say it, though, because he's a stroke victim, so he's like OP. His clay golem ass will never fall apart. He'd be like, M-M-A-T? John Fetterman trying to say Mehmet Oz, accidentally says Emet Oz, and then perishes on the spot. Emet Oz? Oh, no!
Out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire, and we're having these talks, and they're going great, and we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore of the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was all very well known. And within hours of announcing this, Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But, I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay, so that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon, a lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive.
Again, Israel's evil is so severe and so flagrant that Tucker Carlson, an American fascist, can make decent commentary on it and look like the good guy in comparison when he's objectively not the good guy. Just because he might be the better guy comparably to Israel in this equation doesn't mean that he is a good guy at all. The other problem here is that you can't talk to Tucker Carlson as a liberal Zionist. This is the exact same issue that The Economist ran into. If you put a liberal Zionist in front of Tucker Carlson, that is the easiest environment for Tucker Carlson to win, for Tucker Carlson to look great in comparison to even the New York Times. You have to put an anti-Zionist in front of Tucker Carlson. That's the only way to highlight the contradictions.
Pagers, like they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but like we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack.
Mehdi Hassan, oh my God. Oh my God. Someone like myself would do very well, I think, in front of Tucker Carlson, but Mehdi Hassan is like the perfect antidote. Okay. That would be like the perfect counter, especially because Mehdi is like liberal enough too. Tucker would never do it. Tucker won't even talk to me.
Attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Before we just move on, I am curious about this one point, which is obviously Israel has tried to exert its influence on a number of presidents. Many presidents have been asked.
That's, by the way, music to my fucking ears. Okay. The New York Times saying that when, if you said those words, which are true, and we all know this to be true, okay, it is unbelievable to hear a fucking New York Times journalist say those words. Chatters, many of you only learn and the shit that it's been up to in the last couple of years. Okay? But if you've been at this game for a long time, like the idea that the New York Times would say Israel has tried to exert influence over every American president. Wow. God, the permission boundaries have expanded so much. Yeah, she said, obviously. She even started with obviously. Oh, was it obvious? It was obvious to me. You say that 4 years ago, you're going to anti-Semitism prison, okay? You say that 4 years ago, you are never having a career. Your media career is over. If you say that at the Jiffy Lube, your job at the Jiffy Lube is over. You can't work for another auto mechanic for the rest of your dang life. You got to fucking move different zip codes. Canary Mission's coming after you. They're doxing you. They're doxing your family. They're doxing your dog, okay? So the fact that the New York Times, the paper of record, and its representative is openly saying, obviously, oof, times have changed.
To decapitate Iran, to do a joint military operation in the Middle East, which this is the first time really that this has happened, where the United States and Israel are doing a joint military operation against a Muslim country. And I'm just wondering why you think other presidents didn't have that influence, because they obviously were subjected to the same pressures, the same donors, the same Bibi Netanyahu who's been there since the 90s. I mean, what do you think has materially changed that made Trump more susceptible to that influence?
I mean, that's kind of the question that I would like answered. And I don't know the answer, as noted. But, one argument could be, well, Trump is just uniquely weak. Okay. But that was not my perception. I think Trump obviously has weakness. A lot of his posturing is compensatory, of course. I'm not interested in psychoanalyzing Trump, but that's just clear. But what was it about this moment that allowed a foreign leader to have this level of influence over an American leader? And I don't know the answer. But again, I think it's worth finding out. I would also note that, and this is not a defense of Trump, hardly, this is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done, in my opinion. I say that with sadness.
I'm serious when I say this. I think Tucker Carlson's defending Trump here. I know to the untrained eye, it looks like he's cooking Trump, But now that I've heard him expand, now that I'm hearing him expand on the idea that Trump is a slave, because when I say Trump is a slave to Israel, like my assessment is not, oh, Trump is technically blameless here, right? Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, is very clearly designing this narrative that like Trump actually didn't want to do this at all, and was somehow a victim, was somehow forced into doing it. We'll see how Trump responds to this interview too. I want to know.
But many American presidents have put Israel's interests before our own. I would say the Iraq War was a very obvious example of that. I mean,
he's not defending Trump. He's extending sympathy for his base. I think he's not extending sympathy, but you're right. You're right there. He's trying to maintain the base for what comes next.
Cheney's office was completely controlled, and I knew almost all of them by people who were putting Israel's interests above America's interests. So I think the Iraq War was, to a great extent, a product of that. And I believe that Trump felt exactly the same way because I talked to him about it a lot. So, like, what changed about Trump? What changed after 10 years, more than 10 years of telling us our leadership is weak, they act against our interests, they're stupid, they're foolish, they're bought off by foreign powers and by domestic donors. I mean, that was Trump's case. That was his whole pitch. That's why he got elected. To switch on something this big in the space of a few months, I mean, that bears some examination. That's all I'm saying.
I want to note in 2020, when President Trump killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, you went on your Fox show and said, and I'm going to quote here, there are a lot of awful, bad people in the world. You can't kill them all. It's not our job. And you asked, why are we jumping into another quagmire from which there is no obvious exit? But it wasn't until...
Isn't he making Trump fully accountable for saying he's mentally stable? No. Him claiming Trump's mental stability, saying that Trump is mentally stable, is not to actually redirect the blame back to him. It's to say there are other dangerous forces that took this mentally competent man and forced his hand into taking action here. Okay? It's precisely because he doesn't say Trump is actually insane. He's like lost a step. He's out of his fucking mind that led me to arrive at this conclusion. Okay? He's saying Trump is competent. He's just saying that there are more powerful forces, puppeteers holding the puppet strings above Trump's head. I think his implication is it's blackmail, by the way. I think that's the narrative through line. Israel, Epstein files, blackmail, which, by the way, it's not that crazy of a theory, I'll admit. Like, I don't think it's that crazy of a theory at all. Like, every time Donald Trump is throughout this Iran stuff, like, I mean, even Melania coming out and just giving an advanced warning about how she had no affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein whatsoever, right after the fucking ceasefire negotiation that Trump put together with Iran against Israel's demands. I don't know. Awfully suspicious timing from Melania Trump to come out and defend herself in advance against whatever might come out.
I was not heralded for saying that. I don't think I've ever been more criticized. I just really quickly note, I'm opposed not simply to foreign interventions, as you said. I mean, most of them anyway, those not undertaken in self-defense. I'm against the whole frame. I'm against the idea that...
I agree with the theory here, but how does that defend or even absolve Trump? It pins him back to being a pedophile. It doesn't have to be him. Here, are you ready? I'll tell you a beautiful story. Okay? I'll present it just like Tucker would, in a way that like still preserves the integrity of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a rich guy in Palm Springs, was around a lot of powerful people. And maybe he didn't know what those powerful people were up to. Jeffrey Epstein certainly seemed to be one of those powerful people. There's plenty of photos with Donald Trump pictured around Jeffrey Epstein. But Donald Trump knew that Jeffrey Epstein had done something wrong. He has tremendous insight. He's a people pleaser, but he also can read people. So he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. But the damage was already done. There's a lot of loved ones that Donald Trump had in his orbit that he wanted to defend. Perhaps Israel was using some of those loved ones, like Melania Trump. After all, what powerful man would allow their wife, their loving partner, to be disparaged, ritualistically humiliated in media? What's going on? So it was actually how honorable Trump was with the Epstein stuff that caused him to, try to defend his wife or another loved one. You know what I mean?
Hezbollah and Hamas are at the center of our domestic conversation. Like, they're the big problems we face. They're not. Like, they're not a bigger problem than like the behavior of Citibank. I'm sorry.
Russians bought a lot of homes in Florida back then and now, dude. That's so funny. Compromat, yeah, dude. The people blackmailing the pedophile president are the Russians and not Israel. Like, it's funny to at this stage be like, Russia is the one that was the destabilizing factor here. Agent Krasnow. Yeah, maybe Russians who live in Israel who operate as agents of Mossad.
Credit card debt is a much bigger problem than Hezbollah will ever be. So stop with this. Stop with the brainwashing. This is bonkers. I live here. I'm almost 57. I've lived here a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah, while they're not getting my endorsement, are not relevant to the experience of most Americans. So, like, once you start thinking like that, you betrayed your country.
So it wasn't until President Trump threatened Iran's civilian infrastructure with a profane Truth Social post this past Easter Sunday that you actually started quite explicitly speaking out against him.
Yeah, you can't attack Jesus. How's that?
Well, in a monologue on your show, you said, "How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country?" Tell me what you were responding to right then, because it really is, I think, a seminal moment for you in terms of publicly breaking with the president.
So I will say, I don't do monologues. That's ad lib. So that's just, I didn't write it. I don't have notes. It's just like, that's how I feel. So it's probably not as coherent as it should be. But that was really just an emotional reaction to the experience of waking up on Easter Sunday, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and a day of joy and hope, literally the resurrection of Jesus, and seeing Donald Trump using profanity, threatening to...
He just mocked you, saying he wouldn't endorse Hezbollah. Yeah, that's why the New York Times is not doing a fucking 2-hour sit down with me and is doing a 2-hour sit down with this danger, Tucker Carlson. What the fuck do you think is the reason? Because Tucker Carlson is unbelievably safe, okay? By the standards of being critical of American foreign policy, Tucker Carlson has spent most of his career as a commentator defending American foreign policy. Well, the New York Times did do a podcast with you. Buddy, this is very different than that, okay? This is the interview portion. It's an entirely separate segment designed around understanding the nuances of one singular person. Very different than me going on Ross Douthat's show to get yelled at by Ross Douthat at a time when, right after Charlie Kirk's assassination, they were trying to present me as a dangerous figure that should be prosecuted by the American government and not some liberal like fucking Jimmy Kimmel. That's what Ross Douthat was trying to do in that convo. Trying to jam me up. Or, I don't know, going on New York Times podcast to talk about like micro-looting or whatever the fuck. This is very different.
Murder civilians. I mean, that's a crime. That's a moral crime. So to brag about that and then to mock Islam, I don't think you should mock people's faith. I don't care if it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam. But it's especially galling as a Christian I voted for Trump in.
It is actually kind of crazy because Tucker Carlson is like a media figure, mainstream media figure, has been around for a very long time. And I think in the last 2 months, I've probably gotten more reporting, like more negative reporting from both Fox News and also CNN and other like liberal outlets, as opposed to the Tucker Carlson commentary hour. Like Tucker Carlson certainly receives a good deal of that. He's critical of Israel, so obviously he's anti-Semitic narratives, right? He definitely has been on the receiving end of a shit ton of hit pieces, but never to this degree, never to this severity. Perhaps it's because he doesn't say certain things. Like Tucker Carlson is not going to ever endorse any sort of militant resistance against America or Israel, right? He's never going to do that. He's never going to do that. He just said he opposes mocking Islam. He's not that dangerous. Don't you think his anti-Zionism makes Tucker Carlson less dangerous? Wait, what are you talking about? No, we're talking about dangerous from the perspective of mainstream media, chatter. You're misunderstanding. He's not an anti-capitalist. He actually is a defender of capitalism, and he's not an anti-imperialist.
In 2024, and one of the main...
He's not even an anti-Zionist. He's not even an anti-Zionist. His job isn't to try to explain to people why, certain groups that have been dominated for 80 plus years are going to inevitably fight back. At most, he'll say, Hamas and Hezbollah are not my primary concern. What's going on? Why are we even talking about these guys? They're not dangerous to America or whatever, you know?
Typically. But I voted for him this last election and campaigned for him in a bunch of cities with him because I felt that there was clear persecution of Christians in this country, people of faith. And it was demonstrable. And I felt that Trump, and I based this on his explicit promises, would be a protector of, never thought Trump was a Christian for a moment, but I thought that Trump, I took him at his word, would be a defender of faith, people of faith who need to be defended. And this country exists to defend them. It's in our charter. So anyway, I was just completely outraged by that.
Since that moment, you've gone even further. You recently said on your show that you'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that you played a role in getting Donald Trump elected. And you said, I'm sorry for misleading people. That's gotten a lot of attention, as I'm sure you know.
I don't know because I don't Google myself ever. But
I would like to understand exactly what you mean. Can you explain?
I'll tell you what I mean. I truly believe that the baseline requirement, the ticket of admission to the conversation is admitting when you are wrong. And I spent 10 years defending Trump on Fox News. I'd probably do it again because on the issues, I agree with him. I never defended a single thing I didn't believe. But at this point, the consequences of this decision are so bad for the United States and for my family and your family that you just have to say it out loud. Like, I'm a small reason. I don't think I moved a lot of votes, but I tried to. I told people.
Is there a greatest hits of Tucker Carlson being a white nationalist so we can exposure therapy some chatters? Hold on. God damn it. I looked up Hassan Piker, Tucker Carlson breakdown. And all the shit that comes up. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Hi, Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
So this is from 2018, okay? October 3rd, 2018. 100,000 views on the Young Turks, okay? Ironic because if you search Hassan Piker, Tucker Carlson, you find articles comparing me to Tucker Carlson. That's what is at the top of the algo from JNS and whatnot, but here it is.
Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
There's one thing Tucker Carlson hates. It's continuing to wear bow ties. That and talking about race. Unless it's about preserving the white race.
Everybody gets a safe space except white men. They are hated and despised. Attacking white men for being white men. Attack white men for their privilege in a whole bunch of ways.
I was handed a box of saltine crackers, and in a group chat during the event, a student photoshopped my face onto a cracker.
This is what Tucker Carlson's doing with Bill O'Reilly's coveted 8 p.m. slot on Fox News, which is currently the third most popular cable news show in the country.
By the way, just to pause, I assume that's a slur against your ethnicity, correct?
I've talked about this on my Twitch a lot, but only the most important subjects are covered on Tucker's show, like white genocide, which is in fact something that the left is advocating for, apparently.
But he did not, notably, advocate for genocide. A Georgetown professor called Christine Fair did do that.
Imagine being a producer on Tucker's show, constantly scouring the internet looking for blue checkmark Twitter users saying dumb things while they're emotionally distraught in order to make wild claims like that the left is advocating for white genocide. Of course, this isn't how white genocide is actually happening. According to the folks Tucker is mirroring, white genocide is happening because immigration is changing the nation's demographics, and it's being justified by an evil liberal plot called diversity.
Diversity is our strength, they screech, as if that settles the conversation by itself, like a magic talisman.
Diversity. We hear about it nonstop. It's the mainstream motto.
Tucker's relentless attacks against diversity, multiculturalism, and immigrants as a whole are literally identical to white supremacists, white nationalists, and neo-Nazis. They're also reductive and oftentimes completely baseless comparisons.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Since you've made this our new national motto, please be specific as you explain it.
Well, for one, diverse executive boards generate better returns, among countless other studies that show the many benefits of diversity, but I'm sure the biases of racially anxious agitators are more important than empirical evidence.
Can you think, for example, of other institutions, such as, I don't know, marriage or military units, in which the less people have in common, the more cohesive they are?
Well, Tucker, you have the most in common with your family members. Are you suggesting keeping marriage within your family? Why do you want to have sex with your cousins, Tucker? Also, as far as non-diverse militaries...
Interesting that I was doing the inbred joke even as far as back in fucking 2018. For the record, another moment of irony is now the inbred jokes that I use against like Jewish supremacy is now being presented as like the utmost maximalist anti-Semitism. Not new to this, you're true to this. Thank you. Damn, Unc. You even looked old back then.
Maybe you should open a history book and take that up with General Robert E. Lee. Go on, Tuck. What else?
Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want.
This assertion is preposterous because, I mean, it's completely untrue. Just look at polling data. 75% of Americans say that immigration is a good thing. So who are the Americans you're referring to here? These guys?
It sounds to me like we got a problem with people who got here legally altering the landscape politically. I don't like it. You. Stop it.
But I guess we should just run the country on the white fragility of crying neo-Nazis as opposed to the overwhelming majority of Americans' wishes. But play us out, Tucker. Give us a cherry-picked example that could easily be countered with facts.
Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic. That's a lot of change. People who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there, and that's bewildering for people.
Hazleton's a perfect example of immigrants saving a small coal mining town from absolute economic annihilation by opening up small businesses, and even the large immigrant-run corporations who have brought jobs over to the small town. This is, of course, despite the efforts made by the white population to fight off the immigrant scourge with unconstitutional regulations. And even the Nat Geo article that you're using here to advance your narrative mentions the reality that immigration has drastically improved Hazleton. But you won't hear that part because Tucker's not in the business of making America better. He's just trying to do white identity politics. And I'm sorry to tell you this, Tucker, but facts don't care about your feelings. I'm Hassan Piker. If you're...
Was that a little taste for you guys? Was that good enough? Am I crazy? Or is the New York Times podcast lady actually trying to argue insulting Jewish people is worse than the mass murder of children? Oh my God. Oh my God. There ain't no way she did that. Oh, did that. Oh God. What are these people doing, bro? I swear to God, they literally are just like if you wanted to present like a perfect vehicle to make people more anti-Semitic, this would be the vehicle to do it with. Like that's an insane thing to say.
This guy will keep us out of the next Iraq. Specifically, will keep us out of a regime change war with Iran. And here we are in the middle of a regime change war in Iran where hundreds of Americans have been wounded. Some number have been killed. They won't tell us. And that's just the opposite of what I said would happen. So I'm sorry.
So I hear you say that, but I am compelled to question it a little bit because are you simply just going public about something that you felt privately for some time? Because in 2021, through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, some of your texts went public.
Right.
And I'm just quoting from a couple of them. You know, you said there really isn't an upside to Trump. You said, I hate him passionately. I mean, clearly you had some feelings of reservation about the president before this time.
There's no.
Yeah, no, it's because he's a fucking phony. Dude, that is the best one where the Dominion case revealed that Tucker was just like, I fucking hate this piece of shit. God damn it. He's such a son of a bitch. He's ruining the beautiful neo-Nazi movement that we could have designed by being so selfish. He set our movement back. I mean, he wasn't saying it like that, but it was basically saying that, right? Like that is, I hope you guys understand that's precisely what he was angry about.
Doubt.
So I'm just trying to understand the...
You know, I have a lot of thoughts and theories about things which, you know, may or may not be rooted in reality. So I hesitate even to spring any of my theories on you because, like, they're probably insane. But one thing that has bothered me for many years is the fact that a lot of people in Trump's immediate orbit have been hurt and really hurt, gone to prison, become unemployable, publicly shamed, gotten cancer. And I just am a believer in like big picture assessments of things. And, so you're trying to think like, is Trump good or bad? Like he's saying things I really agree with, but then people around him are getting hurt.
Yeah, they got cancer because of January 6th. No, he's talking about people that got cancer while they were in prison, I think. Like some of the January 6ers, right?
Is the country actually getting better? I don't know. It's hard to know because to some extent your vision is obscured by the intensity of some of these debates. Mine is easily obscured by that intensity. But did I have reservations about Trump? Of course. And, to some extent, I sublimated them or rationalized them away or focused on areas where I agreed with him. All my fault. But I told myself, and I, to some extent, still believe, like, it's the big decisions that matter. And I knew, because I know the Democratic leadership really well, that they're completely under the control of the same forces and that we would get a regime change war inevitably in Iran if they were elected. And so I told myself Trump is the way to avoid the really bad thing.
To come back to this moment for you, which is there's the political case against Trump that you make. But I do want to ask you about the moral case that you've been making as well. And that's a word that you've used. In that monologue responding to Trump's Easter post, you said that Trump's comments were evil. And I just want to understand that a little bit better. Do you think only his comments are evil, or does the evil extend to Trump himself? Is he evil?
I just want to be really clear that there's a lot of evil in me and in every person. So I just don't.
When I was calling Trump evil, I was doing Christian style, okay? I was doing it Christian style. Now, obviously that, for us, that's a satisfying statement to hear from Tucker Carlson because he is objectively evil, but he's not doing that right now. I just need you to understand. He's doing like when I call people evil, I mean, in the same way that we're all a little bit evil. We're all sinners after all, Christian style. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Don't want to, and I've certainly experienced it in myself, and I've seen it in all people. We're all capable of evil. So I want to pull back on the judgment and be very precise about what I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I ask because, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show the day after Easter.
That's worse. That's worse than murdering little schoolgirls, okay? I just don't think Tucker Carlson or any person sincerely believes that, okay? Disrespecting God, like disrespecting Christians and Christianity is fucking worse. Tucker, first of all, you're not a fucking fundamentalist Islamist, okay? Like, Tucker is literally doing the drawing of the Prophet Muhammad is the ultimate sin, and I will fucking fight you to the end. But this time for disrespecting gods, like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You don't believe that. You have in the past openly stated, by the way, that's like ISIS. Tucker Carlson is like, well, as a Salafist, as a follower and a worshiper of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I consider disparaging the God that we all believe in, the one God, the one true God, Allah, the disrespect to be the ultimate sin, ultimate haram, as we say. Yeah, he called Iraqis monkeys on air, bro. He said Iraqis are primitive monkeys that deserve to be bombed back to the motherfucking Stone Age. Like, people don't know Tucker's background. They're just, that's what it is when you're around for 30 fucking years, right? And you have been such a target-rich environment for every different kind of reactionary opinion. Most people don't know this motherfucker's background. I remember because I was there. Yeah, now the Ummah loves him. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck is it? I can't find it. I've covered that shit too.
You noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand.
Here, there's a chatter sent this one.
Tucker, aren't we the only country allowed to make preemptive strikes? Who the hell does Iran think it is?
That's it. Actually, I know you're sort of kidding, but I agree with that. I think we are the only country
I'm not
with the
kidding
moral
at all.
authority. Rather, we are. That's absolutely right. The only country with the moral authority sufficient to do that. The only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world. I do think, I'm sure I'm the lone voice in saying this, I think Iran deserves to be annihilated. I think they're lunatics. I think they're evil. I do think we ought to assess what would happen to the price of energy were we to do that. I don't think that's a small factor. It could tank our economy.
Tucker, aren't we the only country allowed to make preemptive strikes? Who the hell does Iran think it is?
That's it. Actually,
I'm running it again so you can hear it again.
I know you're sort of kidding, but I agree with that. I think we are the only country
I'm not
with the
kidding
moral
at all.
authority. Rather, we are. That's absolutely right. The only country with the moral authority sufficient to do that. The only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world. I do think, I'm sure I'm the lone voice in saying this, I think Iran deserves to be annihilated. I think they're lunatics. I think they're evil. I do think we ought to assess what would happen to the price of energy were we to do that. I don't think that's a small factor.
Why did he get fired from Fox News? Do you want the real reason or the fake reason? The fake reason that they released to the media was a Dominion case. The real reason was because Rupert Murdoch was personally fucking terrified of the unbelievable influence Tucker Carlson commanded. The real reason was that, and I remember reading something about this at the time. Like Rupert Murdoch had like a much younger wife at the time, and she had become a huge Tucker Carlson fan, and she was like becoming. Rupert Murdoch is like a huge COVID. What's the, like, not truther necessarily. Like he's really worried about COVID. Famously, it's kind of unbelievable when you think about how much anti-vax conspiracies Fox News has actually. No, he's not a skeptic. He's not a denier. No. Quite the opposite. He's a major COVID realist. He is responsible for so much COVID skepticism when he was an unbelievable COVID paranoid, a COVID paranoid person, COVID conscious person. I don't know what the right word is. Yeah, he was Putin levels of COVID avoidance. Yes. In his personal life. I talked about this. I talked about this in the past. He basically shut himself off from the rest of the world. He basically shut himself off from the rest of the world during COVID, during peak COVID. He cut the line and got the vaccine before anybody else did. And it's really funny because he's terrified. He's old and he's terrified of dying. And he was really, really, really scared of COVID. And yet all of his newspapers, all of his media outlets did so much harm. So much unlimited harm to the discourse.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys. Typical whining from a black politician about how you don't like me because I'm black, using racism as a defense, right? I can't.
Yes, I know he apologized for defending the Iraq war, dude. Yeah, I know. He was a silly little 34-year-old or something at the time when he was saying all this stuff. He was just a guy who was duped, okay? I know. You people will believe it's fucking awesome.
I've spent my whole life in the media. My dad was in the media. Like, that is...
His dad was in the CIA.
A big part of the revelation that's changed my life is the media are part of the control.
Calling it one of the biggest regrets of his life. I know. He's changed. It's just crazy because nothing else changed.
Control apparatus. Like, there's no...
What do you mean, you people? You know exactly what I mean. Dumb motherfuckers who fall for anything.
Yeah, I know. Because you're younger and smarter and you're like, yeah.
Yeah.
But what if you're me and you spent your whole life in that world? And to look around and all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow. Not only are they part of the problem, but I spent most of my life being part of the problem, defending the Iraq war. Like, I actually did that. Can you imagine if you did that?
Well, what do you think? What is one of your biggest regrets in your career?
Oh, defending the Iraq war.
That is it?
Well, I've had a million regrets. Not being more skeptical, calling people names when I should have listened to what they were saying. Look, when someone makes a claim.
Yeah, these are the type of motherfuckers who will literally believe Tucker Carlson and then say Grant Plattner is a phony. There is a literal Venn diagram that's a circle there, okay? There are hella people who genuinely think Tucker Carlson is a changed man, and those very same people are like, well, Grant Plattner is a fucking child killer, baby murderer, bloodthirsty monster who's just obviously fake. That seems like a ridiculous straw man. Oh, here we go. At least I couldn't catch you defending Tucker Carlson. At least you are sincere, and you are sincerely skeptical of Tucker Carlson, so you're safe for today. But if I catch you in an inconsistency, it's over. No, I'm just kidding. Bro, there was a chatter earlier who said Tucker has pushed back against liberals more than you. It's not a fucking straw man. Why spend your whole life fighting for your values, fighting for your principles, fighting for social justice, advocating, even when no one's looking, advocating for the same exact things when there's 35 people in here as opposed to 35,000, getting yelled at endlessly, doxxed, swatted, smeared all around the internet, when you can just make a fucking heel turn one day and be like, yeah, actually, now that this shit's unfavorable, I decided it's bad. And dumb fucks will turn around and go, yeah, that guy is actually righteous. You, on the other hand, you're a fucking piece of shit, dude. Fuck you. No one is right all the time, you fucking asshole. Why does Tucker Carlson push back more on Zionists than you do? You've had multiple interviews with liberal Zionists and said nothing. Oh, great question. Okay, here, let's unban this guy because I really want to ask him a question. Hey, if I said what Tucker Carlson says about Israel, do you think that would be defensible? Like, I love Israel. I think Israel is a wonderful country. I've visited Israel many times. I have many friends who actually love Israel. I have many friends that work in the Israeli state. I actually love all of that. Do you think that you would be as skeptical of Tucker Carlson as you are of me in that situation? Because I can tell you the answer. You glazed Tucker Carlson, and he said all of those things. I never have. You're a fucking rube, jackass. Tucker Carlson is a liberal Zionist, but they're not wrong. They're not wrong. What kind of fucking pushback is Tucker Carlson offering to liberal Zionists if he himself is a liberal Zionist? You just literally undermined your own argument. Is he turning on the mirror and debating himself? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, Tucker Carlson's not even a liberal, so he's just a Zionist, I guess. This is what I mean. Some of you guys are a little bit lost. I'll admit. I think you're a little bit lost. You're a little inconsistent. You don't have a consistent standard. I've given many interviews at this point as to why I align myself with people who I disagree with on the issue of Israel, including people like Bernard Sanders. I've addressed it because you know who always brings that up? Fucking Zionists do, okay? They always bring that up. They're like, you say liberal Zionism is equivalent to liberal Nazism. It's oxymoronic. How can you say that, but then also work with people who would be liberal Zionists themselves? And I tell them, this is not a contradiction from my estimation. As long as someone is a liberal Zionist, but is not actually presenting themselves as a hurdle in front of anti-Zionists, as long as they're not like stepping in front of anti-Zionists and saying, no, this is a bridge too far, then I can still work with those people, especially if they have their position in the political spectrum is still far better than the overwhelming majority of people that are talking about this issue. Okay. And the argument that I always present is this: I'm anti-white supremacy. There are plenty of resilient white supremacist attitudes that the average American has. Okay. Do I just automatically write them off, or do I try to convince them? Do I try to talk to them? Do I try to work with them? Because if I were to write them off in the same way, because white supremacy is a fascist ideology as well. Okay, I'm anti-fascist. One can say they're anti-fascist and then, I don't know, try to rid themselves of any association they have with people who have fascist tendencies in the same way as people that have Zionist tendencies. When you question the journalists on what they mean by Israel's right to exist, you couldn't push back a little on Matt Duss. I dislike disingenuous ultras too. Wait, what? When you question the journalists on what they mean by Israel's right to exist, you couldn't push back a little on Matt Duss? Do you, like, even this assessment is wrong, because Matt Duss, regardless of the role that he's occupied, is infinitely closer to our worldview than the fucking Economist, you dumbass. What are you talking about? The Economist woman was like straight up defending Israel. And that's not true. I literally did actually push back on Matt Duss's defensive and offensive weapons distinction. You just don't think it was sufficient, because I didn't call him like I don't know, a neo-Nazi that I can't have any fucking conversation with or any reasonable disagreements with. But once again, you say I dislike disingenuous ultras too, but then you turn around. Oh God, this is gonna restart another cycle in the discourse. Again, I'm telling you right now, chatter, you don't have consistent principles on this. If you think Tucker Carlson does a better job pushing back against liberal Zionism, when you admit that he himself could be considered a liberal Zionist, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You accuse the chatter of being lost, but the line you draw on Zionism, liberal or not, is pretty arbitrary, because that's what beliefs are. There's a line you draw that doesn't mean you have some magic set of rules the rest of us don't. Okay, but the magic set of rules cannot be not only defending Tucker Carlson, but even going so far as to say Tucker Carlson does a better job of addressing Zionism than I do. Do you agree with that chatter's distinction here? Do you agree with the line that chatter has drawn, no matter how arbitrary? Or do you feel like it's unbelievably incoherent, especially considering that the chatter himself has admitted, fucking admitted personally that Tucker Carlson could be considered a liberal Zionist? Tucker Carlson could also be considered many things, like white nationalist, a fascist. Oh. He is the #1 advocate of the white replacement theory, the great replacement theory.
There's only one question that's important at the very beginning, which is the claim true or not? So I say, you committed murder or you rigged the last election before you...
I don't know. I think you're afraid of being mocked by Tucker. Yeah, so afraid. That's why I'm constantly trying to have a conversation with Mr. Mogger himself. And he's the one who's avoiding. Ball's in his court, buddy. What?
Attack me as a crazy person for saying that. Maybe you should explain whether you did it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for too long, I participated in the culture where I was like, anyone who thinks outside these pre-prescribed lanes is crazy, is a conspiracy theorist. And I just really regret that. I'm ashamed that I did that. And partly it was age, partly it was the world that I grew up in. So when you look at me and you're like, yeah, of course they're part of the means of control, I'm like, that's obvious to you because you're 28, but I just didn't see it at all. And I'm ashamed of that.
Isn't that what the media tries to do, though?
It's their only purpose.
Right.
They're not here to inform you. Really? Even on the big things that really matter, like the economy and war and COVID and like things that really matter that will affect you. No, their job is not to inform you. They are working for the small group of people who actually run the world. They're their servants. They're their Praetorian Guard. And we should treat them with maximum contempt because they have earned it.
I've never said Tucker likes Israel worse than the people who they're attacking. What?
On the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one,
This dude has 7K subscribers. Why give him air? I know you're making that as a joke. I think, right? Yes. He was hacked apparently, and we found out that he only has 7,000 subscribers, which I don't know if that's like true or not. But it is very funny to think that Tucker Carlson is not an influential person in American politics, like aside from however many subscribers he has.
Actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. And just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the Antichrist is named in different
Yeah, not just Revelation, but throughout the New Testament, there are references in the prophets as well. So, but no, I'm not speculating about that. I know that people are speculating about that, but I would say it's enough to, like many leaders through history, is putting himself above God. To send, but even on a more terrestrial level, like to send out a picture of yourself as Jesus has got to be a red line for Christians. How could it not be? It has to be. And I wish that Christians would speak up when he attacks Allah, when he mocks the faith of Muslims.
Just so to be clear, though, that was not what you were suggesting.
If I thought Trump was the Antichrist, I would just say so.
The defending Islam part is he's so fucking good, man. He's such a demonic entity.
I understood what the Antichrist is, I would say so, and I don't really. I mean, I guess
he's packed up the Ummah. The Ummah will never recover. They will wage war at the behest of Tucker Carlson.
Literally, it's
because you've been discussing it repeatedly on your show. So I'm just trying to understand why.
What I've tried to think
I mean, what
about,
do you want your audience to sort of?
I want my audience
considering?
to see what's happening now.
Something chatters aren't internalizing is how shallow Tucker's commitment to any ideology is. They see him saying the correct words in a field of mainstream liars, when in reality he's adopting populism to boost his public image. Look up sophism. I think so too, but I don't agree necessarily that Tucker Carlson doesn't have one underlying agenda. I think he is truly a white nationalist, or at least white nationalists think he's one of them. He might be agnostic on the Jewish problem, right? The Jewish question, he might be somewhat agnostic on. I still lean on the side that he's just like, he's anti-Semitic, but he knows how to, keep his cards close to his chest. But he and Candace both do what I call Ummah slop. They know they have a ton of Muslim followers now because of their anti-Israel advocacy that they throw bones in. The only issue is they break with other Christian nationalists or things that Muslims care about. Yeah. There is nothing more powerful than a white man defending Islam, a white Christian man defending Islam from a position of authority in the eyes of the entire Muslim world. Or, Candace Owens as well, Powerful American Christian woman. Oh, you don't understand, dude. These are going to do fucking numbers in the WhatsApp group chats. Oh my God.
In terms beyond just material. Obviously, the commodity flow through the Strait of Hormuz is, essential to the global economy. Got it. But I also think there is a world beyond our senses, and civilization has understood that from the beginning of time. And we're in this weird anomalous moment where we've been trained not to think that, but it's real. And this is a realization that's dawning on me. I mean, I wasn't thinking like this at all until several years ago. So I don't want to pretend that I'm a shaman or anything like that. I just want to make the point repeatedly, again and again and again, that there are unseen forces that act. There is a spiritual realm, and we are subject to those forces for good and bad. And I don't think that
Bro, this guy once unironically said that he woke up one night and he had scratches all over his body and he thought that there was demonic possession at play. Oh, my Lord. It's like such a ridiculous person.
Any person can deny that.
I just want to make the point that you did say, could this be the Antichrist? And then you said, well, who knows? You did use those words. So,
man, then my apologies to you if there's video of me saying that. I guess what I'm expressing to you is it doesn't.
Boom. Yeah. Wow. He's so apologetic. He's so good, dude. He's such a good guy. You see, he's sincere and he's apologetic.
Reflect exactly.
Why are you still pressing him?
How I feel. That suggests a precision that I haven't arrived at. Trump is the Antichrist. Well, you'd have to define, we're sort of quibbling here, but you'd have to define Antichrist. And I know that I can't define Antichrist, and it's not clearly defined in the New Testament.
I'll be honest, like the only thing that I think he has had a sincere change of heart on is the violence of Israel. I do genuinely believe that he found the violence to be unconscionable. I think that is sincere. I'm willing to go that far. Some might. I don't think it's just anti-Semitism motivating him to say the things that he's saying. I don't think it's like his allegiance to the pearl of the Gulf, the nation of Qatar, a beautiful nation that I am, of course, I also demonstrate fealty to. Okay. Shouts out to my Oilers. I do think he actually saw what Israel was doing and thought that it was really fucked up. I'm willing to go there. What makes you think that? He went to the Palestinian Children's Hospital in Qatar and he visited, and he didn't have to do that at all. In the Huckabee interview, he strongly questioned who has the biblical right to the land. He argued that Palestinians who can trace their bloodline directly back versus Ashkenazi Jews, specifically mentioned Netanyahu. Isn't that anti-Zionism? Fuck no. What? No. No, not at all. That's fucking blood quantum science. Who gives a shit? You think that what makes the Palestinians indigenous to the land is like the eugenics or the race science, or how long that they can trace their ancestral lineage? So what? So what if Benjamin Netanyahu and his ancestors 3,000 years ago fucking traveled from the land that we now know as Israel to Poland? Do you think that gives them more right? Chatter is right. It's Zionism. No, that's a silly argument. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. As soon as I said my life for Qatar, do you guys see that? That's why I do it, baby. No, man. I don't believe in I don't believe in like ancestral rights like that. I believe in not murdering people, okay? Simply put. That argument is foundational to Zionism, but it's bullshit. Many people don't even sincerely believe it, and it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't even fucking remotely matter. I don't buy it. He loves the violence America dishes out around the world. He loves the violence Russia has done in Ukraine. Tucker has no moral backbone. I don't buy that he was genuinely moved by the violence. I mean, it is a little different, dude. That's why I'm saying it's like I'm willing to entertain that he sincerely had a change of heart on that issue and that issue alone, but it doesn't translate to his worldview overall. You know what I mean? Because it's different. Like what Israel has done is different. Is not all violence is the same, right? I mean, that's why there's a distinction between a genocide and like a military invasion and occupation of other countries, whether it's us doing it or Russia doing it. Like what Israel did and is still doing is a little different. That's why there's a specific designation for what Israel did, and it's considered the crime of all crimes. But yeah, for the record, I don't even like that argument necessarily, the one that people use when they're talking about Israel, where they're like, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu, his name is like, what is it, Milikowski or something. He's actually Polish. He's a Polish Jew that like grew up in Philadelphia. He doesn't have ancestral roots that you can trace back to Israel. And for me, that's, even if that was the case, do you think Israel's actions would be justifiable then? That's what it is, right? You don't believe in murder, but apparently white supremacy is worse than murdering brown people overseas. You see Plattner had a genuine change despite not having done anything to prove it, but don't believe Tucker despite him also not having done anything to prove he's changed beyond words. Apparently white supremacy is worse than murdering brown people overseas. White supremacy is the underpinning ideology that allows people to murder overseas with impunity. That chatter is nonstop talking about Graham Plattner, by the way. Yes. I don't know what it is that like breaks people so hard with Graham Plattner. I will never understand it, but it is like obsessive. What? This is not a criticism of context. I think this is why revcoms ask you to read theory more often. Revcoms? You're a revcom? Like Chairman Bob Avakian, a sex cult. Sex cultists ask me to read theory more often on stream, even if you have before, because you're raising a lot of people to be aware of what's going on, but they lack fundamental principles of distinction between persons and from opportunities like Tucker. Appreciate your work regardless. Please don't tell me, chatter, you are a revcom. There are no revcoms under the age of 65. I think they just mean revolutionary communists. Oh, okay. You never fucking... What? Someone said, Caleb, you need to read the work of a guy named Caleb Maupin. I don't see the connection between white supremacy and the murder of non-white people. Could you explain that further? Caleb Maupin. Oh, my God.
Testament or Old Testament.
So you're open to the possibility?
I think what we're seeing is evil. Like, are you allowed to kill people who've committed no crime? No. Super simple. You're not allowed to do that. Under no moral standard is that allowable. All of a sudden it's allowable. It's allowable in Gaza, and our leaders are like, yeah, no, it's just totally fine. It's not fine. But it's repugnant to the Christian understanding of the world and the human soul. Every person has a soul. That's the Christian view, and not just the Christian view. It's the Islamic view too. So, and it's my view.
Your Easter episode was titled in part A Warning to Christians Everywhere.
Yeah.
And sort of my interpretation was that you were warning other Christians sort of not to follow a false prophet.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm warning.
And that false prophet being President Trump in this case.
And Netanyahu. There are a lot of evangelical Christians who are convinced that God wants you to support Netanyahu, which I find incomprehensible.
You know, Christian evangelicals in this country have been a hugely important part of President Trump's coalition. Many support Israel because they believe the creation of the state of Israel fulfills biblical prophecy. They're called Christian Zionists. I will note you have said you dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those comments
repeatedly. I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see the...
They have a blame virus? Wait, what? What did he say?
You dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those...
They have a brain virus? Wait, he apologized for that? Ugh, God. He's such a bitch, too. He can't even say they have a fucking brain virus. Oh, I was so apologetic about that. I can't believe I said some of the most brain broken, insane people in this country. This is, man, hey, this is why I stand on my fucking principles. Okay, this is why I can't stand motherfuckers who come to me and be like, "Oh, it's on. You're not being consistent here." It's like, "Oh, shut up, bitch, shut up." Okay, when have I ever backed away from a sincerely held position? He can't even say that Christian Zionists have a brain virus. They do.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see those Christians stop supporting the state of Israel in the way that they do?
Of course, immediately. On many different grounds, but it's really simple. Christians can never support the murder of innocents, period. That's just a bright red line. Find the place where Jesus is like, these people are annoying, kill them all. It's not there. So where are you getting this? Now, I'm, once again, hardly a theologian, but I just don't know. And I've asked many Christian Zionist leaders who will speak to me. Now it's just like, they won't talk to me, but I certainly asked Ted Cruz this. I asked Mike Huckabee this. Tried to ask Franklin Graham, but I sincerely want to know where this is coming from. It can't all be from the book of Esther.
Well, I mean, you did have exactly this contentious interview with Ambassador Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, where you talked to him about Christian Zionism for quite some time. And in that interview, you know, it's very interesting. I'm a former Israel-Palestine correspondent. You were pressing him on if the modern state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people today has legal or biblical legitimacy. You were sort of questioning him on this idea, and you went round and round on this for quite some time. And I was just wondering what you were trying to get at there.
I was trying to get at an answer, which I couldn't get, and instead was accused of hate for trying to evoke an answer to a very simple question. And the question was, on what basis are you making this claim? People whose ancestors didn't live here now occupy the land. That's very common in history, by the way. I'm not even objecting to it. What I'm objecting to is the claim that it's God's will and that Israel, because of this, has the unique right to exist. Okay, where does that right come from? Well, the right comes from the Bible. Okay, well, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I've certainly read it a lot. And I said to him, what are the borders? Because my read of Genesis is that it's a big hunk of land. That's the Middle East. Does Israel have a right, because you're referring to this text as the basis of the right to have that land? And he said, fine with me. So like on many levels, theological and diplomatic, kind of a big thing to say. The White House was annoyed that he said it out loud. I was grateful that he did, because it's good to know what the terms are. And the second question I asked, which is, okay, if Israel has a right derived from this scene in Genesis, then to whom does it apply? Who are Abraham's heirs? And he said, well, the Jews. And I said, okay. And by the way, just to be clear, these are not conversations that I sought. I was never interested in this topic. Like, Israel's a country with borders and seat at the UN. And it's like, from my perspective, in conversation I think I've ever had.
Why, though, were you so interested in those questions about?
Oh, God, these people. Oh, my God, you're unfucking bearable, dude. I can't stand this shit. This is, why do you care so much about the Jewish state? Okay? That's what this question is. This is her basically turning around and trying to imply subtly or not so subtly that Tucker Carlson is anti-Semitic for caring about the state of Israel so much. Okay? That's what this is. We jokingly refer to it as like Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. But that's precisely what this question is. Okay? I've heard it a million times over. I've heard it from many different people that will sometimes not even do the decent thing and try to soft pedal the question and immediately be like, you care so much about Israel, even though it's not doing anything special because you're anti-Semitic. That's what this conversation is.
Why? Because we're now in a war which is in the process of destroying the United States economy and getting Americans killed because Israel pushed the United States president, who caved. I'm not giving him a pass, but that's just a fact. That's what happened. I saw it. And Israel has that power in our Congress, not because we have so many Jews. I don't know how many Jews live in the United States, fewer than 10 million, I think, but because we have tens of millions of evangelical Christians who unquestioningly support Israel.
Oh, dude, he's doing... This is like early days, okay? This is like early days Hasanabi retorts right here. It's true. It's not wrong for him to say this. It's technically correct. But it is very funny for him to just be like, well, there's a lot more Christian Zionists. There's a lot more evangelical Christian Zionists, and they show tremendous loyalty to the state of Israel. A lot more of them exist than Jews in this country. It's like he's rolled back the tape. Okay, he's been watching old Hasanabi hits from early on. Yeah, aping my shit, 100 P. Oh my Lord.
Because they believe it's their theological duty to do so. So on this question hangs the future of the American economy and the lives of American service members. There's no more important question. And the effort to push me away from that question by calling me names, calling me a hater, saying I'm obsessed with Israel, okay, I would be grateful never to think about it again. I find Israel actually geostrategically irrelevant, except to the extent that we imbue it with relevance at the behest largely of evangelical Christians. So you can see there's a one-to-one correlation between these questions and the future of my country. Mike Huckabee and the people he represents have made it the nation's business, at which point it is entirely fair. In fact, it's a requirement of good citizenship to press him on what are you talking about? And he refused to.
No, it's not shocking that he's going after evangelicals. It's totally normal for him to do that.
To answer those questions. At which point I say, as someone who's still committed to reason, you've been exposed as a fraud and or a liar.
I think one of the reasons why this was particularly notable for many people, that interaction that you had with Mike Huckabee, and the reason you in particular got so much pushback is because there is an enormous sensitivity around Israel being the homeland of the Jewish people.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh my God. Who fucking cares? Are you serious? Do you hear yourself? Oh no. This colonial outpost that is an apartheid state, filled to the brim with ethno-religious supremacist values that has conducted a genocide, is also, I'll have you know, the very special emotional support apartheid state that's conducting a genocide. For many people, why don't you think about their fucking feelings? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was supposed to care about those things. This, in and of itself, is no different than someone being like, oh, you want black people to be able to vote in the South? But don't you care about the feelings of white Christian nationalists in the South? They could feel really, they feel like their rights are being encroached on if you actually bring this up, if you actually advance this position. Okay? Who cares? I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Genocide is bad. I don't give a shit if it's hurting some people's fucking feelings. Fuck their feelings. They can suck my dick. This is what I mean. A stupid fucking way, such a self-centered, unbelievably narcissistic way to frame this conversation. Oh no, I'm gonna hurt the feelings of people who feel a special bond to Israel. What will I do? This is also part of the reason why I get so mad when people are like, Hassan, you're a Zionist, or Hassan, you engage in like Jewish exceptionalism or whatever the fuck. Because I separate actively Judaism and Jews from the nation state of Israel, where people will be like, oh, dude, that's Jewish exceptionalism or whatever the fuck. Or the fact that I also care about anti-Semitism implies that I'm engaging in Jewish exceptionalism. It's bullshit, okay? I separate between those who are cynically advancing anti-Semitism as a cause in an effort to deflect away criticisms of Israel, valid criticisms of Israel, okay? And I know every dumb fuck loves chirping at this very moment, okay? And goes, oh, not gonna lie, it's kind of true though. Yeah, totally, dude. You're right. We should actually be anti-Semitic. We should actually be anti-Semitic. That's the best way to defend Palestinians, right? You're a fucking idiot. My question always is, does this help the cause? Okay? Is being anti-Semitic helping Palestinians? No, it's not. There's no strategic goal there. There's no calculated goal there. It's just fucking untrue and it's stupid. Mons, why'd you block my message? Oh, he was bringing up bad empanada. Oh, God.
And the attempt to delegitimize that.
I have enormous sensitivity about the United States being the homeland of my people and the burial place of my ancestors. I have enormous sensitivity about the future of the United States. Those are my concerns. I'm not dismissing the concerns of any other group, including Israelis or Iranians or Venezuelans or anybody else. Everybody has his or her own set of concerns, but my concerns revolve around my country. And so I'm not going to subordinate my concerns and the concerns of my children to other people's hysteria, no matter what country it is.
Why do you think you get tagged so often with anti-Semitism?
Because I think there are two reasons. One is I'm not an anti-Semite. And yes, I have, and I've expressed this many times, and I'll do so again. I have temperamental and religious objections to anti-Semitism or any hate or discrimination based on bloodline. That is,
bro, this man literally said there's 65 million people that need to be deported, which happens to be the same number of Latin Americans living on U.S. soil. Okay? The Latino population. I'm sorry. Mr. Great Replacement is like, oh, I would never hate on someone simply on the basis of their ethnic or genetic or religious inferiority. It's bullshit. It's complete and utter nonsense, okay? This is where a competent libtard is supposed to interject and go, I don't think that's true. You are the most prominent defender of the Great Replacement theory, okay? Like, please, be a competent libtard, okay? I have listened to you on NPR for years. I know you have it in you. Please do this.
Against Christian theology. It's against my personal ethics, and I oppose it no matter who is suffering from it, whether it's whites or blacks or Jews. Nobody can be punished.
He'll say it's about legality, not bloodline. Yeah, what the fuck does Israel do? Israel also says it's on legality. Yeah, black people were legally discriminated against. Okay? Just like Palestinians are technically legally discriminated against under Israeli law. Legality doesn't mean anything. It's just bullshit.
For his bloodline, period. I don't believe in collective punishment, unlike the Israeli government. So that's number one. I am opposed to anti-Semitism, and that's a threat because I'm not approaching this as someone who wants to hurt Jews. I just don't want the United States to be implicated in the crimes of other nations, and I'm not intimidated. And number two, that is a much easier conversation than answering very simple questions like.
Here's Ben Lorber's take on this from April 13th, or, I mean, this is so fucking long. He wrote a book. He's working on a book called Kingdom Now, Christian Zionism from the Puritans to MAGA. Israeli right and its supremacist agenda. Today, tens of millions of MAGA evangelicals remain rock solid constituency in backing the unending carnage in Gaza, Iran, and beyond. And beyond America's shores, the rapid growth of non-denominational neo-Pentecostal Christianity is conscripting hundreds of millions of Christian Zionist foot soldiers across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. That's why they had to apologize for breaking the Jesus statue in Lebanon, by the way. If it actually reaches the point of salience amongst those populations where they start thinking, wait a minute, these Jews are actually disrespecting Christianity, then they have to address it. Same thing with like Orthodox Jews in the West Bank, the settlers spitting on Christians as they're like going in and out of churches and shit, right? Those are some of the few things that the Israeli state has to address, as opposed to like just wholesale slaughter of Palestinians. Christian Zionism is part and parcel helping corrode the foundations of democratic pluralism in the U.S. and all around the world. I agree with that. Its adherents demonize Palestinians, Muslims, and anyone who opposes the dystopian vision as instruments of the devil, enemies of the Judeo-Christian West, and to be swept aside in a 21st century style crusade. And their fervent proclamations of love for Jews are laced with anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism conscripting our communities as cannon fodder in their clash of civilizations.
Where does the right to exist come from that Israel has, that I've been told for many years has a unique right globally to exist? Where does that right emanate from? Who granted that right and on what grounds? And they can't answer the questions, and they don't want to have the conversation. So just to be totally clear, asking questions.
I mean, the answer for this is the other side of the story. The answer to this question is the same as the United States of America. America is also a settler colonial operation, right? And so was Israel, and so is Israel, I guess. And that's what it is. It was through blood. It was through conquest. So the answer is the exact same for Israel as it is for the United States of America. Okay? It's built on violence. That's how states were designed.
Is not hate. Telling the truth is not hate. And they don't want to answer the questions, and they don't want to tell the truth. And by the way, it's not just Jews. I think I've been attacked more viciously by Christian Zionists than I have by Jews, just in point of fact. It's a kind of nice universalism to it. But I'm not intimidated. I don't know why I would be. In fact, I think it's my obligation not to be intimidated.
Can asking questions, though, stir up hate? I mean, language is power.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Lulu, you are doing a terrible job asking these questions. What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck kind of... Are you just giving Tucker Carlson a nuke? Is that what it is? These are questions that you would design if you wanted to make Tucker Carlson just dunk on you, okay? These are unbelievable layups, like just straight fucking lobs, dude. I mean, this is such a layup that the New York Times audience is going to watch this and go, yeah, Tucker Carlson is actually doing a great job here. I didn't think that I would ever find myself in agreement with Tucker Carlson, but I am now.
Powerful.
Well, sure. I mean, you could pose attacks in the form of...
This is why you can only counter Tucker Carlson as an anti-Zionist. You can't counter Tucker Carlson as a liberal Zionist. On this issue, you are going to be less moral, okay? Tucker Carlson is closer to the truth and closer to morality on the issue of Israel than a liberal Zionist. It might hurt people's feelings to hear that, but it's just the truth, okay? And that's precisely the reason why when people actually don't address Tucker Carlson's inconsistencies in his worldview adequately, which only an anti-Zionist can do, an anti-fascist can do this, because if you have any sort of defense of Israel in mind, you're going to get destroyed. You're going to get destroyed because Israel is indefensible. Okay, Israel's actions are indefensible. The concept is already indefensible by 21st century sentiment, right? The notion that, ethnic cleansing had to take place and has to continue for 80 fucking years, and an apartheid has to continue so that, there's a demographic majority that must remain, a Jewish demographic majority that must remain, and it's like backed by the state. Everyone understands now that that is an unbelievable crime. So once you arrive at the conversation with that attitude in mind, if that's your primary focus, you're going to get cooked no matter what. You're never going to be able to outmeet Tucker Carlson on this issue. He's just going to come across as the moral party in this conversation because he's going to turn around and say, that's crazy.
Questions, I've certainly done that a lot, for sure. But the questions themselves hang in the air, and a legitimate question deserves an answer.
the reason I want to press on this a little bit more is that you know that there is an entire anti-Semitic worldview that has been based on the protocols of the elders of Zion, you know, that there is like this cabal of powerful Jews that controls the world. And, you know, that book was written in the early 20th century, but it, you know, helped the Nazis, and it really has informed a lot of the views of many people today that there is, you know, this very powerful sect of Jewish people who want global war and global conflict. And I think that there is a concern that I have, and a real concern. I don't mean this as something that people say to slander anyone, but just a real concern that the rhetoric where everything is blamed on Israel, where Israel has these supernatural powers almost to influence the president, to influence.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a totally questioning.
The previous president, George W. Bush, to enter into the Iraq War, to, you know, be involved in assassinations, et cetera, that it has echoes of that, and that people are genuinely.
Yeah, well, it's not. Okay. First of all, let me just say, not everything that she brought up is valid, but it sucks that some of what she brought up are genuine things that Israel has done, right? Like, it's not other people's problem that Israel chose to look at a textbook of what not to do and then chose to do those things. Okay. Like, yeah, you're like, oh, well, protocols of elderly Zion dictate that, Jews are, undermining. Jews are undermining, like, what, American domestic affairs. Okay. But Israel is literally fucking writing legislation by way of AIPAC to undermine the First Amendment. Elderly Zion. Yes. Elderly Zion. The Zion of the elderly. Shut the fuck up, chatters. It's not the point. Okay. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep a lot last night, even though I went to bed early. Okay. Like you can recognize what is an anti-Semitic dog whistle and also what is the truth at the same time. When you actually start pointing to things that Israel actually is doing and then claim prototypes of the elderly Zion. Yeah. If you point to what Israel is actually doing and say this is an anti-Semitic trope, you're not going to actually get people to stop saying those things. You're just going to make them think that maybe in the past, those anti-Semitic canards were also lies. They were also built around lies, as in, like, they were what Jews were doing. You're going to foment anti-Semitism. The greatest example I can give you, the most direct one I can give you, okay, no holds barred, is blood libel. Blood libel was a lie that non-Jews often told about Jewish people in times of, like, famine or some kind of, like, economic struggles or when there was not enough food in the village or the fucking people were getting sick. The idea was that Jews were responsible for that because they were, like, I don't know, eating children, like drinking the blood of Christian children, right? That is a blood libel. And this lie was deployed to drive out Jews in pogroms, oftentimes very violently, from the villages that they occupied. Okay? So that's a very well-traced, historic lie that people told about Jews to kill Jews. That's what blood libel is. But in 2026, if you turn around and say, wow, how dare you say Israel is killing children when Israel has killed tens of thousands of children on camera, and you call that a blood libel, you're not actually defending Israel at all to average people. You're actually disparaging what they may have previously believed was a blood libel. You're diluting the impact of the term blood libel, and you're causing people to no longer believe that you know, these things that happened to Jewish people historically were even real at all. Okay? Because we can see what Israel is doing, especially when you turn around and you tie Israel's actions to Judaism. Like, no, this is the Jewish state. How dare you accuse the Jewish state of killing children? Well, first of all, you're saying it's the Jewish state. Okay? That's you. And I've seen Israel kill children. What am I supposed to believe? You listen to normies who aren't super into politics describe why they're anti-Israel, and you realize most of them have just never been challenged on it by anyone around them or the media they consume. Exceptionally true for Europeans. It's because they see dead kids on their social media. It's not that hard to understand. Or maybe they just decide to stop dialoguing after they realize they're talking to a pro-child murder psychopath. That's true. It's probably what it is, too. Israel has literally looked at a lot of the previous anti-Semitic canards as like a how-to book, okay? That and also Mein Kampf and numerous other formative works in the neo-Nazi movement. And we're like, oh shit, let's take notes and let's do them. It's just true. I'm sorry. Down to fucking well poisoning. Poisoning the well comes from that as well. The idea that like Jews were actually responsible for the water supply being destroyed in the village that led to pogroms. Israel has literally poisoned wells. Okay? So what am I supposed to do? Not recognize what I'm seeing? It's fucking unbelievable. This is not like the moment they prefer filling it with cement now. Yes, it's not. I mean, I'm using embellished language in this circumstance. But like, yes, they're destroying water wells, right? Like with regular frequency. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous to be like, hey, I just watched Israel strike the last remaining water salination plant in Palestine, in Gaza. But I probably shouldn't bring this up because people are going to say I'm anti-Semitic and they're going to accuse me of blaming Jews for poisoning the well here. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. And no one else is going to do that either, especially because I am aware of classic anti-Semitic tropes. Most people are not. Like, it's not even a thing that they're considering. The average person doesn't go, oh no, I probably shouldn't say this. At most, the average person has, ironically, somewhat of a little bit of a anti-Semitic belief that like you just can't say anything about the Jews, right? Like that's their modus operandi. Normal people in polite company will openly just be like, you can say whatever the fuck you want, just don't say anything about Jewish people because you'll lose your job. That is the attitude, right? And that attitude is there's plenty of evidence to suggest that attitude is somewhat correct. But that doesn't mean that they don't think these things. And if you lean into it over and over again, they're going to think those things not just privately, but publicly too, and loudly sometimes. And for the record, if I believe those things, I wouldn't say what I'm saying. Okay? Like, I don't think that's I don't think that's the adequate way of looking at this, right? I think you should always just say the truth. Always. But what a lot of people have had, like a lot of the opinions that people have had for a very long time is this notion that, and this is from what they've observed, you are privileged enough to be able to live like that. Yes, buddy, I'm at the fucking peak of privilege. Yes, I am. You're not wrong. But also at the same time, look around, okay? Look at what I've been dealing with for the past 3 fucking months. I wouldn't say it's a very privileged position, okay? Holy shit. I don't know if you know this, but there's a current bill in Congress, okay, that has my name on it. It's bipartisan. To say that I'm like unbelievably privileged and therefore suffer no consequences for saying the truth is a little ridiculous, don't you think? Also, everyone on the timeline is anti-Semitic now. I don't think that stigma is as brutal as it used to be. There's still institutional stigma. A big part of the polite company social stigma has gone away because Israel hit that button too much. Defenders of Israel kept spamming it for the last 3 years as Israel carried out a live stream child holocaust in front of our fucking eyes. And then anytime someone had a negative opinion about that, they kept hitting that button over and over again. Anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. And of course, after the 10 millionth fucking time that they tried to spam that button, people started going, all right, fuck off. You say that about everybody. I don't believe you anymore. Well, what the fuck is this shit? Shut up. My new photo on Wikipedia. Here it is. Yes, I see it. Thank you. Where's my fucking controversial? Where's my controversies? Oh, there it is. Gaza war. Oh, yeah. Have you guys noticed something, by the way? I used to pack these up. Look at the year that this stopped. It's been 3 years. It's curious. I wonder what happened. 0 awards. I guess I fucking fell off. I mean, I don't give a shit, but it's just interesting. Nominations and victories galore. And then done. I guess it's because I stopped gaming. Yeah, why didn't they give me the Trinity Award? I did win one, but it was Irish, so I guess it doesn't count. Check what categories you're in the bottom. Where? What do you mean? Where are the categories? 1991 births, living people, American activists of Asian descent, American activists for Palestinian solidarity, American anti-capitalists, American anti-Zionists, American left wing, male feminists, American Marxists, American people of Turkish descent, political commentators, American Twitch streamers, California socialists, critics of conspiracy theories, HuffPost writers and columnists, news YouTubers, people associated with the 2025 New York City mayoral election, people from New Brunswick, New Jersey, people of the Gaza war, Rutgers University, streamer awards winners, streaming awards winners, Young Turks people, University of Miami alum, YouTubers from California, YouTubers from New Jersey. Okay, that's fair. By the way, dude, the Core Boys got a new pad for the Core Crib. It looks lit as fuck. Yeah, why am I one of the categories that I'm not associated with is sex symbol? Okay. Sexy hunk of man category. I'm in the living people. What the fuck does that even mean? That's a thing? They have a living people category? Okay. That seems strange. Let's keep going.
That it opens the door to this idea that has been debunked and has been used in, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate.
What the fuck is that?
Quite sure.
Oh, God, I was so mad. I went on a tangent about this.
Debunked and has been used in, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
I'm not quite sure what that means. Let me tell you my concerns. My main concern is the destruction of the United States. And that is in no way to minimize anyone else's concerns, but I have a right to that concern. And I will not have my own concerns hijacked. I will not submit to being told what my concerns should be. I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. I have a right to come up with my own hierarchy of concern. And at the very top is the destruction of my country, which I've lived in for 56 years. And I know that it's not better than it was, and it's not getting better than it was. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is this war, but there are many others. And so people say, well, I'm really concerned. Well, I'm really concerned too. I'm really concerned that the Prime Minister of Israel and his many cheerleaders in American media, including at the New York Times, if I can say, pushed the U.S. government into a war that hurts the United States. That's my concern. And I would say that's at least co-equal with anyone else's concerns. So that's the first thing I would say. Second, as the elders of Zion or whatever, I don't know what that is. I've heard references to it. It's like a czarist forgery or something. Look,
I guess I'm just wondering what the line is for you.
The line for me is the truth. What is actually happening?
Between criticism. I mean, this is, by the way, a very difficult line. I am in no means purporting to understand necessarily where it is. I'm curious for you where the line is between criticism of the state of Israel and how that could be perceived as feeding into anti-Semitism.
Well, it breaks my heart that it is perceived that way, and that's the product. That perception is the product of a decades-long effort to conflate anti-Semitism with any criticism of the secular government of Israel. Okay, so the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism lists 11 examples of anti-Semitism, and that's been adopted globally. 40 different governments have adopted it as their standard of what anti-Semitism is, and 2/3 of the examples are criticism of Israel. So, I don't get to write these standards. I also don't have to abide by them. And I reject.
Bro, I swear they're fucking way harsher with me than they are with Tucker, by the way. Like these are just softballs that are such easy dunks under the veneer of charitability from the New York Times. You keep navel gazing over where the line stands, Lulu, while Palestinians are starved and bombed. Yeah. It's just, I've never got, like, Dude, when people talk, even when it's like a fucking friendly conversation that I'm having with like a non-contentious reporter, even if it's a fucking puff piece that they're writing on me, I have to address way more cynical smears than Tucker Carlson is addressing here. Now, part of that is because Tucker is a much more experienced media demon than myself. He's been doing this for almost as long as I've been alive, let's be real. And therefore, he's shaped his commentary in a way to never step on any landmines. But also because Tucker Carlson's worldview is different than mine, where he is an America first, American exceptionalist, right? I don't treat America as an exceptional country. I want America to potentially be an exceptional country one day, but it's truly not an exceptional country currently. And how do I make this about me? I'm a prominent critic of Israel that's been named in a bill by a bipartisan bill by Congress this past week. I'm comparing mainstream media outlets in the way that they are treating another prominent critic of Israel versus myself, and wondering what the distinguishing factor is in the way that I get treated and sometimes attacked as opposed to Tucker Carlson. I think it's a pretty interesting thought experiment, right? Anyway, the second point that I was trying to make at the Hasanabi broadcast, which is, the broadcast that I named after my own name. Anyway, you might be thinking you're in a different chat or something. But yeah, the second reason is because he's an American exceptionalist, and therefore his perspective is, even if it's his perspective on Israel is not within the confines of permissible speech in American mainstream discourse, he's a lot closer to the edges of permissible speech than I am, especially because I will often go so far as to explain the ways in which the resistance front is formed against Israel and against America at times, right? So that really pushes a boundary that I think many Americans are not very comfortable with, and certainly mainstream media is not very comfortable with. And last but not least, I'm Muslim and Tucker Carlson is a WASP. So I think that's what it is. The worst aspect out of these three, because there are others who do the first two and don't get the same treatment. So I'm inclined to believe that it might have something to do with my background. So yeah.
As ludicrous, out of hand, the idea that the criticism of a secular government is the same as criticism of an entire ethnic group, many of whom do not support that secular government, many of whom reject that secular government, and a lot of those I know personally. So you're just not going to get me on board with the lie that criticism of Netanyahu is hatred of all Jews, because it's not. And I don't care how many times someone repeats that to me. I don't care. And by the way, I've lost friends over this, and I do grieve that. People who are totally convinced that criticism... Is it just
Bibi that you're against, or if there was a different government in Israel, it would be okay?
I'm against anything that hurts my country. Why wouldn't I be? I live here.
No, but I'm just curious, like if there's elections coming up and if Bibi gets kicked out, are you...
I took my family on vacation there.
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not against...
Yeah, this is y'all's hero. Anti-Zionist in the chat. Y'all's hero is Tucker Carlson. Mr. He's a better critic of Israel than you.
Israel, I never have been against. By the way, you can check the record. Before maybe 2.5 years ago, I don't think I ever... Well, I certainly never criticized Israel, but I rarely even mentioned Israel. I could give you a long list of the things that I love about Israel, particularly about Jerusalem, which is one of my favorite cities. Jerusalem and Beirut, greatest cities in the world. It kills me to see them at the center of all of this. I think the second that we ban criticism of a foreign country, well, of course, we're not free at that point. We're slaves of that other country. Whatever you can't criticize is the force in charge. I don't think it's, by the way, good for global Jewry to have any of this at all. If you tell 350 million Americans that it's against the law, and it's very close to against the law at this point, it's against the law to criticize Israel, how does that help the perception? Does that feed anti-Semitism? I think it does. Not as my job to monitor or regulate this stuff, but I mean, just common sense would tell you that's not good. If you want to make the case on behalf of anything, any idea, including ones I disagree with, make your case. Tell me why it's a good idea. And we're falling out of that habit and instead trying to hurt people who disagree with us. And I just will always reject that. I guess I'm the liberal.
I would say it's not exactly against the law, but I understand you're
someone
referring to
someone was just arrested. Because look, the
specific things that
the second you say that
place.
Criticism is the same as a threat, or words are violence, then of course it's very easy to arrest people, as they are arrested in Great Britain. They've had hundreds of people arrested in Great Britain for criticizing Israel. I don't know why any liberal-minded, and I'm in that group, liberal-minded, you have a right to your views, I have a right to mine. I don't know why any liberal-minded person will go along with this and not say, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, this is totally bonkers, and this is the road to totalitarianism. And I would say that about any topic.
I'm going to move on, because we've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives over Israel.
I mean, he just fucking owned that. That was like 15 minutes of just boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. He cooked. And once again, the reason why he cooked in this otherwise polite conversation is because her framework is just busted. Her framework is, her starting point is objectionable. An expert here would at least keep the conversation on Tucker's past statements, okay, and keep holding him to account for his dangerous conspiratorial thinking, his advocacy around the Great Replacement, things of that nature. But they want to prove a point. They want to, in the New York Times, they want to have a conversation with Tucker, and they want to have it on Israel. And if you have a conversation with Tucker on Israel, it's only going to benefit Tucker Carlson, especially if you're not coming correct with quotes that he has that you could at least massage to come across as anti-Semitic. It's going to be very difficult for you to do that, because Tucker Carlson, unlike myself, will not go beyond a certain point in his anti-Israel advocacy, right? Because he doesn't believe in certain things. He's not an anti-Zionist, for example. I am. And I don't shy away from revealing that position. So that's precisely the reason why it's much more difficult for the New York Times to just like maintain a liberal Zionist position and try to like attack him on possible instances where what if what you're saying could be seen as anti-Semitic. They always hit him over the least objectionable things he said. If you're trying to accuse him of anti-Semitism, hit him on the Great Replacement, his World War II revisionism, his comment about how hummus eaters killed Charlie Kirk and Jesus. There's a lot there. But no, we got to do the greatest hits instead. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, though, because they hit me with fucking bullshit all the goddamn time that at least, like, on its face sounds bad. It's nowhere near as, like, anti-Semitic as, half the shit Tucker Carlson has done. And that's what's so fucking frustrating about this conversation. Do you see what I mean? With me, it's the motherfucking clip show. It's the fucking clip show. Why? Because the ADL is up my asshole, and they've created the clip show. With him, it's like, well, don't you feel like you would hurt Jewish feelings if you criticized Israel? Like, what a ridiculous question. First of all, how dare you? Okay? How dare you say Jewish feelings are going to be hurt if someone has a disagreement with Israel's unlimited child murder policy? Okay? That's an insane thing to do for American Jews. You're just throwing them under the bus, okay? By being like, don't you feel like all Jews love Israel, Tucker? And they love the baby murder campaign? You sound like a hater at this point. I'm just saying, Tucker Carlson has said a lot of heinous shit. He is a white nationalist. Maybe some of you guys don't mind that. I do.
You've talked
Fissures,
about,
it's sort of blown up.
Yeah. And I want to dig into that because earlier this year you told Megyn Kelly that there is, quote, a huge scramble. And you said, I'm in the middle of it to define what the Republican Party is after Trump.
Yep.
So boil down the scramble for me. Are there two sides?
Well, I lost that scramble.
Yeah. I mean, is it driven by ideas, personalities? I mean, something else like what do you see happening?
Look, I mean, there have been disagreements over foreign policy within the Republican Party for
it's just crazy to have
really
the most prominent defender of the Great Replacement theory sitting across from you.
There was no disagreement at all. It was a neoconservative party completely. I was part of that for sure, and unthinkingly and then unwillingly, but whatever. But since 2015, there's been this kind of debate like, well, what is the appropriate use of American power? And what is our relationship with Israel? And those have been sort of sotto voce debates. But it's only with this full regime change effort against Iran that they've become untenable. Like you can't. I mean, my own view is I'm always happy to eat with and talk with people I disagree with. I guess I'm the liberal here, but there is a strong sense among the neocons who've completely taken over the Republican Party that anyone who disagrees cannot be allowed, like literally in the White House. Okay, I don't make these rules. I feel sad about it for a bunch of reasons. I would say as a political matter, the constituency for that is very small. There aren't, 150 million people in America who are really excited about the Iran war or who are ever going to be excited about that. So you're dooming your party to irrelevance when you do that. I don't know why they would want to. They hate Trump. The neocons hate Trump, have always hated Trump. I had a first row seat to this. And now they've destroyed him. And I told him that. I said, these are people who hated you from day one. They couldn't control you. They hated you for that reason. What you said about the Iraq war inflamed them. It humiliated them. And they want to destroy you. And this war will destroy you. I said that point blank right to him. And it's true. And it's, I think, proven true now.
And what do you mean about you being in the middle of it and losing the scramble?
Well, because Charlie Kirk and I think we're the only people, I'm confident in saying we're the only people in June of 2025 to say to the president, this is a very bad idea. The people pushing this are trying to get you involved in a regime change war. You've campaigned against that. Don't do this. And then on September 10th, Charlie was murdered by a lone gunman. So by the time this latest round happened in January and February, I think I was the only person who said that to Trump for a bunch of reasons. So now it's, we know who won.
Really convenient for the other guy who agrees with you to be dead so you can pretend. No, Charlie Kirk has openly said things. Charlie Kirk has openly and aggressively demanded that Trump not go to war, not listen to the neocons, and not go to war with Iran. This is true. The difference, of course, is that if Charlie Kirk was alive right now, the prophet Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him, if he was alive right now, he'd be defending it because he was Trump's guy. That's it. What he said or what his true opinions are totally secondary. His primary objective was to unconditionally and uncompromisingly defend Donald Trump. That's it. He has done this. He has demonstrated the Epstein stuff. Oh my God. It's like you guys don't know. It's almost like you haven't read the fucking hadiths.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
Like, that's just how it is. That's how he was. That's why I don't believe the whole he was going to turn on Israel shit.
By the effects. So this was, from my perspective, was a debate between people who thought it was wise to use American power in the way we're now using it and those who thought it was dangerous. And Trump did it. So obviously he rejected my view.
I want to stay, though, with how some of this is playing out, because as you mentioned, you were very close to Charlie Kirk before he was killed. And he started Turning Point USA, which is this very influential group among young people on the right. And you're now seeing some on the right who are questioning whether Israel had a hand in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I should say the theories that Israel was linked to Charlie's death were denied by Israel. There's been no proof of that at all. And crucially, this theory has been condemned by Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow. Do you still have a relationship with Turning Point USA?
Well, I have always loved Erica Kirk. And I met her when she was dating Charlie and thought so much of her. I know a lot of people at Turning Point. I was the headliner for a bunch of different Turning Point events. I haven't been asked to do it this year. Don't know if I will be. Never said a word against Turning Point. I think it's been a really, well, I was their headliner for a bunch of years, so obviously I supported it. I would hate to see it hijacked by its donors to become an oracle of neoconservatism.
Dude, Trump is a fucking neocon. What is this? Oh, God, I hate neoconservatism. He was a he probably still is a neocon. Like, sure, the Iran stuff is a bridge too far. Maybe Israel got out of hand, okay? You've rebranded yourself. But, like, everything is neocon. Everything computer, everybody transgender, Republican Party neocon. That's what it is. Like, the ultimate purpose of neocons was to do what Trump is doing right now. Okay. I can't believe how hard Tucker's clapping and smiling for Trump after kidnapping Maduro at this White House meeting with oil executives about how they're going to pillage Venezuela. Yeah. No one gives a shit, though. They just like Tucker Carlson at this point. He was able to sneak himself in to a position of great prominence and legitimacy in the anti-Israel movement. And so you can't get people to literally look at him funny. It's crazy. Now, his name is Fucker Carlson. Yeah, this is Fucker Carlson. This is his brother, Buckley Swanson. Ugh.
I think it'd be pretty hard to do because its members are not for that. Young people are not for that. People of draft age are especially not for that.
I mean, when was the last time you spoke to Erica Kirk?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
By text. So my concern, and this is not about Erica Kirk or...
Do you think he repeatedly called himself a liberal in this interview to get some blue points? No, he is a liberal. He's right. Tucker Carlson and like the overwhelming majority of modern Republicans are also liberals, as like in the political theory. In the American sensibility, liberal just means like the gay version of what the political theory of liberal is. So he is a liberal. Of course, Reagan was a liberal. That's what liberalism is. They are all liberals. Americans are primarily liberals. Okay. Yeah. In the political science sense, the people that we refer to as liberals are just like a little bit gayer than the other version, which is anti-gay, but still very liberal. Okay. They're capitalists. They're pro-capitalist. Yeah. Liberalism equals market primacy is a great way to put it. Now, I think the changes that are being made currently, there are some people who are post-liberal. I think we're moving in that direction in the Republican Party. They're not fully there yet. They haven't self-identified as something different. They're not like openly fascist. Their actions are openly fascist, but they don't self-identify as fascist. But at least they still posture as liberal. Maybe J.D. Vance, being the fucking nerd that he is, might have a different association. He might be the type of motherfucker who says, I'm post-liberal, you know? Bussin will call himself a liberal, even though he is a fascist. But these guys' foundation is still very much so liberalism.
Andrew Colvett or any of those people with whom I've never had a crossword and hope never to have a crossword. But my concern more broadly is about the investigation into Charlie's murder, which was short-circuited by the FBI. And I'd like to know why. And I don't care to be screamed at for asking that question. It's a legitimate question, and we know that. Well, I know that for a bunch of reasons. But the public knows it because Joe Kent said it out loud and explained it. He's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. He's an ODNI. And he was told by the FBI that he could not investigate it. And as a friend of Charlie's, I'm not going to be intimidated into saying the following, which is,
Bro's
on what
on his
grounds
phone,
would you
though?
do that? I'm not saying...
Who, Tucker Carlson? Or are you talking about me? Does it look like I'm on my phone? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you mean he's on his phone like Tucker is? He's just looking at his phone on the table?
guy who's been arrested didn't pull the trigger. I'm not, there's been no trial.
He was obviously handed over by his father.
Do we know that? I don't know what I know because there hasn't been a trial yet. And again, it's like so many things. And it's not just Israel. It's not just Charlie Kirk. It's the existence of NATO or the way the economy is structured. Why is capital taxed at half the rate of labor? Like, that's a question that bothers me. In every case, shut up. Socialist, racist, conspiracy theorist. It's like, I'm just too old for that. Why don't you answer the question? That's my job.
Do you think Turning Point's influence has...
I hate when he emotes. I find that to be so terrible, honestly. It's just terrible.
waned since Charlie's death?
I haven't the faintest idea. I do think that, I agree with most Americans when I say I think this war is a disaster. It's impossible to see how it helps the United States. And, I would like to see all self-described conservative groups pressure the president, as Charlie did, to minimize the damage. And then I hope Turning Point is working on that. I don't know the answer, but I certainly hope they are. So they should. I can't say confidently Charlie would be working to do that.
Obviously, Turning Point is just one organization trying to reach youth on the right, but you also have Nick Fuentes, the far-right white nationalist influencer who's called Hitler effing cool, who also has a huge following among young right-leaning men. How do you see Fuentes in terms of the future of the right?
You know, it's so hard to know. I'll tell you my instinct on it. Most of the debates about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. I think the main frustration among young people is not just that the composition of the country is changing too fast, which it definitely is, but the lack of economic opportunity for American young people who are totally screwed at like a more profound level than people acknowledge. Older people do not acknowledge that. I had dinner the other night with a bunch of kids from Stanford, really smart. They're at Stanford. And one of them said, oh yeah, his best friend just graduated with a degree in computer science last year, has not been able to find a job. Stanford computer science can't find a job. So that's like a window into the total destruction of the economic opportunity for young people, and the what looks to me as a non-economist like the true horror.
Here comes white replacement theories and the like. It's a Trojan horse. He'll do it with like left populism.
Hoarding of capital by a tiny group of people. It looks like a very lopsided and unfair economic system that is guaranteed to radicalize young people, and not just young people, but especially young people. And so I think most future conversations politically will be about economics. I do think that. I think we're at sort of the last stage. This is the last time the U.S. has ever been.
So you see that, what I'm trying to understand is you see that as Fuentes' power waning?
For sure. Well, I don't know Fuentes in particular. I mean, wasn't even aware of Fuentes. I mean, again, I'm just in a different world, right? Okay. So I read the New York Times or whatever. Like, I'm just older, okay? So I'm not an expert on Fuentes' reach or even what he's saying day to day. I really don't know. But he has been caricatured as a race guy, which he may be, by the way. It was like mad about the Jews or black.
I mean, he interviewed him, so, and I do feel like, he definitely knows a little bit, but even then he's actually kind of defending him a little bit, which is interesting.
Or whatever. But I'm just telling you, I think the future, the energy, not just on the right, but I think right and left agree on this under 30, is that young people have been shafted by older people, particularly by the baby boomers, people born between 46 and 64. And I think they're right about that. I do think that's like the most selfish generation, most loathsome, mediocre generation in this country ever produced. Not all of them, but in general, I would say their behavior has been shameful and selfish. And I hear young people talk not about, I'm mad at the Jews. I hear young people say things like, only baby boomers would like have a second home in Isle of Palms, South Carolina, but like not help their kids buy homes. That's what I hear. I hear people who understand that their lives will bear no resemblance to the lives of their parents and grandparents, and they're really upset about it. Meanwhile, there are all these people making billions on clearly fraudulent enterprises, crypto-related enterprises and other enterprises that are like not adding to the sum total of prosperity in this country and not making the country better. So that's where I think the radicalism is going to start. And the murder of that healthcare executive in New York, the health insurer guy, I'm against all murder, just to be totally clear. But I was surprised but not really shocked by the reaction, the positive.
Oh my God, he's literally saying, oh my God. Okay, it's fucking hard for me to not be a little disturbed by this, because he is saying literally every bar for bar, verbatim, the shit I've said. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Reaction, all these kind of normal looking people on the internet are like, I'm glad they killed him. They don't even know his name. However, that reflects this revolutionary frustration. And I do think it's revolutionary. I think one of the reasons that Trump is apparently going to make weed legal is just so we can lower testosterone levels even more. Just make people more passive. Have some more benzos. Like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Because it's...
And then he just flips it back to social conservatism and a prohibitionist attitude. Incredible. I guess that's a way to redirect it, Oh, I can't. Look, I'm tired. I know half day Hossie. I know I've a Sunday? Yeah, if you got the Sunday scaries, let me make it scarier for you. Dude, what's up with my haters, dude? This is literally, like, this is when random YouTube slop tubers would say, Hassan has like blackmail on the Twitch CEO or something. And then they're doing, Josh Gottheimer is a literal congressional representative in the Democratic Party in New Jersey. Okay. And he's saying, wow. Josh Gottheimer, unbelievable. Golden Kappa train incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the #1 radicalizing function in independent media. Support independent media, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs. The Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. There's a Golden Kappa train happening right now. You can also gift a sub to many others, or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, or for $6 a month with a regular subscription. A subscription will allow you to send me links with no guarantees that I will click on them, or it will give you the happiness that you know that you are subscribing to independent media. Democrats privately disgusted by Hassan Piker but are afraid to publicly criticize him House Dem claims. Dude, that's so funny. They're privately disgusted. Let me tell you what they're privately saying, okay? I can tell you what they're privately saying. They're privately saying, thank God there's someone out there who's saying the things that some of us are maybe a little afraid to say. Or at least that's the attitude I got from the many people I spoke to that weren't all like superstar celebrities or anything. They're just like regular folks as well. I had $10 in my bank and resub, never say I don't love you. Dude, that's crazy. You shouldn't do that if you have $10 remaining. Shani DeVito, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ian Tattoos, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. God damn. He's here. Missed you. I can't face a Monday without you on a Sunday. Yeah, if you got the Sunday scaries, let me make it scarier for you. Dude, what's up with my haters, dude? This is literally, like, this is when random YouTube slop tubers would say, Hassan has like blackmail on the Twitch CEO or something. And then they're doing, Josh Gottheimer is a literal congressional representative in the Democratic Party in New Jersey. Okay. And he's saying that like Democrats are terrified of me, but they can't say it out loud, but they all they're disgusted by me. What the? I know it's Mother's Day, but you didn't have to go live for me. Yes, I went live for all the mothers on this beautiful day, on this glorious day. What an insane thing. I mean, look, I'm honored. I'm honored to be just even mentioned, really. I think you are, perhaps you are creating an environment of fear for yourself. Not to lower the temperature here, but, Gottheimer, Israel first, Dem claims Dems are scared of me, but can't say it publicly. In the New York Times, Sunday Fun Day, Mom's Day, get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hassanabi. Cogman 10. God damn, thank you for the 25 get the subs. And Extra Rice, thank you for the 5 give the subs. Stop lying about Fun Day. I think they're getting desperate and don't want you to collab with politicians. Yeah, I find it really funny. I don't know why they think I got this level of emotion. Some of the top comments I get when I go out in public is from people who are, famous, ordinary folks alike, is always like, thank you for putting on the good fight. The Democrats are literally not doing what needs to be done. I mean, this was like the comments in general, people checking in, being like, I hope you're okay. I know it's like hectic. I know it's crazy. But then outside of that, the question I keep getting is like, are you running? Are you going to run? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not interested in running for office. I'm not interested in running for office at all in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why the media is presenting it as though I am for some weird reason, but I'm not. Anyway, that's your sign to run. We don't care if you want to. No, that's not my sign to run. It's not going to happen. Okay. But oh God, this thing is so annoying. You are more interested to run than to game. Okay, fair. But that doesn't mean that I'm interested in running. That just means that I'm never gaming. I'm not interested in gaming. That's all that means. I need you to understand. They're calling you president of the blast off. I already blasted off with that. Okay, I already did. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let the people know we're live. We're freaking alive. Why should I believe what a politician says? Yeah, I'm not a politician, so I agree. Chatters, politicians get their lives destroyed? No, that's not the fear. My life has already been severely under attack. My argument is about how much time. My argument is this. Yeah. It always revolves around how much time and how much effort I can place. In order to min-max, I find it I find it much focus on what I'm doing so far and lend a hand to candidacies that I think are good, rather than spend all this time and energy and effort on, like, you know, running in one singular race and not even guaranteeing a victory, you know? It's just like, it's crazy that people think that, you know, I have any investment in running in general. I'm a mouthpiece, you know? I do agitated propaganda. This is my role. I feel like it's much better for me to try to lend support to organizations that are doing good work, and to people who are running that deserve that support. Yeah, Trump going back to Biden. Netanyahu just left abruptly a meeting with Trump. Of course, the anti-camper, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Ducky, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Sig Fenmel, thank you for the 10 gifted. Then you'd actually have that terrible job. How are you going to shoot the Fear Am podcast from Washington? You are disappointing Varoufakis. Yeah, I know. All right, we're going to get to situation monitoring, but first let's monitor the situation here in the United States of America, obviously, which Josh Gottheimer, congressperson from the state of New Jersey, the state that some people attribute to my place of birth for some weird reason. I don't know this state at all. Okay, weird, but whatever. Has written a piece in the New York Times titled, "I'm a guest essay in the New York Times on this beautiful Sunday. I'm a Democrat. My party has a double standard on anti-Semitism." This I just got on. I was doing the podcast, so I didn't even know that this existed. Have you been asked for responses? No, of course not. And the New York Times is not even letting me write a fucking op-ed on all this slander and smears that I keep getting, that I've been inundated with. You know, you can write the same article about Islamophobia, Arab hate. I don't get the point of this. I mean, it's not even a double standard. It's a single standard on Islamophobia. Everyone does it. Everyone thinks it's awesome. Okay, that's it. All right, let's take a look at what the fuck he has written. I'm a Democrat. My party has a double standard on anti-Semitism by Josh Gottheimer, New Jersey's 5th Congressional District. In 2017, Democratic leaders denounced the white supremacist march in Charlottesville chanting, "Jews will not replace us." In 2022, Democrats took Donald Trump to task for having dinner with Nick Fuentes, an anti-Semite and a white supremacist. Across the Democratic Party's ideological spectrum, right-wing hate is consistently condemned. But today, too many Democrats are noticeably and shamefully silent when anti-Semitism comes from the far left. At a moment when the Anti-Defamation League is reporting a surge of anti-Semitic incidents in the past 3 years, is a glaring double standard. Considering the response to, really the embrace of, Hassan Piker, a prominent left-wing commentator with millions of online followers, he referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred and said America deserved 9/11. Both statements he half-heartedly walked back. Said that Hamas, a designated terrorist organization that has killed Americans and taken America's hostages, is 1,000 times better than Israel. Israel has killed more Americans. Israel has literally killed more Americans. What the fuck are you talking about, dumbass? Like, that's kind of the point. Anyway, that is the point. That's exactly the point. Then Israel, America's ally, which he called a fascist settler colonial apartheid state, a statement that he stands by. Yes, of course I stand by saying Israel, America's ally, is a fascist settler colonial apartheid state, because it's fucking true. Tackle the argument instead of just like leaning into, tackle the argument and try to address it instead of leaning into, I can't believe he's saying this. Can you guys believe he's saying these truthful things that I cannot actually address? Yeah, it's true, bitch. Say something about it. A statement he stands by. None of this should be waved away as mere edgy commentary. Yeah, some of it is edgy commentary. Some of it is just objective truths, okay, that are maybe too hard for you to hear. Like the fact that Israel is a settler colonial apartheid state. That is literally just the truth. And it's not just my assessment. It's not only the assessment of Desmond Tutu and numerous other very important figures throughout history, but it's also the assessment currently of B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights organization, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the United fucking Nations, dumbass, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice. What are you talking about? Sadly, we've seen prominent Democrats appear on a show and even campaign with him, granting his views legitimacy. I've spoken to congressional colleagues who have privately told me that many things Piker said are disgusting, yet they'll say nothing about it in public, even as they rightly rush to condemn President Trump for his unending barrage of offensive comments and social media posts. I understand that speaking up isn't easy. If you do, there are many on the left who will heckle you in public and troll you online. But whether we're elected officials, candidates, organizers, or activists, we should remember that our constituents don't expect us to take the easy path. It takes far more courage to stand up to those who have long claimed to be in your corner than oppose your political opponents. Here's the problem, buddy. Okay? This is a 90-10 issue in the fucking party. It's a 90-10 issue in the fucking party. It was a major issue that caused the Democrats to lose to an incompetent, tyrannical fascist like Donald Trump, who is doing the bidding of Israel. So I guess you're not as frustrated with Donald Trump as many of your constituents are. Okay? So yes, it's not people being afraid of getting heckled. It's people being afraid of democracy, the democratic process, and facing their constituents. You might be so invested in the goals of the state of Israel, a foreign nation, that you don't care. You'll stick your neck out and act as though you were engaging in an act of fucking bravery. Okay. But the reality of the matter is your colleagues that are disgusted with my statements, that are too afraid to say anything about it, are actually not afraid because my fans are all over the country and they're going to fucking heckle politicians. It's that people, their constituents, are going to hear what they have to say about a prominent critic of Israel and go, wait a minute, I agree with this fucking prominent critic of Israel. Why are you attacking a prominent critic of Israel? I'm a critic of Israel myself, and I'm your fucking constituent. What they're afraid of is not sticking their neck out and doing the right thing. What they're afraid of is actually facing their constituents on an issue that they obviously do not align on. How silly. How unbelievably silly. It takes far more courage to stand up to those who have long claimed to be in your corner than to oppose your political opponents. That's what principled leadership is all about, but we're not always seeing it. Yeah, the Democrat politicians need to take a principled stance and say, fuck the voters, fuck this 90-10 issue. We are pro-Israel. That's great, man. That's what they should be doing. Josh Gottheimer, you are such a fucking unbearable loser. Oh my God. At their recent party convention, Michigan Democrats nominated a candidate to run for a seat in the University of Michigan's Board of Regents who shared a social media post praising the former leader of Hezbollah as a martyr, and another post that invoked, yeah, that guy's awesome, by the way. You want to know why he got fucking elected? Because as a lawyer, he stood against the previous fucking regent who not only was a freak, okay, it turns out in Slack messages we found out that he was writing horrible things about students and how quote unquote fuckable they are, okay? But also on top of that, he very famously prosecuted in a democratic state, he actively pushed to prosecute peaceful college campus protesters that were protesting against the apartheid that was at the time doing a genocide. That's the reason why that person is getting punished for two reasons, not just the Slack messages, but also because of the actions that he took in the interest of defending Israel's approval ratings in the United States of America by trying to push for criminal prosecution against peaceful protesters on an issue that is, once again, 90-10 in the Democratic base. You cannot call yourself a Democratic Party representative if you are this at odds with your own base. You might as well just fucking switch your party loyalty at that point. Last month, Senate Democrats voted two measures that would have blocked the sales of military equipment to Israel, with some arguing that among the reasons their votes was their assessment of Israel's human rights record. Is this turnabout a legitimate departure of decades of American foreign policy, or more likely, is it a politically convenient stance that coincides with a small but vocal and growing sentiment? It's not small. It's not small. This is not a small but vocal a growing constituency. It is the entirety of the constituency. These guys are so actively trying to deny abject reality that is in front of them. And the only way that they can get away with this is if they know the readership of the New York Times is also just as fucking oblivious, which I'm willing to bet, and we will look at the comments in a second, they are probably flaming his ass, because even the liberal elite New York Times readership has had enough with Israel and has had enough with Israel first politics, which Josh Gottheimer is absolutely demonstrating. Let's look at the comments real quick. How many times do people have to say it? As many comments as done below. Criticism of the government of Israel is not the same thing as anti-Semitism. We hear this over and over. We should cut off military aid and weapons sales to Israel until Israel agrees to start removing settlers from the West Bank. Conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism is anti-Semitic to me, an American Jew. This allows people like the author, Israel's leaders, and many Republicans to use the term in history of the Holocaust as a shield for current-day atrocities. Hassan Piker is pointing out the truth, and sometimes he may say something insensitive, but I have no doubt he would actually fight for my rights and not use me as a prop. As many and others have said, criticizing the actions of the Israeli government is not akin to anti-Semitism. The decades of Israeli oppression of Arab and Palestinian people is well documented. I would cut off all arms sales and funding to Israel and to other nations that traffic in oppression. Hey, Josh, are you hearing? Are you hearing the constituents? No, of course not. You're such a fucking bitch. These guys have so much disdain for democracy. They have so much unbelievable disdain for democracy. Never did I ever think that we would be in a place where the American population, not just the American population, but New York Times subscribers would be taking the side of a fucking Twitch streamer when a Democratic congressperson went about their day and wrote a goddamn op-ed, okay? This is designed, the readership is supposed to be designed in a way where, like, they will literally take Josh Gottheimer's position over the position of a random fucking Twitch streamer that they could just easily discard. But they all understand exactly what's going on here. And this is precisely what I was talking about when I said, these guys are attacking me because they think they can discipline people who speak out against Israel. They think they can actually silence people who are saying, what the fuck are we doing? This is embarrassing. This is humiliating. Do something about this, Democrats. Fight back against this, Democrats. And yet, these guys still do it, not realizing that they're burning what remains of their their minor credibility on any issue whatsoever. They're burning away what remains of their social capital and their political power with the hopes that they can just discipline a fucking Twitch streamer. It's over. To the author of this piece, I say that my father got out of Germany in 1930 and always warned us that right-wing nativist authoritarians of any stripe are never good news for Jews. 100%. Every political party is anti-Semite, some hidden, some open. I don't particularly enjoy walking in No King's March next to a few people changing from the river to the sea, but I'm a lot more afraid of the white native. Like, this person still gets afraid when they hear from the river to the sea, but he's like, but I kind of get where they're coming from, as opposed to, like, the actual fucking danger. Like, this is the most charitable for Josh Gottheimer's perspective, right? And even then, they're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? When you lose a person like this who sincerely is afraid of from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free, who is understandably much more afraid of the true danger to Jews, which is the white nationalist anti-Semitism that is unbelievably normalized on the right, okay? And an allegiance, this unholy allegiance, this undying allegiance to the fucking nation state of Israel that is actively saying we're doing this for the Jews, making Jews' lives less safe, okay? What the fuck do you think? Where the fuck are we on this issue? Why are you still doing this? Knowing full well that it's not working, why are you burning your social capital? The limited amount of social capital that remains. Here are my brief comments. Anti-Semitism must always be addressed and confronted. Disagreement with Netanyahu and his government is not anti-Semitic. Tom Friedman in the New York Times is always right. Go read him. Ew. I'm an agnostic who's raised as a Reform Jew. I haven't been in a synagogue since I was 16, but I did go through 10 years of religious school. I'm very proud of my ethnic heritage. I identify as an ethnic Jew. I'm an unreconstructed new left hippie in politics. I'm hypersensitive to anti-Semitism. I'm also strongly opposed to the current politics in the Israeli government. The basic principle of all racism is the assumption that all members of a particular group are the same. When people equate the Israeli government with all Jews, they're following the basic principle of racist thinking. A significant portion of Israelis oppose what their government is doing. At lunchtime, some boys would roll pennies on the hall cafeteria, shout Jew, Jew. Anyone picked up? I learned the K word and Y word when I was a kid. I don't care what side of the aisle people's politics come from if they can't escape the idea that all group members are the same. Well, good thing I don't do that. Mr. Gottheimer got it fundamentally wrong. I'm not familiar with Hassan Piker, but agree or disagree with the examples cited. None of them are based on ethnicity. Criticizing behavior must always be allowed. Yeah, even Josh Gottheimer unironically does promotion for me in this situation. If you look at the fucking comments, they're like, I don't even know who this Hassan fellow is, but he's very clearly shitting on Israel, the Israeli government, and the actions of the state of Israel. And you're over here trying to conflate that to the American Jewry. That is unbelievably anti-Semitic. It makes Jews' lives less safe. Anyway, and then he literally, because he can't help himself, right? He's not just saying Hassan's words are mean. He has to tie this to a sequence of unbelievably popular bills like the Block the Bombs Act, and how to this like tiny group of people, and also subtly but not so subtly being anti-Semitic for doing so. If this is now the standard for supporting military aid and arms sales, then the Democratic members of Congress should at least be consistent. Do they believe we should block weapon sales to Saudi Arabia? Yes. You know who else did that, by the way? Bernard fucking Sanders, who also is Jewish, mind you. You know who was in support of that? Me at the time. I was screaming fucking bloody murder. Egypt and Turkey. Sure. Yes. Given their history of human rights abuse in other countries. Now, this, of course, ironically, is a false conflation between the Egyptian state and the Turkish state and Saudi Arabia, many of which have consistently engaged in atrocious behavior and even war crimes, sometimes against civilians. As a matter of fact, specifically, I'm talking about Turkey against the Kurds, for example, right? Having said that, none of them reach the standard of fucking what Israel has done to the Palestinians for 80 plus years. It's ridiculous. The closest analog to a man-made famine would be Saudi Arabia, which ironically enough was exactly what Bernie Sanders was trying to stop. So this whataboutism doesn't even fucking work. The Democratic condemnation piled on Israel's government is overwhelming in comparison to other allies. It's also louder than Democrats' condemnation of Iran's regime. Hey, guess what, dude? You know the actual condemnations here? Those who are critics of Israel. When Bernie Sanders comes out and says, we must stop weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, they're doing a famine in Yemen, there aren't 700 fucking articles from the Anti-Islamophobia League or whatever the fuck, right? Saying, wow, Bernie Sanders, Islamophobic much for trying to stop Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen. It's also louder than Democrats' condemnation of Iran's regime for the slaughter of thousands of Iranians. Oh my God. Buddy, do we fund the IRGC? What are you talking about? Do we fund the motherfucking IRGC? Like, are we funding the Islamic Republic in any way, shape, or form? There is no apt comparison here. There is no analog here because Israel is a unique country in its allegiance. It's unique in many other respects as well. It's a 21st century nation with, I'm sorry to say, 14th century principles, okay? Like, when it comes to siege warfare, when it comes to ethnic cleansing, that is one of the issues. It's using 24th century weapons, oftentimes with paid for with our tax dollars. Okay, it has a uniquely pervasive impact on American domestic politics and American foreign policy. There is no fucking comparison between Israel and any of our other allies. There is no world where someone. There's no world. Wait, hold on. Kopyachin! Okay, sorry. 24th century BC. Did I say 24th century? I said 21st century. Anyway, Israel has been decried by some leading Democrats as an apartheid state, but I haven't heard any of them claim apartheid when it comes to how women and LGBTQ are treated across the Middle East. Oh my God, this guy's running the maximum 2020, like 2021 route. Like, oh, well, excuse me, what about the apartheid for gays? Okay. It's so funny. Oh, you don't like Israel? Well, guess what? Israel's gay. Okay, well, they're doing a gay apartheid. They're doing apartheid, but also in a gay way. Who gives a fuck? Apartheid is still apartheid. Motherfucker hasn't updated the Hasbara talking points since like 2017. Who gives a shit, dude? Oh, I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Oh, so I guess the apartheid is fine then. Yeah. Oh, no, genocide is okay because gay people are doing the genocide? Who gives a fuck? What's wrong with you? Ironic because the opposition only now in Israel, only now is in favor of fucking openly allowing gay marriage to take place on Israeli soil. But that's besides the point. We're not even going to get into that. That doesn't even fucking matter. Even if they were literally, everyone was a homosexual in the Israeli government, that still wouldn't make the apartheid justifiable. And it still certainly wouldn't make genocide justifiable. Okay? One Democrat, a very likely presidential hopeful, recently argued that Israel can afford its own security and that Israelis don't need America's financial aid. Even this is, by the way, a very likely presidential hopeful is Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel's parents, or Rahm Emanuel's father was in the, if I'm not mistaken, the Irgun militia, okay? You're talking about a guy who literally did terrorism to build the Israeli state, and you're mad at fucking Rahm Emanuel. You've lost your damn mind, dude. If you're finding yourself at odds with Rahm Emanuel, claiming that he's too far out there with the way he's talking about Israel, you've lost the damn plot. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel's daddy was in a Jewish terrorist organization. Like, literally, what the fuck are we talking about? Anyway, what are we talking about, man? You're fucking psycho. Even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah. Yeah, America's fight against Hamas. Why is America fighting Hamas? What are you talking about? Why does Hamas exist? Same with Hezbollah. Why does Hezbollah exist? Oh, that's right. It's because Israel exists, okay? It's because Israel doesn't just exist as a normal country, but a country that actually dominates every other fucking neighboring country and constantly foments ethnic tension and is actively trying to occupy every other fucking country in the region and dominating the lives of the indigenous population of Palestinians, which of course invites militant resistance. America's fight against Hamas is so funny. Yeah, dude, we really need to fight Hamas. Wouldn't a logical extension of that point of view mean that we should also pull our military installations out of well-resourced allies like Germany, Japan, and Kuwait? Wait, what? I mean, I'm in favor of that, too. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Democrats have justly denounced the Trump administration for its broadsides, in some cases threats towards some of America's closest allies, but many increasingly accuse, don't threaten me with a good time, Josh. As a matter of fact, I'm fairly certain if you were to ask Americans, like, should we have 800 military bases all around the world, or should we have free healthcare? I don't think Americans would say, oh, no, let's continue the 800 military bases. They'd be like, no, let's have healthcare, please. Yeah, I hate all the Hamas I run into at the grocery store. Yeah, it's terrifying. Hamas everywhere. Thank God. But many increasingly accuse or join feverish denunciations of Israel, our longstanding democratic and strategic ally. When we're talking about which allies support, which communities we defend, our principles shouldn't shift. When Mr. Trump lashes out at Pope Leo in ways that millions of Catholics rightly, deeply find offensive, many of us look the other way. Are you comparing the president shitting on the fucking Pope to a Twitch streamer shitting on Israel? Like, worthy criticism that Israel absolutely deserves? Israel deserves far more than just my condemnations and criticisms, by the way. That's insane. You are an insane person, okay? You are out of your fucking mind, which is why they're cooking your ass in the comment section of the goddamn New York Times opinion editorial page, even though these are people that are supposed to be aligned with you. You're a fucking Democratic representative. Oh my God, behave. Have some fucking decency. God damn, you are such a servile little piggy for the state of Israel. Oh my God, you're oinking. You're fucking oinking. Ay, ay, ay. These are exactly the types of hit pieces that I personally love. Okay? Guys that are so horny to defend Israel that they can't even write like a comprehensive piece that makes it seem like I'm a bad guy. They just give the game away 3 paragraphs deep because they're so like primarily invested in defending little old Israel, my emotional support apartheid state. Why can't they have a little bit of genocide? That's it. That's the problem. They can't even stick to like basics to be like, Hassan is dangerous and scary. Even then, most people will be like, why am I supposed to care about this? You're a fucking congressperson. Fight against fascism that's happening in the country, please. You fucking idiot. That's what Hassan is trying to do. You should do that as well. But then when you do these kinds of idiotic comparisons between the president of the United States of America shitting on the Catholic Church, which is objectively insane, to a Twitch streamer with far less power, but also a Twitch streamer that is making the correct point about Israel that many Americans now actually agree with, you look like a fucking idiot. You look like a dumbass. This doesn't end up hurting me. This actually is promotion for me. This ends up hurting you. Okay? We're also in a very unique media environment where controversial statements don't really matter anymore. Donald Trump is the fucking president. You can't just be like, oh, this guy's controversial. Everyone should stay away. No, controversial about it. Let me take a look. Or they go, who gives a fuck that he's controversial? Trump is the fucking president.
I'm young. I'm hot.
Anyway, when Trump lashed out at Pope Leo, when a Republican congressman tries to dehumanize Muslims, we should all speak up. When Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson use hateful rhetoric, they should be rebuked. The same should go for Hassan Piker. Everyone has a right to express his or her views, however repugnant those views may be, but Democratic leaders have that same right and a duty to challenge them. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. I would love for any Democrat to challenge me on my views of Israel. I would love Josh Gottheimer to challenge me on my views of Israel. I will, anytime, any place, Josh, I'm here for you. Oh my fucking God, I'll fly out to wherever the fuck you are, and I will have a long, uninterrupted, 2-hour fucking debate with you on the issue of Israel. Oh my God. Oh, make my fucking day, you bitch. Okay? Make my goddamn day. Go ahead. Let's have a fucking conversation. You can rebuke me, not behind these fucking bullshit ass New York Times op-ed pieces where even the readership doesn't agree with you and dunk on you. But I would fucking love. Yes, I would not fly to Tel Aviv. I'm not trying to fucking die. Okay, I'm talking about American soil with an American congressperson that seemingly is more invested in defending Israel's feelings than doing right by their fucking constituents. This is at the heart of the problem with the Democrats. This is why we despise these sorts of Democrats. And this is precisely the reason why some of these Democrats are apparently disgusted. Yeah, they're disgusted with democracy. They're disgusted with you. They have tremendous disdain for theoretical democracy, for applying the principles of theoretical democracy to their job. They are elected representatives. They are supposed to represent us. They're not supposed to represent corporate interests. They're not supposed to represent foreign countries. They're supposed to represent Americans, okay? That's it. And they are fucking terrified of that prospect. And they're very worried that now there are people who are saying, what the fuck are you doing? Go fight against Donald Trump. Go fucking sever ties and hold this apartheid state accountable. Why the fuck are they? Why has Israel taken $300+ billion of American money to maintain an apartheid state, to dominate the lives of random fucking civilians, innocent civilians, thousands of miles away? And then on top of that, they demand more. And on top of that, if you call that relationship out, you get fucking endlessly criticized. You get called a goddamn anti-Semite over and over again. You are told to shut the fuck up. The demands are that you no longer have a way to generate income, that you should actually lose your platform. How about you lose your fucking platform, bitch? In a just world, you would literally be tried, okay? You would be tried for defending fascism like this. That is what would happen in a just world. Holy shit. Inshallah, one day. Maybe. There should be one response to those who express hatred towards any American condemnation. Hate is hate. It doesn't get a pass because it comes from your side of the aisle. 62 comments. Everyone's cooking his ass. Oh, no one. This whataboutism gets tiresome. You can't criticize it unless you also condemn every other bad actor on earth. So let's take it on its own terms. We're not generic moral spectators rating every country on a human rights scorecard. Israel's in a different category. We don't just sell them weapons, we fund them. Israel's the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. military aid since World War II, backed by a standing memorandum of understanding, supplemental appropriations, and diplomatic cover at the UN. Oh my God, that no other country, including Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, receives. Criticism scales with complicity, and our complicity here is uniquely deep. You can object to arms sales to Riyadh and still recognize that the U.S.-Israel relationship is something much deeper. The war in Gaza has gone well beyond any reasonable military objective, as evidenced by Lloyd Austin's own early criticism of Israel's tactics, and into what looks to many observers like ethnic cleansing. Americans across the political spectrum are sickened by it and refuse to be complicit on principle. Change is coming precisely because no change is happening in the Israeli-led conduct of this and other conflicts. Framing senators' votes as a cynical concession to a vocal segment dismisses the substance of what they're actually responding to. And let's be clear, this isn't anti-Semitism, it's opposition to Israeli war policy. Those two aren't the same, and conflating them is deflection. Oh my God. I'd like to point out that a rhetorical trick that, as both a Jewish person and someone who engages in debates on this topic quite frequently, I find quite frustrating. Mr. Gottheimer frames this as a discussion of anti-Semitism, and then mostly talks about criticism of Israel. This frames them as the same thing without having to say it explicitly, when in reality they are not. Doing so, in my opinion, gives cover for real and more overt anti-Semitism to flourish, because it cheapens the definition of anti-Semitism as simply criticism of Israel and not hate of and prejudice towards Jewish people. This is why I have maintained a principled stance, regardless of how much people to my left sometimes, and certainly everyone to my right, who are anti-Israel, yell at me, where they say, whoa, why do so many Jews love Israel? Why don't you just say it out loud? Why don't you say it out loud? Because fundamentally, it's not true, okay? Fundamentally, it's not true. American Jews are American, okay? They're American. They live here. Some of them might be unbelievably sympathetic to the goals of the nation state of Israel, like Josh Gottheimer is, okay? But that's a separate thing. And perhaps there's even a financial imperative for Josh to maintain this level of loyalty to the nation state of Israel and become this much of a willing servant of the state of Israel. Do you understand? It's not only unproductive, but also objectively untrue. People's positions can change. And also, no group of people are a fucking monolith, okay? American Jews are certainly not a monolith. if they had a monolithic understanding of Israel, then pro-Israeli organizations wouldn't spend billions of fucking dollars on U.S. soil trying to literally brainwash young American Jews from early on to maintain loyalty to the state of Israel, which still ends up failing. If you look at the goddamn polling on this, it clearly doesn't even fucking work. There is a generational divide amongst American Jews that are under the age of 50 versus American Jews that are over the age of 50 as well. Okay? At this point, New York Times needs to let you do an op-ed. New York Times has a policy of not letting anyone write an op-ed that's against another person that has written an op-ed. Like, I can't directly call out Josh Gottheimer's op-ed piece by writing in the New York Times about it. Not a single mention in this article about Israel's actions in the last 2 years as context. No one is putting up with this. Look at this. Being critical of holding the Israeli government accountable for its actions is not anti-Semitism. It's a distinction and nuance that this author and so many others ignore. One's negative feelings and words for Netanyahu and his cabinet are no more anti-Semitism than are the same for Trump and his cabinet. Exactly. Like, when I talk about America, when I talk about what America has become, or when I talk about American history, like, I'm not saying every single fucking American is a card-carrying fascist, okay? And Americans understand that because we're Americans, okay? We are experiencing it and we understand it. But when it comes to Israel, everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa, that's the Jewish state. How dare you? It's fucking ridiculous. It's a rhetorical trick that no longer works either. So it's unbelievably stupid that there are still those who maintain this stance, thinking that this will somehow successfully cause people to change their perception. It's not working, and yet you still see people trying it. It's very frustrating. It's very stupid. But I would say at this point, it's unbelievably unproductive for those who still actively write these kinds of things, because it doesn't accomplish the goals that they want to accomplish. It doesn't disparage someone like myself. It ends up disparaging the author, because everyone and their mothers can see exactly what's going on. Okay? More and more people wake up to that reality every single fucking day. You understand? I never, ever in a million years would have thought that a Democratic congressperson from the state of New Jersey would write an op-ed in the New York Times and the readership would unilaterally oppose, or overwhelmingly oppose the sentiment that they are trying to get across there, and actually end up defending someone like myself for my criticisms of the state of fucking Israel. There are lots of double standards in this world, and Josh Gottheimer embodies the one which has for years dominated American political discourse on the Middle East, namely shocking indifference to the life of any person, including children, who isn't an Israeli Jew, and with it, shocking indifference to the war crimes. Where the fuck did the article go? Oh, here it is. Shocking indifference to the war crimes and crimes against humanity carried out by Israel, for which the U.S. is uniquely culpable, as it both finances and enables those crimes. Mr. Gottheimer has taken over $1 million from pro-Israel lobbyists in just the last few years, and it was money well spent. Even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations, can the author explain to me exactly why exactly we are fighting Hamas and Hezbollah while they're at it? Perhaps they can explain why those organizations exist in the first place. But the apartheid, look, even this guy, Ben from Munich, says there are real problems from Munich, okay? So you know they're not of sound mind here, okay? They're German. There are real problems with anti-Semitism on the left in this country. And the apologists for Hamas are the people who are completely ignoring the UAE, which has tons of U.S. investment and is actively supporting the murderous RSF in Sudan, which, by the way, we don't, okay? And the fascist colonialist description of Israel is absurd. It's not. The Jewish people who survived the horrors of World War II need their own state. The plight of the Rohingya in Myanmar and the Armenians in Azerbaijan. Which country? Which country funded the ethnic cleansing of the Armenians? Oh, right, yeah. That was Israel too. Which country also personally is participating in the ethnic cleansing of Armenians that live in Palestine? Oh, that's right. That's Israel. Anyway, this guy doesn't know enough, but it's fine. And the Uyghurs in China could show us how worthless the promises of autonomy for the ethnic minorities are. But the apartheid part is undeniably true. You got guys like this. You got guys like this saying apartheid part is undeniably true. As a Jewish person with family in Israel, I don't think the criticism of Israel is necessarily anti-Semitic, though it unfortunately is often couched in those tropes. That is the guy that is 100% supposed to be on board with Josh Gottheimer. Okay. And even that guy's like, nope, you've gone a bridge too far. Israel isn't apartheid. Yeah, look, this is what I mean when I say this criticism has stuck. What is this? In Germany, we say, I don't know what this means. The difference between Hamas and Hezbollah in Israel is the Israeli military kills hundreds of innocent civilians for every one killed by Hamas and Hezbollah, and does so with our funding and our weaponry. Thank you. See, people get it. This is why I think it's important to be brave sometimes, okay? And to stand by your principles and not be afraid to ruffle some fucking feathers. That is why I stood 10 toes down over and over again on some of the things that I've said that have caused tremendous ire and have caused people to yell at me and call me a fucking terrorist, demand my deplatforming for years and years and years, okay? Because it was the truth. So in context, who are the real terrorists? I don't expect the author of this article to engage with that. I'm tired of reading these endless stream of slop claiming that Israel is somehow a separate entity vis-a-vis the United States. Anti-Semitism is wrong. The Holocaust that happened. Killings of 1,200 Israelis on October 7 was wrong. Those are facts. For decades, Israelis in the West Bank have been attacking Palestinians there without cause. Like, do you see this? Look at this. Look at this. These are the people that Josh Gottheimer thinks he can still reach. And even they are like, no, we're done. We're done. There is a spectrum of different levels of compassion and different levels of wanting to defend the state of Israel in the New York Times commentary section, okay? And yet all of them are universally saying we oppose Israel's actions, and calling out Israel's actions is not fucking anti-Semitism. These are not card-carrying, anti-imperialist, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, third worldists. These are not people who believe in the immortal science of Marxist, Leninist, Jewish principles, okay? These are people who are American citizens who have believed the idea of Zionism, the false ideology that Zionism has presented itself as. These are people who have probably spent a long life believing that Israel is an unbelievably reliable ally to the United States of America, who have said enough is enough. That's it. The author writes, even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations, as far as I understand, America isn't fighting against Hamas or Hezbollah in any significant way. Never really have. As for the other terrorist organizations, Israel didn't help the U.S. fight against ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Yeah, ironically, you know who did? Iran. Okay? Again, gonna ruffle some feathers here. Iran has been a more reliable partner in combating Al-Qaeda and ISIS than Israel has. Okay? It's true. It's objectively true. You will never hear it in mainstream media. No one will ever say it. As a matter of fact, when someone in independent media like myself says things like this, people are shocked to hear it. People think, how could you say such an insane thing? Because they don't know. They don't know the truth. That's the real problem here. A lot of people don't know the truth. A lot of people also have, their own personal biases in this issue, and it hurts their feelings to hear something so different than what they previously thought. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if Israel gave or gives support to the same Sunni militias that the U.S. has been fighting all these years, being that the Sunni groups in Syria, Iraq share a common enemy with Israel. Iran. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see much of a quid pro quo when it comes to the U.S. sending all that gun money to Israel. Yep. The democratic condemnation piled on Israel's government is overwhelming in comparison to our allies. Perhaps that's because other allies have not shelled or bombarded the population of a densely populated area half the size of the city of Toronto over 2 years, kept the population of the West Bank under military occupation for 68 years, allowed and then encouraged the building of 347 Israeli settlements in the West Bank, where over 500,000 settlers now live, tolerated and at times abetted violent settler raids on Palestinian villages of the West Bank, declared, i.e. present government, that Palestinians do not have a right to self-determination and that Israel will never allow the existence of a Palestinian state. Maybe those are some of the reasons why criticism of Israel is harsher than criticism of other allies of the United States. People are glazing Walter's take. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, Walter did pop off. He looks so much more comfortable without the suit. This is unbelievably comfy, actually. This is like pajamas. I'm not even kidding. Like, everything I'm wearing is super silky smooth. Surely, Representative Josh Gottheimer, author of this fresh, bold new take, would agree that the congressional Dem who took the most money from right-wing Nazi art collector Harlan Crow is a textbook example of this problem, with the slight wrinkle that said Dem is Josh Gottheimer. That's awesome. Sadly, Representative Josh Gottheimer does not respond well to being asked about this interesting contradiction. I did not know that, by the way. Right-wing Nazi art collector Harlan Crow. Oh my God. That's so funny. Yeah. That's awesome. Bro thinks he's Indiana Jones. Yeah. Harlan Crow. Yeah. Except he's not punching the Nazis. Meet Harlan Crow's favorite Democrats: Josh Gottheimer, Joe Manchin, Henry Cuellar, Seth Moulton. Wow. Some of my faves. Okay. Some of my faves. Oh, Kirsten Sinema, Jim Costa, Jared Golden, Dean Phillips. Oh, that's Dean Phillips. That's not Seth Moulton. Sorry. Fuck. Apologies. They're both unbelievably forgettable. Elisa Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger. Wow. Problem Solvers Caucus Democrats. Wow. Huh. Some of my least favorite Democrats in office. Some of Harlan Crow, the right-wing juicer, major donor to and bestie of right-wing reactionary Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. That Harlan Crow. Perhaps those are the other Democrats that Buttheimer has talked to, okay, who are repulsed by my statements on Israel. Well, I say your statements on Israel are far more repulsive than mine. Last log comment, worth it. The world misses him, Obama. Oh, shut up. I'm not watching that. Anyway, hold on. Can I have shake? No. I'm going to undo the repost and then quote retweet it with that image. Hold on. Gottheimer. You can condemn my opinion on Israel in a public setting to my face anytime, any place of your choosing. I think the people will find your views to be your views. I think the people find your views on Israel to be far more morally repugnant than mine. I think your constituents. Guys, stop saying accept Israel. He's not going to say, let's go to fucking Tel Aviv, all right? Hey, Josh Gottheimer, you can condemn my opinion on Israel in a public setting to my face. Anytime, any place, not Israel of your choosing. I think your constituents find your views on Israel to be far more morally repugnant than mine. Send tweet. Geopolitical called you out. Oh, no, I know. I already watched this.
Extreme.
Dude, it's because I called Geopolitical out and I caused them to make this long video. No, I'm kidding. It's you happen to pull this off very well. Lenine. Yeah, I know. Here's a throwback. When Representative Susan Wild talked about making sure all faith leaders were invited to the October 7th vigils, including Muslims, which concerned Wild due to their non-invitation to the vigil she attended, Gottheimer responded with, because they're Muslims and guilty. Because the Muslims are guilty. Yeah. I'm going to say we can talk about your double standard too. Maybe in that setting, we can discuss your repulsive double standards as well. Your repulsive Islamophobic double standards as well. Is the Hannity thing happening? No, all these guys are all talk, man. I've begun to realize, like, many of them say they want to have a conversation. What is this? Red Pen, Critique of Western Marxism. 40 minutes long, 3 weeks ago. This is what you want to spend watching on a Sunday. Have you been seeing the Pearl Harbor discourse? Yes, I did. He talked about at length, and the clip is on the same account, you fucking donkey. He talked about that as well. Stop getting duped by small clips. Yeah, no, this person is not getting duped by small clips. This person is actively trying to claim that I'm like in support of Imperial Japan. It's ironically the very same person who has at times said I'm far too sympathetic to the party that leads the People's Republic of China. I don't even think that we have to discuss this, okay? The very same people that say I'm too pro Mao Zedong, I'm too pro the PRC, I'm too sympathetic to the Communist Party of China, are the very same people that are now falsely claiming that I would ever in a million years be in favor of Imperial Japan, because they're fucking animals, okay? They're assholes, they're animals, They're dumb as fuck. They're dumb as bricks. Okay? They hit every angle they possibly can. On the one hand, they'll say, "Oh, Hassan, you are in support of the fucking People's Republic of China. Don't you understand? They're like a fucking behemoth and terrifying and America's number one op, America's number one enemy. Shouldn't you be in favor of militant action against China like good Americans are?" Yeah, it's the lady that said I remind her of her ex-husband, okay? She's a fucking idiot. Yeah, Japan is the Hitler of the East is what I said. But these people are psychos and also not very intelligent either. Let's be real. Like they're not
citing his content. No, the power Piker has at this point is similar to that of anti-genocide activists in the streets. And what does the Democratic ruling class do to them? It says they have dangerous beliefs that will infect the young with hypothetical terrorism, and it sends the cops to crack their heads. So they turn the rhetoric of resistance, which is sometimes all a people has, into hypothetical violence, while they sign contracts with...
Why do so many Marxists hate you for dissipating revolutionary energy when you're educating way more people? I think they have a different interpretation of the current material conditions that we exist under and where the masses are than I do. Maybe some of them are LARPing. Maybe some of them sincerely have a disagreement on it. That's probably what it is. They don't understand that like we don't have a lot of prominence, especially in some of these larger organs of propaganda, mainstream media, and all these other outlets. They don't realize that most Marxists don't disagree with you. A lot of us are just here. Yeah, I mean, there's also that element of it as well. There's a lot of people who are in disagreement with one another, right? Marxists have historically never agreed with one another. So that's normal. There's never been a period where all flanks of the left have coalesced with some exceptions, I would say, like anti-fascism is probably one of those exceptions where people just, drop their petty disagreements and their minor ideological battles to join a popular front, oftentimes to fight fascism. That's pretty much it. And the moment that the fascist threat is destroyed, we get right back to fighting one another once again. Historically, there's never been a complete... Yeah, I saw this, I saw this. What some people don't realize about Hassan Piker, he's not some revolutionary figure. He's someone who does political and media analysis, whose project is to infiltrate influential media circles to spread socialist and leftist ideals, which have been overall successful so far. It's undeniable that Hassan's project has had massive reach and brought countless new leftists into the fold, as well as converting liberals into socialist thinkers and even reactionary right-wingers on a huge scale. Hard for me to see his impact as an overall net negative. It's ironic because, like, we're doing the same thing. This guy's just bad at it, okay? And they don't understand that they're bad at it, so they just fucking yell at me nonstop. And it's really funny because liberals will hear that word, infiltration, and think, oh, he's being disingenuous. I'm pretty open about it. I have an argument, and I think that argument is very understandable as long as you listen to it charitably instead of immediately assuming the worst, which is why many liberals do assume the worst and say, oh, this is like, this is a clear-cut infiltration. This is bad. This is wrong. We got to fucking do away with this guy. We got to cut him from our ranks. No, what you're trying to do is stop people from hearing this alternative perspective that they've never actually heard in a charitable manner, because you're worried that if they were equipped, if they were class conscious, if they were aware of their class position, and if they were equipped with political education, that they might actually see themselves not as just like party loyalists, but instead a different ideological tendency beyond the only one that was readily available to them their entire lives, which is just like regular liberalism, whatever the fuck that means, like blanket liberalism, which is monoculture to begin with. It's liberalism on the right, it's liberalism on the left.
Palantir and write checks to the IDF and deny even the most diplomatic advocates for Palestine the right to speak. The
age-old critique of you is you're taking revolutionary discourse and mobilizing it towards a reformist theory of change. I like better, but not communist politicians. Dude, Dude, what do you mean elect communist politicians? If you think that there is a capacity to elect communist politicians right now, and I'm simply standing ahead of it, you're delusional about what the average person thinks about communism, let alone socialism. Okay? It's so shocking what Kami says. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, I do think that it's silly to constantly have to duke it out with my left flank when I'm getting fucking yelled at nonstop by endlessly more powerful forces that actually do have some long-standing impact in American political discourse. We're talking about American senators and American representatives in both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. We're talking about mainstream media that is like actively calling me a threat to not only just the Democratic Party's future, but also the future of this country. And you're over here telling me about like some fucking guy who works for the ACP or something, yelling at me because I don't subscribe to a movement that will lean into whatever the algorithm presents as as the new thing to focus on, which is what the ACP did for fucking years, leaning into Andrew Tate, leaning into all of these like red-pilled guys, as though that was the true way to reach across the aisle to the fucking working class. Okay? It's ridiculous. They call me fucking tailist. That is literally textbook tailism. That is literally what Lenin extensively wrote about. As a matter of fact, Lenin straight up wrote about tailism, opportunism, when it came to reactionary anti-Semitism. He straight up said, if we were tailists, we would focus on one of the most prominent movements at the time, which was anti-Semitism, blaming Jews, instead of focusing on class contradictions, instead of focusing on class-first politics. He literally wrote it. These people who routinely yell at me, calling me a fucking tailist for the liberal Zionist Democratic Project or whatever the fuck, are themselves engaging in the actual reactionary tailist mentality.
Would vote to approve arms sales for Israel in a future entanglement if you thought that was necessary.
Again, we have a long-standing commitment to Israel having a qualitative military edge.
Oh,
I will
God.
continue to support that.
You would vote.
Change comes by voting. Mao Zedong. A lot of people genuinely think your money can go elsewhere, as if the global forces of capital aren't the ones acting against you. I assume you don't have an issue with the PSL? No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I don't have an issue with the PSL. These arguments about dissipating revolutionary fervor is really weird because they're trying to repeat the arguments of people like Lenin when they were an actual...
East Asia, I would think that North Korea has a better future than China.
But North Korea...
Oh, come on. This is the guy. That's the GOAT, dude. That is the GOAT. Dude, what if he's right? Huh? Yeah. What if he's right? What if Jusha does prevail? We got Professor Chung that I was watching yesterday and I had to stop. And we're going to get back into it now.
Their motivators, and then their reactions, typically grounded in a concrete example. Or at least that would be the goal if his lectures were strictly about game theory. What often follows instead in his lecture is a series of assumptions that spiral out of control. In his first lecture on game theory, he provides the example of a dating game where 5 boys and 5 girls want to get married. And then he ranks their attractiveness based on 3 factors.
The first is genes. The second is wealth, and the third is status.
When he brings up factors that control the various elements of these games, they're always a bit suspect. He might describe one in detail, but then will offer a few quick sentences to describe the others and then moves on. It's also a little weird that he almost always has 3 things to list.
To win a fight, you have to have 3 things: focus, clarity, and resolve. And they are intelligence, spies basically, crime, and science. And these agents, of course, are called, there's 3 of them, okay, well, there's actually a lot.
Another question I'm left with is how he quantifies any of these. In the dating game example in his first game theory lecture, how does one quantify genes?
Okay, so genes is very simple. It means that you're good looking, it means you're tall, it means you're healthy, you will live a long time, okay? genes is pretty simple to understand.
Attractiveness varies across time and culture, and even within cultures, people can vary considerably in what they find attractive. This example only works if all the participants are in full agreement on what they find attractive, which is possible if you're only talking about 10 people. In the context of an abstract dating game in a high school classroom, it's not that big a deal that he leaves things simple. But this game starts to drift further from the initial premise. Here's a quick breakdown of how this game evolves.
All the girls want this one guy, okay? And maybe number 4. They'll settle for number 4. But 3, 2, 1, they don't want. All the women in the world, many, not all, but many, just want to marry actors like Brad Pitt. And 3, 2, and 1, what do? Well, they watch Netflix, they watch porn, they play video games. They've given up on life, okay? They're like, we don't care. We call.
Now I'm beginning to understand why he was so perfect and at home with Sneeko and all these other like right-wing weirdos. I mean, I already had that assumption because of the whole, it's the Pax Judaica and all this other shit that he was like, all these conspiracy theories like the Illuminati that he believed. But now I'm beginning to recognize that there was more to his commentary.
All these people incels, right? This entire competition is between.
Did I just tune into your goat doing hoe math? Yes, which of course is something that I also have to reluctantly believe now because that's my Professor Jiang.
5 and 4 for all the women in the world. And this is again suicidal. This will lead to the death of humanity.
That section was not over the course of an hour-long lecture. All of that happened within the same 5 minutes.
Dude, this is really funny to think that he's like teaching a bunch of Chinese high school students in Beijing this as a part of his Western philosophy course. Because remember, his job, he's an English teacher. Or not, he's an English, he got a degree in English. And now his job is to teach Chinese students Western philosophy. Okay? I don't know how the Chinese firewall did not capture this man. Dugin is about to drop hoflation truk on Putin. Yeah. He had a conversation on, I cannot believe I'm about to say the sequence of words that I'm about to say. This man, Professor Jiang, had a conversation on Sneeko's broadcast on Kick with Dugin. Okay? That's a real thing that happened, which is part of the reason why Vladimir Putin might have learned about home math by way of Professor Jiang to Dugin to the ears and mind of Vladdy Poo.
We went from a cute little game about dating to a story about how, when a wider reality is mapped onto that game, we see that women are so obsessed with status that they are destroying civilization by wanting to date high-ranking men and are responsible for creating incels. What started as a basic game that might have been helpful for learning some abstract concepts has turned into a justification for Jiang's own assumptions about the way society is working. The purpose of this scenario was not to teach people about game theory, but rather to use what Jiang is calling game theory to explain why the world is the way it is. This becomes more obvious as he then moves away from the small example to this larger discussion about these superstructures controlling society by changing the games we play, and that this will help us determine the life cycle of a civilization, particularly how they decline. And here's how he describes how that happens.
The moment you give women choice, they choose to improve their lives by marrying someone.
God, I love this shit so much, dude. Yeah. Yeah, as opposed to men. When you give men choice, they don't choose to improve their lives. Okay? Incredible. Incredible take, sir. Thank you. This is one of my favorite, like, incel commentary moments always is like, women want the sexiest guys they possibly can. It's like, bitch, so do you. Like, what do you mean? Everyone does. Like, sometimes these people will take on like super basic things, right? Sometimes they'll take on like unbelievably basic concepts and be like, yeah, if you're attractive, then people will give things to you. And everyone's like, wow, what? What are you saying? I've never thought about that. I've literally never thought about that before. You mean to tell me that attractive people like traditionally attractive people sometimes get a, upper hand in life. That's, wow. What a great statement for Mother's Day, sir. I mean, it's the same shit. It's like, oh yeah, women want to have sex with men they find attractive. Okay. And so do men. Men want to have sex with women that they find attractive. This is not like this is no way to live your life. This is not like rules that you can live your life by. This is just like basic shit.
Okay? Not all, but most. And so over time, what happens is your society collapses.
Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, over time, society collapses. If we let women have basic choice in their dating partners, society will collapse. Oh, wow. What an incredible take, sir. That is amazing. That's true. Well, what's the solution? Making sure that we take away women's choice, because otherwise the society is going to collapse. Well, it'll collapse because they won't me. And okay, they won't me. Nobody wants to me. If women have the choice to whoever they want to, that means they won't me. Okay, which is why society is collapsing. It's pretty simple.
If you look at history, the best indicator that a society is about to collapse is if the women who are wealthy and well-educated, if they refuse to have children. This is what happened to the Romans.
Rome did not collapse because of women. Historians have argued a number of factors that led to the fall of Rome, and Jiang's reading of history is a reductive one that only serves to feed his pet theory that giving women freedom is a signal that civilization is beginning its decline. This theory is, of course, not unique to Jiang, as it's often echoed in online communities that have a lot of hostility towards women. We're starting to get a small hint of what Jiang's media diet is and how it's affecting the way he sees the world. But wasn't this lecture supposed to be about learning game theory? Why are we getting history lessons about Rome? This is just a product of what his lectures are like, spiraling out of control and diving headfirst into his own pet theories about how the world works. But believe it or not, this first video is probably the one that comes the closest to being a lecture about game theory. But instead of learning anything about game theory...
What is this? He did it again? Hitler apologia. Then Hitler didn't even say death to America, death to Britain. I think he might have planned it, but he didn't say it. Bro, this guy loves Adolf, dude. He loves Adolf Hitler. He wants to be Adolf Hitler. I swear, what the... I mean, what can you say? What can you say? Let's run this.
So yes, I mean, I don't know how to fight it. I mean, Churchill, without cell phones and without digital campaigns and farm bots, was labeled a warmonger in the 1930s because he said you have to stand.
I did.
And they accused him of being a warmonger. And Hitler didn't even say to America, Britain, you know. I think he might have planned it, but he didn't say it. And still they accused him of that.
And still they accused him of that. I met Amy Goodman today. Hell yeah. Congratulations.
What we're learning is that Jiang has a very troubling reading of history and current events. Out of interest, I looked up a few lectures on game theory from other sources on YouTube, such as a series of lectures from Yale professor Ben Pollock. His lectures are dramatically different from Jiang's, using abstract examples that highlight the different types of games being played. They are a lot more informative and, dare I say, genuinely educational.
Rational choices can lead to bad outcomes. We put it more graphically before, but that's fine.
He also engages his students, encouraging them to play along with the game examples and having them discuss their ideas in class.
When he talks about game theory and home math, okay? He's encouraging his incel followers to also do home math.
In general, it seems like a much better environment for learning than Jiang's classroom. Jiang's lectures often seem more about advancing his bizarre theories of the world than actually teaching.
Stop defending that fraud. Oh, you mean the Yale professor? I know, he is a fraud. Of course you didn't mean Professor Jiang. Not my Professor Jiang.
Students anything. To make these theories work, Jiang constructs elaborate models containing a sweeping story of different political, historical, and psychological forces that shape the world as we see it. All of it is reduced to a few simple factors that will be given extraordinary explanatory power. A great example of that is in one of his next game theory videos titled The World Game, where he identifies the factors that determine how likely a society is to triumph long term, and you better believe there are 3 of them.
Energy, openness, and cohesion.
While he'll define what each of these terms means, he doesn't explain how he can assess cultures on whether they have these factors or how much of these factors exist. How do you measure whether or not a country has energy or how much of that energy they have? He never really explains it. He just asserts that this country has it and this one doesn't. To describe Jiang's larger argument, he believes that powerful nations become lazy and complacent, allowing these smaller ones, which...
This is his best work, okay? This is his best work. You're just a hater.
Have more energy.
Israel will rise up, okay?
Openness and cohesion to eventually rise up and topple them. Which brings us back to his ridiculous example of North Korea.
Poverty leads to creativity. Okay? Another thing this is that if I were to surmise the future, I would say right now in East Asia, I would think that North Korea has a better future than China.
But North Korea...
Oh, come on! This is the guy. That's the GOAT, dude. That is the GOAT. Dude, what if he's right? Huh? Yeah. What if he's right? What if Jusha does prevail? What if socialism with Chinese characteristics is dookie and Marxist-Leninist Jushaist principles thrive in the coming apocalypse?
Isn't the only example he gives. He mentions 3 other nations become empires.
Germany? Why? Because he lost World War I and lost World War II. Japan. Because Japan lost World War II. And the last country, of course, is Israel.
What makes these predictions so incredibly silly is that they don't operate within a specific time frame. Japan and Germany have recovered well after World War II, though some of that was due to international support, but neither of them are poised to become an empire right now. The example of Israel is even more ridiculous, as Jiang mentions persecution going back thousands of years as a motivator. When will any of these countries rise up alongside North Korea?
Also, wouldn't that mean China, which has also withstood a century of humiliation, wouldn't that also mean that China is supposed to be a thriving empire? None of this makes sense. This don't make any dang sense.
He can't tell us, but since it's been almost a century for 2 of those 3 options, it seems there's no expiration date for these predictions. This makes these predictions unfalsifiable, which makes them effectively useless. It's like predicting that at some point aliens will visit the Earth. It could happen, sure, but if you're not going to say when, you can't be proven wrong because it hasn't happened yet, and possibly could at some point in the future. But whenever Jiang is faced with real criticism, he retreats to one of his more common defenses.
I'm just proposing to you a theory of how to understand the world, but what's actually going to happen, I can't actually tell you, right? But according to this theory, Germany and Japan and Israel will be the 3 great nations.
He says this a lot. To understand, he's presenting a model that has a set of predictions that may or may not come true. But if there's no way to reach the may not part, how can this model be tested? And if it can't be tested, it's not very useful. Jiang likes to use a lot of historical examples to support the models he constructs. From this lecture, he went all over the place. He was talking about the warring states of China in 250 BCE, Alexander the Great's Macedonia in 500 BCE, and the Spanish colonial project in Central America in the 16th century. All of this interwoven with assessments of the cultures involved and attitudes of their respective...
Wait, what? Chat, was Hassan being sarcastic in his Jiang reverence? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I'm being sincere. No, bro, I can't do that. I'm realizing more and more that it's just no jokes, no jokes. Bro thought jokes would fly. I fucking told you there are people unironically who think you believe this guy. Your brain is too small to comprehend Jiangian theory. True.
People. We can't really assess how he knows any of this when he says this culture is higher in energy or this one is higher in openness, because he doesn't really cite any sources or tell us how he's measuring any of this. But academic rigor is beside the point here. What's more effective than having any kind of academic standards is the impression that these rapid changes in topics creates. By flying through so many different times and places, it presents the portrait of someone very well read and educated, that Jiang is a polymath. That there can be a person so learned that they can synthesize knowledge across disciplines to create these rich theories of how the world works. And Jiang is presenting his game theory framework as something of that caliber. not just skipping across different periods of history, but as we'll see later on, entirely different disciplines, including science and literature. As a self-contained theory, all of it actually holds together pretty well because there's a lot of internal consistency. He's clearly put some time into constructing all of this. But
That's
it's like
an intellectual titan, an intellectual titan. That's my goat, dude. How dare you? Feel like this guy's just jealous. Jose? Yeah, it's not Professor Jose. Let me tell you, it's Professor Zhang. What kind of history have you predicted? Okay.
We're only looking at things in the vaguest of details. When that model eventually comes into contact with the real world, we can see just how shabby it is. For instance, when he takes that model and applies it to more recent history.
Don't worry about America, its technology. Don't worry about the economy. Don't worry about these things, okay? Just ask yourself one question. Is Iran transforming as a society? Are people becoming much more motivated?
In the previous lecture, the examples he presented all featured one supposedly weaker side conquering land from a stronger side, but I highly doubt Iran is going to be conquering any part of the United States. That said, we can see how Jiang tries to map his ideas on the current conflict, and it gets pretty silly.
The Shia are not afraid to die.
My fucking goat! Come on, man! Come on! Come on, brother! The Shia are not afraid to die. That's what it is. They lock in.
And because their great religious leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was assassinated by the Americans and Israelis, they are motivated to seek vengeance, to...
Bro, he's doing the meme. It's like, there's an ancient Persian culture in Iran. It's a Shia method where they get very frustrated and seek out revenge when their leadership is killed alongside hundreds of little girls in a totally unprompted first strike. Yeah, that's just universal, dog. What the fuck are you saying? There is literally no country on the planet that's like, oh, you killed our leader and also a bunch of civilians in the process? That's crazy. Well, I guess GG's, you know, there's no country that has done that. Sunnis hate dying. Yeah. Unlike the Sunnis, the Shia, they don't mind dying at all. Sunnis hate it. They hate it famously. Very different cultures, very different concepts.
Part of themselves for the greater good to seek eternal paradise, okay? Jihad.
This is how he talks about the people of Iran, completely ignoring how unpopular the religious leadership of Iran actually is, and all the oppression required to keep the population under control. While this doesn't mean the people of Iran want American bombs dropping on them, I also don't think they're about to start a jihad because their leader was killed. Here's another silly point he makes to show how the Iranian soldiers aren't afraid of death.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird because it literally is a very basic concept that I describe all the time. And sometimes I use my own personal experience and like what I've seen in Turkey take place in the coup that failed. Okay. But this is a consistently held principle in virtually every country that has been in the crosshairs of American imperialism or in the crosshairs of like any sort of American engagement, right? Intervention. People don't like it. Turns out people like autonomy. Even if they don't favor the administration and the leadership, the one thing that they even favor less than that is a foreign alien invading force coming to the country. This is not a Shia framework. Okay? The Vietnamese were not Shia. You understand? The Taliban was not Shia. The Iraqi, well, there was some Shia there, but by and large, people weren't all Shia. Okay? This is normal. It's a fucking normal concept. They were spiritually Shia. That's funny.
Soldiers are not afraid of death. And we're already seeing that where the Americans have already blown up and destroyed the Iranian Navy.
The details of the operation, what defensive options the Navy...
And no, they haven't. Oh my God. Oh my, I realized that the more I hear from Professor Jung, the more annoyed I get. I realize that like I can't even keep up the memes when I hear him go on a long tangent about anything, especially shit that I definitely know a lot more than he does on. Okay.
Navy had and the motivations of everyone involved is never explored. It was just
stop laughing. This is why they will build statues of him in Iran and not you. I mean, that's fine. I haven't even gotten a fucking Lego bit, dude. Ryan Grimm got one before me, which I mean, that's my goat. He deserves it, but yeah, by the way, between me and Professor Xiang, we're both the same level of professor, which is to say neither of us have a PhD. Anyway,
those darn Muslims on one of their jihads. If all of this sounds incredibly...
Someone send him a clip of New Yorkers talking shit about him quick. His mood is spiraling. Yeah, give me a hog real quick that wants to kill me. I need to watch a video from some fucking Italian hog. That always puts me in the right mindset. It puts me in a good mood.
Simplistic and silly, it's because it is. And when looking at his models in a modern context, it also reveals that they don't quite have the predictive power that he claims they do. He's simplified the story of history and is trying to map it on
you guys
to a
want to see
version of the
something
present
crazy?
that he is also similarly simplified.
Hold on.
It may make for a nice, easy story that you can digest,
Hold
but
on.
it doesn't actually constitute a real or deep knowledge of anything that's happening. There's an interesting turn in later lectures where he starts walking things back.
This is a class focused on intellectual speculation. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to make us more curious about the world. It's supposed to heighten our critical thinking skills.
And in a later lecture, he walks it back even further.
So I'm not an expert. I'm not even a professor. Yes, I understand. But what I do is I engage in speculation for fun, for entertainment, okay? So just see this as a fun class where we're gonna explore some fun topics that have no scholarly basis, okay?
Imagine your teacher opening up your class saying, we're just going to have some fun speculating on some stuff with no scholarly basis. The timeline here is really important, as these lectures where he starts sounding more defensive began to happen after he started blowing up in March of 2026. I suspect he's doing this in response to the increased criticism he's been getting now that his profile has significantly risen.
A lot of people, right? A lot of people talked big shit and said, Professor Hassan, which is not my real name. My real name is Professor Jihad, or Dr. Jihad, rather. I'm not a professor, I'm a doctor. A lot of people said, Dr. Jihad, where is your PhD in racism? Where's your whiteboard, they said. Here it is. Okay? That's right. Do you understand now? This is how it works. This is how it works. PBS. Oops. PBS. Dr. Jihad. But his board looks cooler? Okay, well, we're working on it. What are you going to teach us? Today, we are going to learn about Cussy. Okay, we're going to learn about Cussy. What Kami says, thank you for the 30 gifted subs. Open Presence, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Damn, I bring 1 bit back and hella people are in the chat lasering me with gifties. Yes, today we're going to learn about Cussy. This is an ambulance. Okay, this is an ambulance. It's a type of a car. Okay, it's a type of car. This is a police car. It's also another type of a car. Okay, when one car falls in love with another car, they have a baby car, sometimes a bus. Okay, now in the car cinematic universe, okay, the fact that there are female cars and male cars and also baby cars implies that these cars have a cussy, which is, of course, a car and a pussy. Okay, car plus pussy equals cussy. That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals cussy. Okay? Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. In Car's cinematic universe, New York City exists. This is a plane. Also exists in the Car cinematic universe. These are the Twin Towers. Now, also known as the World Trade Center. On September 11, 2001, in the Car cinematic universe, one of the planes hit the towers. Cars 9/11. Now, also in the Cars cinematic universe, okay, when Cars 9/11 happened, Tower 7 did not fall. There's also a Tower 7. It was right here. Okay? Okay? 7. What does this mean? That means that Car Dick Cheney put explosives inside of Tower 7, where a lot of the secret materials by the Cars Pentagon and the Cars United States government was holding. Pay close attention. Okay, this is what is known as game theory. Okay? Game theory. Very good. Let's get back to the Dr. Jiang lecture now.
The problem with this defense is that he frequently makes predictions and frames them as tests to his theory for validity. Some of these predictions aren't falsifiable, which he never says, but some of them absolutely are, and he sees the results of those predictions as a means of adjusting the theoretical framework. This isn't just entertainment. He's trying to present a working model of the world to his students that supposedly responds to new information. And as we'll see later in this video, Jiang is perfectly happy to share his ideas outside of the classroom as serious geopolitical analysis. If he thinks this is all entertainment, he shouldn't be presenting his understanding of the world as something to be taken seriously. In a later lecture, when Jiang is talking about the factors that help inform his lecture, there are of course 3 of them, he lists them out, and debate and doubt...
I was still copying it? Okay, well, you should have taken notes faster. You should have taken notes faster than you did. And next time, you should remember that. Okay? However, if you would like to find the lectures, you don't even need to watch the VODs. You can just rewind as long as you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. What is this? Just saw that Jose asked in the description for streamers to wait a week to watch his video, to watch clips. We've had the link pinned, but definitely should tell people to go watch, like, and subscribe. Yes. Listen, okay? Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS. Okay? Important. Pay attention. PBS. Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as the People's Broadcasting Service. People's Broadcasting Service. Okay? But also Piker Broadcasting Service. Now, you can subscribe to the Piker's Broadcasting Service, the Piker Broadcasting Service, or the People's Broadcasting Service, okay, to support independent media. But also, okay, you can subscribe for $6 or you can do that for free. Now, how can you do that for free? Amazon Prime subscription. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, or a loved one has an Amazon Prime subscription, okay, you can take that Amazon Prime and convert it to a Twitch Prime, okay? And then you can have one free Prime subscription a month that you can use on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully, it's the only one with a real PhD, or a doctorate rather, in jihad, as it says right here. Chief of bigotry, Dr. Jihad, chief of bigotry, Piker Broadcasting Service. You definitely have the doctor handwriting down. That's it. Why would I do that? 3 reasons. This is game theory. 3 reasons. Number 1, you can rewind. Okay? You can rewind. That's number 1. Number 2, you can send me links. Very important. Number 3, you can use emotes. Okay? Emotes all around the platform. Okay, there you go. Just tuned in. Why are you treating us like we have CTE? I don't know. I'm really enjoying this little bit that I'm doing as Professor Jiang. You start all your letters in a different place than I do. I haven't handwritten anything in so long. Please like and comment on the video. Subscribe to Jose. Yes, and also to the people who are to the hostile becomes industrial complex. Do not take my reaction to this video and upload it. Words cannot describe how devastated I am to learn that Hassan writes like a boy. I'm trying to write fast. Okay, here. You want me to write nice? Here. You want me to write normal and nice on a board? It's like tough to write on a board. It's different. Okay. Hold on. I didn't realize that the thing sticks. Okay. That still wasn't that good. That looks worse. Man, shut up. It's hard to write on a board. Have you guys written on a board before? It's tough. I'll get better. Fuck. Let's do cursive. I forgot how to write cursive. Oh my God. Nick Shirley handwriting. Stop. How do you forget that? I don't know. It's been so long. As good as a 3rd grader. Indictment of 2 countries' education systems. Okay. I realize I haven't held a pen in like 8 years. Yeah, me either. Okay. Also, Kaya's back.
Are fine, but the 3rd one he mentions is troubling.
I will say things that are imaginative, that are speculative, but which is not backed up by any evidence. Don't be afraid to do that, okay? If you want to seek the truth, you have to make some imaginative leaps.
Speculating without evidence sounds like a terrible piece of advice, especially coming from a teacher. While a healthy imagination can be fun, it's particularly unhelpful when speaking on subjects that someone doesn't have a deep knowledge of. Jiang would be perfectly within his right to be making these imaginative leaps if we could trust him to have a good grasp on the subjects he's discussing. That is, if he was making educated guesses. But as we'll see in the next section, his confidence hides a lot of ignorance. It's tough to catalog all the things Jiang gets wrong, in part because he speaks on so many different things and often explains them with vague terms. There are statements he makes that can very much be fact-checked, and when you do, you start to find mistakes that reveal how little he really knows about the subjects he discusses. A great example of just how badly he gets things wrong can be found in one of his earlier lectures in the Secret History series. For some context, he's trying to explain the limitations of science, and he hones in on specific concepts. And
okay, his handwriting is dog shit too, though.
Of course, he's got 3 of them.
I bet you none of Professor Jiang's acolytes ever criticize his handwriting, by the way. Okay? Wait, is this a real? Oh my God. Oh, this is real. Oh my God, I'm listening to my heartbeat. I didn't even realize. What the fuck? Wait, let me put it on the microphone. Maybe you guys can hear my heartbeat. No, it's not working. It's not. That ain't how it works. You'd have it on backwards? Wait, what do you mean? I can't believe this is a real, what is it called? What is this thing called? A stethoscope? What is this thing called? I don't know what it's called. Stethoscope? Yeah. That's the brand I'm using in nursing school. Littman quality. Anyway, this is cool though. You got to put it on your neck like this. That's how everybody knows you mean business. Okay?
Bang, evolution, and how memories are formed.
This is all a science.
Is all your stat points in politics? Yes.
Knows. I mean, this is pretty simple, but this is what science tells us about where we came from, who we are, where we're going.
He then tries to point out problems with all 3 of these ideas. He seems to think the concept of dark energy disproves the Big Bang Theory.
It's cheating, okay? So let me give you an example. Let's just say you take a math test, and the teacher asks you 1987 plus 25, and your answer is 20, okay? That's obviously wrong, right? So your teacher says, this is wrong. And then you say, oh, I know how to fix this. Plus dark energy. Problem solved.
To use his math example, if someone wrote 1987 plus 25 equals 20 plus dark energy, where dark energy is an unknown variable, x, that would still be mathematically correct, even if you got a bad mark on a test because your teacher doesn't like you giving such a cute answer. Jiang does absolutely no work to reckon with the evidence that supports the Big Bang Theory because that would require a little bit of effort to understand cause.
I'm a little confused. Like, is he just stupid? Like, what is that? Is that what it is? Like, he's just kind of like dumb but confident? Is that what we're watching right now?
Cosmology. Instead, he uses his own ignorance to frame the concept of dark energy as cheating that disproves the Big Bang Theory. His commentary on evolution is similarly uninformed. He believes it's true for other animals, but not for human beings.
What? He's a, oh my God, he doesn't believe in the theory. Oh my God, he doesn't believe in evolution. Oh my God. Oh, that's my fucking goat. Oh, he's so sick. He's so sick. I can't believe you all ever doubted him. China's going to kick this guy out. Yeah, it's really funny. If he actually had any, does he even do any videos on Chinese social media? Because I feel like if he did, they would probably do something about
Now,
it.
what scientists will tell you is, well, before there were different species, the Neanderthal, gradually Homo sapiens took them over. And you can believe that, but it's problematic because according to evolution, there should be many, many different types of humans, okay? Maybe some with 6 fingers, some with 3 eyes.
I don't know where this is coming from. How many other mammal species are walking around where each member has a different number of eyes? He also makes other small mistakes, like attributing the term survival of the fittest to Charles Darwin when it was actually coined by Herbert Spencer. But generally speaking, he doesn't seem to have a good grasp of evolution either. Later on, when he starts getting into the subject of psychology, he tries to explain how we contextualize our experiences within our minds. He uses the terms worldview and personality interchangeably, which is already problematic, but it gives him the opening to say he believes that without a worldview, our minds would not be able to handle all the sensory information around us.
If your brain were to absorb all the experiences, your brain will explode because there's too much information to process. Therefore, your worldview processes different experiences. It differentiates between experiences that are important and experiences that are not important. And experiences that are important, of course, goes into your long-term memory.
This isn't really true. Not having a worldview doesn't mean your mind is incapable of sifting through information it receives. It only means that you haven't developed more sophisticated understanding of the context you live in, which is what makes his next point especially ridiculous.
In theory, babies should not have a worldview. They should not have a personality. But if that's the case, then how do they process memories? How do they know what memories to store, what memories not to store? Where does the personality come from? And
elephants. Famous animal with tremendous worldview. That's what they always say about elephants. An animal with incredible memory, long-term memory capabilities. Clearly, it's because of their capabilities of having, like North Korea, elephants have a bright future.
Why is it embedded in us from the...
Do the Chinese parents that send their children to this school where he's giving these lectures, because there's students in front of him, okay? Do they have any idea what the fuck this guy's talking about?
Very first day.
Are babies born with personalities? They appear remarkably close-lipped about it, so perhaps there's a dark secret they're hiding from us. Or perhaps, much like language, being able to sit up without falling over and how to feed themselves.
No, the room is not empty. No, he has students, bro. He's literally doing... This guy's the next Parenti.
Children gradually acquire the many things that make them who they are as they become older. There's actually a whole field that studies that called developmental psychology. When it comes to personality in infants, the closest measure we have is to look at their temperament, which is not the same as a worldview, by the way. Just a general way to describe the traits of some infants compared to others. Babies appear perfectly capable of perceiving the world without needing to contextualize everything through a worldview. So Jiang's objection, again, doesn't reflect the science he's trying to debunk. All of these misunderstandings reveal a startling lack of scientific knowledge for someone lecturing on the subject, particularly if the point he's trying to make is the limitations of these sciences. So it's not a surprise that he eventually ends up here.
If you look at every major scientific discovery, it all came to the person in a dream or when he was, or it sort of popped into that person's head.
He applies this to himself and how he writes.
What am I going to do if I have no ideas? I can't write anymore. But what happens is the next day I get up and I have new ideas. And I write it back and I write it down again, okay? So it's not like I'm generating these ideas. It's more like I'm receiving these ideas.
And that's how he teaches too.
What? For context, he's teaching private high school students. This shit does not fly in Chinese public schools. I thought China cracked down on fucking private schools. How did they let this one fly, dude? China's doing reverse class warfare, where if your child is dumb enough to not be able to get to the best public school, he's stuck going to the best private school, and this is your teacher in the best private school. They're doing downward social mobility for the upper crust of Chinese society.
Accessing a higher force, and I'm receiving this information that I can then articulate to you in class.
Because he believes coming up with ideas is channeling the divine.
No scientist in the history of humanity has ever come up with a great idea using the scientific method. I guarantee you. They've all came up with a great idea through their imagination, through their intuition.
What? What the fuck? That's incredible. He guaranteed it. You can't deny it. He guaranteed it. He fucking guaranteed it.
By channeling the divine.
What started off as a lecture about science and its limitations, all coming from someone who clearly doesn't understand the parts of science he's chosen to talk about, has devolved into a complete mess where he's claiming that great ideas and discoveries are channeling some kind of spiritual dimension, and that this spiritual dimension reflects an even bigger theory of how the world really works as secret societies manipulate events to press their own occult beliefs onto all of us.
The people in charge, the secret society.
I feel like his worldview is also all over the place. Like, there's no way that he believes all this, right? I can't comprehend a guy who has all of these complex thoughts in his mind at the same time.
Societies, they are interested. They must make hell into heaven and heaven into hell. They must invert the world in order to maintain their power. You don't know this, but all of science, it's not about discovering reality. It's about reinventing reality in a way that serves power. That's what science really is.
And how will this all end? Well, we can only hope that Elon Musk will save us.
So there are all these different fail-safe systems in here, to make sure that hell can never triumph. And that's why Elon Musk wants us to go to Mars, okay? Even though God and Satan are just projections of our imagination, they do help us understand the world better.
So heaven and hell are metaphors and projections of our imagination, but somehow they help us understand the world better because of the existence of these secret societies who apparently believe all of this. You probably noticed I spent very little time trying to debunk these last few claims.
Yeah, because you can't, okay? Yeah. I'm sorry, you're not Professor Jose, okay? And you know who you certainly aren't? Professor Professor John. Fuck. Oh, man. I'm having so much fun on this stupid-ass day.
Because there's nothing of substance there. It's all an imaginary hypothetical asserted without any real evidence, all predicated on a man's inability to understand science. Jiang's constructed vision of reality has no basis in the one we seem to exist in. He did something similar in another secret history video where he speculated that ISIS was created by the United States using brainwashing interrogation methods.
Okay, again, classic Professor Jung had me in the first half, and then the second half is unbelievable. Okay, ISIS was created by the United States. Okay, with mind control laser beams. No, what the fuck are you saying?
That were identical to ones used by ancient Egyptian priests on their leaders in special ceremonies thousands of years ago. Here's how he tries to connect those two stories.
ISIS, Islamic State. ISIS is the name of what? The Egyptian goddess who saved Osiris, right? And who fathered Horus. Do you think it's a coincidence? Maybe not.
Yes, it's that the acronym of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, ISIS, and the name of the Egyptian goddess, Isis, sound the same. That doesn't really make sense because ISIS, the terrorist group, don't use the English language.
Yeah.
They speak Arabic and call themselves a name I'm putting on screen because there's no way I can pronounce it. The acronym for their name in Arabic is Daesh. Doesn't engage in any of the
What the fuck? Wait, he literally, the coincidence, maybe not. Oh my God, that's unbelievable. This guy's awesome. I'm convinced he's baiting leftists with these titles. He's a Mossad agent. I'm calling it, bro. This guy's fucking awesome.
hard work of linking specific torture victims of the U.S. government.
I'm just thinking about Chinese students still in my mind. In my mind, I'm thinking about Chinese students listening to this guy to learn English, or I can't tell if he's an English teacher or if he's a teacher of Western philosophy, but he's not teaching either to these children, okay? These fucking kids are going to this private school and coming out less knowledgeable than they went in. It's awesome.
To the creation of ISIS, something that would be doable since the names of these victims are documented. Also, the existence of torture is not the same as brainwashing. He would need to provide far more evidence than the presence of psychologists who were overseeing some of the torture. The other big problem is that story about the priests who were doing brainwashing back in Egypt. That one he made up.
5,000 years ago in Egypt, they were doing this. But again, because we are officially starting the Gay to Lee's journalism course. Traditionally, we've understood journalism and research as this method of just collecting information, organizing it, and then expressing it. But then along came a man named Gay to Lee's, and he transformed journalism. And he transformed the way we understood research. Okay? So we created something called literary journalism, which is the idea that journalism can be by itself be literature. But the Gay to Lee's method is going to teach us how to be creative, how to be.
He has your handwriting. Chill. I'm one of his students. Guys, it's time to come clean. The reason why his handwriting and mine are so similar is because I'm actually one of Professor Chiang's students. That's why I was in China. Okay. Every moment that I wasn't live streaming in China, I was actually getting lectured directly by Professor Chiang. Okay. It's time to come clean. 11 years ago, China's super schools. Here's Professor Chiang.
By Asian countries. So right now, there's a lot of concern in Europe, and especially in America, because America didn't do very well on the PISA, that the future now belongs to China. It belongs especially to East Asia, because...
You don't search this video, the algorithm presents it to you. The Jiang dynasty conquered YouTube. Jiang has been cooking longer than we thought. Yo, it's my boy, Professor Jiang. Bro didn't age a day in like 11 years. Bro is stomping all over the YouTube algorithm. They must like him a lot. This man has taken over the YouTube algorithm. It's actually kind of wild how much Professor Jiang is promoted. Professor Jiang thinks Hamas is actually movement. Yeah, it's true. That's what... It's Hamas in English is himtertiti. Himtertiti. Yeah. Or no, not himtertiti, sorry. Movement, the resistance, the Islamic, which would be I know. It's Harakat al-Mukawwama al-Islamiyya, right? Harakat al-Mukawwama al-Islamiyya. Which is, the Islamic resistance movement, which is Hamas, which in English would be, I guess, the Islamic resistance movement. So it would be IRM. Your silly Turkish accent when speaking Arabic is adorable.
Okay, what's really important is, this is all speculation. And it's really important for you to doubt and question me. Because we don't actually know that this happened. All the records have been lost to us. And obviously, this would be the greatest state secret of Egypt. But from my perspective, it makes sense.
Who the hell cares if it makes sense to this guy? If he can't provide evidence of any of this having happened, how is that any better than pretending any other story someone else imagined is real? He similarly seems to have no clue what he's talking about on other subjects. Here's his description of how capitalists created communism to destroy socialism.
In many ways, communism is a creation.
Bro, look at this. Hassan, can you check my log? I literally subbed again just to talk to you. Hassan, please check my logs, I beg of you. Hassan, check my log. Please check log. Hassan used to be a huge fan and I followed you for a long time over social media. Never missed stream. I'm sorry. I must say this because I respected you once, man. You're always telling people not to be racist instead when it comes to the UAE. You say we're dogs, Zionists, etc. Just for your info, you have no idea what it's like to see your whole family hear bombs being interfered above us every single day with no fucking help until we take it. What? Take of it our own with our airspace. The U.S. didn't help. The hate you spread. Please check my log. Brother, you are not your government. The United Arab Emirates, on the other hand, as a government, is ass cheeks. So is the Saudi government. What do you want me to do? Act like it's a redeemable? It's not. It's not your fault.
Of capitalism as a weapon to destroy capitalism's major enemies. Capitalists hate democracy. Why do they hate democracy?
Okay, true.
Because if you think about it, if people had power, the workers had power, they would all get together
Base. He's cooking. Just wait, though. I'm sure he's going to flip it around.
And vote to redistribute wealth, right? To make the rich pay more taxes. We call this socialism.
After once again hedging that none of this may be true, he then spins this wild story of how Karl Marx was a tool.
Yeah, the American government is perfect, though. Everything is going great here in America. No problems at all. How are you? Yeah, I famously always say the American government is doing great. If there's one thing I'm notoriously known for, it's constantly talking about how great America's government is.
All of the English elites want to pit the workers against the bourgeoisie through a messy propaganda campaign that also kicked off anti-Semitism. He then provides an example of what he calls evidence that in a secret society, one that was intentionally made discoverable because they were a psyop that used anti-Semitism to vilify itself, because it was advancing the interests of capitalists.
What? They admit we are a national conspiracy, we're a secret society. This is a secret document that we read amongst ourselves. But it's also possible for you to steal and show that, yes, there is this secret society, a national conspiracy of Jews who are trying to destroy the world.
If this sounds ridiculously convoluted, that's because it is. This secret document being shown is the Communist Manifesto, and Jiang is presenting the idea of international solidarity as some kind of poorly hidden conspiracy. Except this book was widely published and available to read all over the place. At no point was this a conspiracy. It wasn't poorly hidden, it just exists. The anti-Semitic conspiracy theories were put onto it because it turns out creating anti-Semitic conspiracy theories is a long-standing tradition in Europe going back centuries. A more modern example would be how political parties often vilify immigrants to disguise their own economic agenda that's more centered around providing tax cuts for the wealthy rather than providing services for people who actually need them.
Wait, he's saying the communists were the anti-Semitic ones? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Is he what? Or is he saying that, like, anti-Semites were anti-communist? He just said something so insane that it genuinely gave me a stroke, I think. It's whatever you wanted to be, my friend. Communists were secretly capitalists. It's the classic, what was it? The Rothschilds and British bankers funded the socialists, the communists then. But they were also doing it to do anti-Semitism. Someone said Karl Marx. Zhang was saying communists were being anti-Semites on purpose to discredit communism and socialists because communists were a psyop created by capitalists. Yeah, but he's Asian. I believe him on pause. But what I don't understand is the Cultural Revolution missed one. What is this? Hassan Piker recreates his childhood. Oh, come on, dude.
Turns out we have a model of history that explains all of the events Jiang finds mysterious that work just fine without entertaining this secret society hypothesis that Jiang finds so compelling. The fact that history seems impossible to Jiang is hardly grounds for his speculation. But as you might be able to tell, we're starting to get into some dicey territory here, and it certainly isn't the only time we see troubling theories popping up from the ideas Jiang wants his audience to consider. Here's an example of him supposedly reading a map that measures academic performance. Muslims
don't do well on the PISA. And that's why there's great fear that Islamic countries will fall behind economically.
While he briefly mentions the predominantly Christian Central and South America, which are also in red, he only brings up religion when he's talking about Muslim-majority countries, and without any evidence, asserts that their religion explains their poor performance on this academic test. This is characteristic of how Jiang talks about Muslim people in general, such as when he hypothesized that Iranians were all ready to start fighting a jihad. According to what I've learned from his background, he spent a brief time teaching in Afghanistan, but somehow his understanding of Muslim people seems to be limited to stereotypes that sound like generic fear-mongering that followed September 11th. This video highlighting educational disparity.
Okay, this guy has to be a fucking agent, right? Wow, he has lived such a rich life. Thank you for taking the time and reading what I wrote. I appreciate it truly. Just go up. I appreciate it, man. Is this another one of those like insane moments where the CIA releases a psyop and it ends up harming Americans? It reminds me of how they did vaccine hesitancy campaigns in the Philippines, but I guess they never accounted for all the vaccine hesitancy that would take shape in the United States of America. They were like, hey, we sent him to Afghanistan. I mean, he's too young to have literally been one of those guys who was, teaching the Nebraska textbooks that had like bombs on them to the mujahideen in madrasas. But, wow, another chatter reformed. You're on a hot streak. Yeah, I know. I've been popping off. I am Professor Jiang. Please read my log supporting Professor Jiang so chat can yell at me and I can yell at chat. Okay. Langley cooked it with this guy. I gotta respect it. I just don't even fucking understand what purpose he could possibly serve. I genuinely think it's a pure happenstance, pure luck. I think that he got this popular. I don't think this man does anything with intention. Okay? I'm not even sure he has a worldview. He doesn't.
Is about immigration, and he spends some time talking about the discrimination immigrants face. To be more specific, though, he really only talks about the discrimination faced by
the fuck are you talking about, Chatter? No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Professor Jiang. What the fuck?
East Asian men, like him. Of the two main types of discrimination he mentions, and I'm genuinely shocked he used 2 instead of 3, one of them is that there are a limited number of CEO positions available to East Asian men. The other form of discrimination is that East Asian men do poorly on dating apps. In this section, it's very strange how he fixates specifically on white women.
A white woman will be attracted to the average white guy, and she will only be interested in the highest earning Asian guys.
How he talks about women in general gives off some negative vibes.
It's easy for them to find someone of their status or below, but it's very hard for East Asian men to actually marry up and improve their status and social economic standing.
Jiang talks about women like they're symbols of status, which is a pretty bad way to approach dating, and I'd wager treating women like that is going to hurt your chances far more than being East Asian. By the way, I want to make it clear that it is true that East Asian men, women, and non-binary people do face discrimination. It's an unfortunate truth, and it should be called out. The problem here is that Jiang is doing a very poor job of making that case, and it seems more self-serving than trying to speak for any kind of community. And he eventually uses his own personal story to go to a much darker place, where he explains that East Asian men are suckers for playing the game. That is, to be an immigrant who integrates into their new culture, because it allows white men to marry their best women while other minorities cheat the system.
The most attractive of all Asian women will be married off to white guys, whereas East Asian guys will make their money and then stay at home and play video games all the time. Okay? The game is rigged.
Okay, he has a lot of passion when he's talking about this, unlike other subjects. I feel like this hits close to home for him somehow. I don't know why, but this is the most like angered I've heard him speak. He's doing r/AZN identity posting. I know. This is a high school teacher. Okay, he's got students in that room that are listening to him educate them on Western philosophy.
Only logical strategy, according to game theory, to this situation is to break the game, cheat, okay? And that's what the other minorities are doing.
This racist rant is supposed to be a lesson in game theory, by the way, which supposedly explains why these other minorities are grouping together and having lots of babies so they can take over. He eventually goes back to being bigoted towards Muslims specifically.
In Europe, they have a huge Muslim problem. These Muslims are less likely to integrate. They don't do very well in school. but they will claim welfare. They will have lots and lots of babies, which is a drain on the economy of these nations. So if trends continue, then it is most likely that Muslims will control Europe in 25 years' time.
Yes, it's true. He caught on, dude. This is literally okay. I'm beginning to realize something here. I have to be very serious for a moment. Okay, I genuinely think there's only one type of YouTube content that just goes viral all the time, and it's this. Because what he's talking about is literally like early Gamergate era. Since the invention of YouTube, the only people that have gotten the algorithmic boost, not to get all Professor Jong with it, not to get all conspiratorial, has been guys that say this, okay? It's never stopped being guys that say this. There are different variants. There are different generations of content creators that come and go, okay? But there's only one absolute, and that is if you are saying exactly these words, women ain't shit, you know, they want to fuck all the hottest guys, they don't want to fuck you, and also Islam is going to overtake Europe in 25 years, that is algorithm catnip, okay? For some weird reason, literally every single top content creator on YouTube has done this, okay? Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, now Professor Jong, Sargon of Akkad, like all of these people that have engaged in political commentary and achieved like maximum virality have done both of these things every single time. Andrew Tate, Tyler Oliveira. What the fuck is going on? Why is that like the thing? I want to test it out. I want to do like a video talking about both of these things, you know?
Okay.
For Jiang, I'll do my own list of 3 here. Muslim people operating in unison, never adjusting to the culture in their new home, and wanting to take over is part of the anti-immigrant rhetoric that has been used against every immigrant group for decades. It's never been true, and I don't see what makes Muslim people uniquely threatening, especially since we're reducing people that can come from entirely different parts of the world down to their religion. I'd wager someone who immigrates from Indonesia probably has a very different experience than someone who is immigrating from Pakistan. This map he's so worried about doesn't just include newly arrived immigrants. It would include second, third, and later generations as well. People who were not only born in Europe, but have families that stretch back decades. Do they not get to be European? Or can they never be part of the only culture they and their family have ever known because of their religion? The reductive way of looking at the world Jiang frequently uses unsurprisingly leads to conclusions like these ones, where his own ignorance simplifies diverse populations into easily understood threats. In this case, turning his classroom lecture into a rant about population replacement that wouldn't be out of place on an episode of Tucker Carlson, where it cries about white people being under attack. Unsurprisingly, Jiang's a big fan of his.
Well, thanks so much for inviting me, Tucker. I'm a huge fan. I've been admiring your work for a number of years now.
While Jiang predicates some of what he says about immigration on Europeans being racist, he makes this important point towards the end of the lecture.
Immigration is not natural. If you're born into a community, what is natural is for you to want to help this community grow and develop. You want to contribute to this community. What is not natural is for you to say, you know what, this community sucks, I'm going to go find a new community.
Jiang is arguing that racism present in Europe is a response to something unnatural, all while Jiang does some racism of his own. It's a nasty bit of business where someone who was an immigrant himself seems to have learned the worst lessons of any discrimination he may have experienced. And there's another moment in one of his lectures that also requires some discussion, and that's where Jiang denied the Holocaust. This comment is brief, but can be seen in the video titled "The German Will to Power."
We don't actually have any concrete evidence for the Holocaust, okay? So one piece of evidence for the Holocaust is this speech by Hitler.
The context here is that he's examining an anti-Semitic screed from Hitler and trying to argue that the term Jewish is a metaphor.
It's the Jews who are a metaphor for a national elite group of individuals who are conspiring to undermine the vitality and the strength of the German nation.
Like everything he discusses in his lectures, he doesn't linger too long on this.
Okay, on this segment, I will not be even jokingly defending Professor Jong. Okay? It's not happening. That's insane.
Point, and it's part of a much larger framework I mentioned earlier about how anti-Semitism was used to mask the real origins of communism, which was apparently the capitalists. I'm not sure if he means that Hitler saw through this ruse, or if we should understand his words in that context rather than what they literally mean. But to even go down this road
saying there is no concrete evidence for the Holocaust is one of the most insane things that you can say. Again, by the way, feeding back to the theory that I presented previously, which is this is the only type of content that the YouTube algorithm promotes. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a grand conspiracy, not to get all Professor Chong with it. I took the robe off at this point, so I'm no longer Dr. Jihad. But it is crazy that he hits all of the fucking high notes, dude. This is straight up white boy catnip, okay? You put information like this in whatever form it takes in front of young white boys, and they will literally give you the world, okay? It's the same with Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, Professor Chiang, Sargon of Akkad, Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes. I don't know what the fuck it is. You got to be an incel. You got to say Muslims are taking over Europe, and you got to deny the Holocaust, or at least like show a little bit of skepticism towards it. And straight up, YouTube will be like, oh my God, step right this way, sir. You are literally the GOAT. We will put you at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the directory. Okay, is Sargon even still going? No, I'm saying they come and go, but they have their moments, right? And there's different eras. There's always like a different era where there's a content creator where you're like, why the fuck's this guy famous? He's an absolute dumbass. And then you scratch the surface and you always find the same shit. Okay, you scratch the surface and you find the same exact policies, the same exact ideologies, the same exact principles. Unvarnished white supremacy, hatred of women, and Nazism, you know, different variants of like fascist behavior, fascist ideology. Tyler Hitler Vera is another example of this, and I don't understand it at all. Oh, they got clapped already.
Put us in some alarming territory where these abstract...
Sam Harris hates women. Sorry, my best friend is a lib who is obsessed with Sam and I need ammo. Yeah, I mean, Sam Harris doesn't deny the Holocaust, and I don't think he hates women that much. I think he's just like basic level. It's not anything exceptional, but he is unbelievably rich. For your liberal friend, I mean, your liberal friend might be a huge Islamophobe because that's like Sam Harris's number one thing. Maybe he just can't imagine the Nazis would do the Holocaust because it doesn't fit into game theory. What is this? On the topic of Muslim integration, oh, I saw this, yeah. Least integrated Syrian in Bavaria.
Dass gerade hier und heute mit...
It's really funny because the replies are full of people being like, fuck this guy still. This motherfucker is a Syrian refugee who apparently speaks with an unbelievably thick accent too, and not a Syrian one.
Denn geflüchtet aus Syrien ist Ali als
And he went and he bought his own fucking pony and everything.
Osterritt in Regen mit dabei.
This is 100% integration, okay? 100% integration. Okay, he's a true Bavarian. Yeah, and the replies are all like fucking AFD adjacent dickheads being like, oh, just fucking bullshit. Disgusting, that's not German? Oh, okay.
If du dabei bist, dann findest du noch schöner und magst immer mit tun. Weil da ist ja jedes Mal etwas dabei, ist ja immer Gaudi dabei. Für mich ist das einfach schön und das ist einfach ein Traum von mir.
In Poschitz...
I'm German and I can't understand him, so he's perfectly integrated into Bavaria? Yeah. It's a joke that Bavaria is not Germany. Oh, okay.
Hypotheticals have Jiang engaging in some kind of denialism that divorces us from history as we understand it, and instead the fantasy world he's creating. This particular lecture isn't a part of his game theory series, but rather one titled Civilization, where he provides other absurd alternative readings of history, such as the Carthaginian Hannibal not actually existing.
Hannibal Barca did not exist as a person.
While incredibly silly, his commentary on Hitler and the Holocaust can't be so easily laughed at. And if he can upload new versions of lectures to fix audio issues, I think he can upload new versions of lectures that supposedly have him accidentally denying the Holocaust. At least according to his audience, that's the defense I saw most frequently. It seems like that would be a really good thing to fix. But as we step out of the classroom, maybe we'll get a little more information on what he thinks about this. A question that kept popping into my head while watching these lectures was, how is this a class? Although Jiang teaches a course called Western Philosophy, he only mentions philosophers in passing and instead subjects his students to long discussions about modern-day geopolitics and his bizarre theories.
What? North Korea is one of the few places where capitalism still exists? The DPRK under Kim Jong-un has been anything but socialist. What is happening at this point, man? I don't even want to know. I mean, this first one is obviously a fucking joke, but I don't even know what the second one is. West Coast neoliberal elitist, trans pride flag, Ukraine flag, Israel flag. Wait, they I assume I've been blocked by this account. Up there. Okay. Yeah. They got hashtag NAFO on the fucking, they got hashtag NAFO on there. That's, you know. What is this scene? This is the official position of the German Green Party. Imagine, imagine being vegan for ethical reasons and then also pro-Israel. Yeah, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. There truly is every kind of person out there. I mean, yeah, especially Twitter, where I think people just like wear their mental illness on their sleeve. Myself included, let's be real. You know, I got a weird one. The fact that I'm even on Twitter, it's indicative of some level of mental illness.
On world history. Occasionally he'll try to connect Plato or Kant to his lecture, but it's hardly a suitable amount of material for a real lecture on those subjects. Jiang's teaching methods are unorthodox, but it seems to fit the vibe of the school he teaches at, Moonshot Academy. I can't speak to what the average high school is like in China, but this one seems unique, with a striking interior design and small class sizes of less than 10 students per teacher. I don't know what any of these other classes are like, but I hope these kids are getting a better education than what they're getting in Jiang's class. Jiang does talk about his previous experiences in education at other institutions. Notably, he spends one of his lectures complaining about how he was fired from his previous teaching job.
The word that everyone used to describe me was not reformer, not visionary, not idealist, not dreamer, but dictator. Okay? Or another word that they used that was more common was...
I think Prasan loves Professor Jiang so much because this stream is the only leftist stream where gaming is just a theory. No, I love Professor Jiang because he gets to teach you the real theory. Okay? All the Hammer and Sickle Twitter accounts are right. Okay? I purposely am trying to defeat all the revolutionary spirit that people have by educating you on the Professor Jongian style of theory. Does he even teach English? I don't know what he's teaching. I know that technically they're saying, people keep repeating, and the school is presenting him as a teacher of Western philosophy. And yet I have heard zero Western philosophy. This motherfucker has a Yale education, by the way, an English degree, but still, like, this is a Yale educated guy. How the fuck did this happen?
He's an asshole. Okay?
I guess technically Holocaust denial definitely does fit in Western philosophy. So he's just teaching, his entire thing is basically teaching his students that Western philosophy is insane. Okay? Just be an insane woman-hating, racist Holocaust denier, and you basically understand damn near entirety of Western philosophy. This is not to teach the students anything new. It's just it's a warning more so. Where he's basically saying, don't learn this, okay?
This guy's a complete asshole.
I'm not sure talking about how you lost your last job is suitable for a lecture, but he eventually turns this personal anecdote into a story about how everyone involved with education is lazy and not operating out of a deep love of brightening young minds like he is.
What? Yeah, after every lesson, he literally says, this is why you're not supposed to go to America, where I got a college degree in one of the best institutes of higher learning at Yale University. This is why you need to stay in China. Okay? They will fuck your ass up like they scrambled my brains.
Listening to his lecture on that experience of getting fired, the big takeaway I got was that it sounded like his experimental curriculum design had very tough grading, which annoyed some people. His current class doesn't have grades, though. It doesn't have tests either. Students either pass or fail. How he assesses their learning is never made clear, since most of his classes are typically him lecturing with the odd question every now and again. Before the school's break for midterms, Jiang's class featured a midterm he designed, where he answered questions from the internet.
All right, so in this tweet, Mr. Bojak said that, listen.
He does eventually give his students the chance to ask questions, though they usually just create opportunities for him to further exposit his bizarre ideas. In this clip, he's responding to a question about his theory that Israel is going to let Tel Aviv get destroyed so the more secular Israelis will die, leaving the more religious ones in charge.
It's not that hard
to... What the fuck? Dude, wait, dude, this guy's out of his fucking mind. Dude, oh my God, I need to be in his class so bad. Okay, next time I go to China, I am going to try to be in his class. I'm going to try to figure out a way where I can sit through one of his lessons. Oh my God. He's awesome.
We build an economy and a city. It's not, okay? So it's to develop the spiritual cohesion of a people, to make them believe in something so that they're willing to die for it, okay? That's what matters, all right? Destroying a city, you can rebuild in 5 years' time. It's not that hard. Just hire the Chinese to do it.
Bro, this guy's really stretching the boundaries of the firewall, okay? Like, how is the Chinese... Dude, the Chinese government, everyone talks about how the Chinese government is so repressive and so fucking... And there's truth to it, right? But goddamn, they're just letting this guy do whatever the fuck he wants. Clearly, they don't give a shit about a lot of things, okay? Like, what are you talking about? The Chinese government is watching these and falling for it? Yeah, they're changing. Yeah, they're writing about the Professor Zhang lectures on what's that website where they write stuff for the party? Like new notes. He's gonna be mentioned in the annual Xi Jinping's annual statement, like his nation address.
Okay.
The Quishi, right? Yeah.
Letting an entire city be wiped out so one group can consolidate their power is ridiculous. But that was only before I considered that they could just ask China to rebuild a city in 5 years. I'm sure it's just that easy. Jiang cares less about evidence or mathematical models in the world, but...
They're putting this in the CPC Central Committee bi-monthly. Professor Jiang has a brilliant new thesis that we will be discussing. Professor Jiang invited to deliver a direct lecture to the standing committee. Maybe they see the benefit of him rotting American brains and they let him cook. Search his name? No, I'm not going to search Professor Jiang. It's going to be another Professor Jiang that comes up.
Instead, he uses intuition.
I know it's game theory. I know you're supposed to use math, but I'll be constrained by math, okay? So I use a lot of intuition. I use a lot of doubt.
He teaches in Canada, not China? Wait, no, I'm pretty sure he teaches... Wait, no, he teaches in Beijing. No, he lives in China. And these are lectures that he's giving to real students. No, he is literally in China. I'm pretty sure he's in China, and these lessons are in a Beijing private school in China. He does not put any of those videos on Chinese social media, by the way, because I think he would get ethered instantly. Like, that's the funniest thing. Like, if he posted even a fraction of these lectures on Bilibili or some shit, he would definitely immediately account gone. Okay, which is really funny. So, I mean, I know that the Chinese government doesn't really give a shit about like uploads to the Western internet. Like, they don't really care that much. But what I can't comprehend is how he is allowed to teach whatever the fuck he's teaching in Moonshot Academy in a Chinese private school. What the fuck? Okay, I'm skipping this. Civilization is in a race between education and catastrophe. Moonshot Academy is committed to building global learning community as grounded in competency-based liberal arts education and characterized by real-world projects. Our mission is to cultivate fulfilled individuals and active, compassionate citizens, support the continuation of prosperity and human civilization. Looking for 15 learners passionate about tech entrepreneurship, offering up to full scholarships of 4 years. a hackathon exclusively for middle school learners, the ISM Project, Discipline, Subject, Visual Arts, Family Memoirs, Startup Game Studio Experience. The president of the school doesn't live in China. Why does the Chinese government allow this to happen? That's what I don't understand. Yeah, see, it's in Beijing. I heard I missed the Cussy talk. Run that back. Too late. He moved back to China after this. Last week, I was detained at a Toronto public school because the staff suspected me of child abuse. Here I explain what happened and why I plan to file a lawsuit. Wait, what? Bro, what? Have people just not like looked into this guy's background at all? All your haters are like this. Why? He's not a hater. First of all, he's a lover. So remember that. I mean, he's agnostic. Okay, this is not, Professor Jiang is not a designated Hasanabe enemy. Okay, let's just, yet. This is the Breaking Points historian, Crystal. No, I talked to them after this because I wanted to get his contact information and I wanted to have him on the stream, which I still do, by the way, for the record. But what I don't understand is what this guy is done, what he's capable of doing. He crashed out on his videos for it. Wait, no, I know he uses VPN. We watched that interview. I've told you guys this already. If you're in China and you're not on Chinese internet and you're on Western internet, you can do whatever the fuck you want. That's not confusing to me. Okay? What's confusing to me is how he actually teaches Chinese students in Beijing in English, and he says these things in his lectures. How do you get on the West internet? What do you mean? I literally live streamed from China. I live streamed my entire trip in China from China. What is this? Is it Bilibili? Did you find a Bilibili video of Professor Chang?
今天我想探讨一下全球经济将如何崩溃。
Collapse of the global economy. Wait, he's popping on fucking Bilibili too? Isn't this one of the international schools? Oh my God.
And you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher.
They China-fied this, by the way. That's so funny. They made this. You're a Professor Zhang's identity was exposed. The host questioned him on the spot. You were a middle school teacher. Why do you call yourself professor? Are you being Are you being controlled by Dongda University? Oh God, this is a little bit of Chinese anti-Indian racism there. I saw this guy live in the UK. He has that inexplicable Indian self-confidence. It's fucked up. Okay.
I use a lot of debate.
His class, according to him, is meant to spark creativity and encourage his students to use their own intuition. The biggest problem, his students never actually get to do any of that in this class, at least not in the lectures he's uploaded. Students should have the opportunity to create their own theories or ideas, or maybe experiment with frameworks that let them challenge themselves. This class is more about challenging Jiang to see if he can keep all the balls he's juggling in the air, deflecting the challenges he gets from his students. There's also the additional danger of his students and audience ignoring the game of creating hypotheticals while taking his statements about the real world and its history at face value. If Jiang wants to demonstrate the intersection between game theory and politics, he could simply use a fictional place like Westeros from Game of Thrones. So there's no danger of anyone taking what he says about the real world seriously. But by grounding his speculation in the real world and mixing it in with his own misunderstandings, it could only serve to confuse the audience. Something that becomes apparent when you look away from the lecture videos and the comment sections underneath them, filled with people who seem to think they're learning about the world. Jiang does himself no favors when he steps out of his...
For sure. I thought this was a college lecture. Can't believe this is high school. Can't believe I'm learning this stuff for free. Yeah, now I too believe the Holocaust, that there is no concrete evidence for it. And also, women are constantly trying to fuck the hottest guys. And we should deny them. We should deny them the free, the capacity to make choices so we don't fall like the Roman Empire. This is incredible.
Classroom and starts presenting the ridiculous fantasies he's cooked up to a wider audience. Something he's doing more of as he started making the rounds in the podcast circuit. In a previous video of mine about Minnesota and the lies spread about that state by Nick Shirley, I paid special attention to the podcast environment that let such a clueless kid like him seem far more credible, treating his nonsense as something to be taken seriously. Jiang has had a similar experience as his public profile has risen, often brought on to discuss his theories about the world.
Professor Jiang does have much better skills in narration. He is a, I mean, it's not really saying much, but like a third grader probably can speak better and more confidently than Nick Shirley, but still, we know he's literate. We know he went to college. He's capable of complex thoughts, maybe perhaps too complex at times. Nick Shirley's not capable of any of those things.
Called as an absent-minded host nods along. Here's a quick taste of a prediction from a podcast with a guy.
If anything, I can probably safely assume Nick Shirley might have been a Professor Zhang student at Moonshot Academy. This is what happens when you get lectured by Professor Zhang.
Guy named Cyrus Jansen I've never heard of. This was recorded a few months back.
If you just look at history, and you just look at the history of humanity from a macro perspective, ice ages are a common thing. So I think that we're moving towards an ice age.
With record heat temperatures for more than 2 decades now, we're actually heading in the opposite direction, at least according to climate scientists who, I suspect, have looked into this far more than Jiang has. Here's another example of him saying something ridiculous in his interview with Tucker Carlson.
You'd be called a racist, and that's the worst thing to be called, right? You're better off being called a pedophile, right? Yes. Pedophiles have more rights now than racists.
I have no idea.
Tucker Carlson's like, he's holding it so hard. He's like, what are you saying, man?
Idea.
Yes. Right? Pedophiles have more rights now than racists.
I have no idea.
Yo, dude, Professor Zhang, man, what a fucking legend, dude. He's crazy. I feel like things just come into his mind. He's not lying when he says like, the scientific method is bullshit. Obviously, everyone just, invents their own reality and then says whatever comes to their mind immediately. Yeah, it's true for Professor Zhang. Okay? He doesn't hold anything back. He just says whatever comes up. No filter. Oh, that's awesome.
What he's trying to say here, aside from playing along with Tucker Carlson to pretend like being called a racist is the worst thing that can happen to you, when people like Tucker Carlson have made a pretty good living by being a professional racist. During this interview, Zhang also said,
but how much more money could he make if he was a professional pedophile? Got you there, Jose. No way, Jose. Yeah, bet he'd make even more money. Disproving your point immediately. Case in point, Jeffrey Epstein. That's right. That's right. You don't think.
As things that are so clearly and obviously not true.
These elite universities, Yale, Harvard, they are the most critical of Western civilization. They don't teach Homer and Dante and Plato.
Zhang has a degree in English.
He has a degree in English from Yale. He knows they teach that. That's so stupid. You definitely know that they taught you that. Yes, they do.
Literature from Yale, where he learned about all these figures. And I did a quick check, and there are still several courses teaching Homer, Dante, and Plato at Yale. These interviews do strip bare the defense that his ideas are meant to be fun hypotheticals, not to be taken too seriously, and he's perfectly happy to repeat them on these podcasts, like the existence of secret societies.
There will be a world war, the final war, and possibly a nuclear war. But who Gog and Magog is up for debate.
Wow.
It's a bit of a wonder where he gets this stuff from, though considering his media diet, it's not surprising that watching Tucker Carlson and Jimmy Dore contributes to someone being this confused about the world.
I think you're the best news
goat talk. All my goats.
Source on TV
goat
right
talk.
Now, even though you're not actually on TV, and actually you're not a journalist. But yes,
When Zhang sits down with Jimmy Dore, things start to get really unhinged, like when he calls the mass shooting on Bondi Beach that targeted Jewish people a false flag.
There are a lot of false flags, right? So, for example, the memo is...
I spoke too soon. I shouldn't have said goat talk right before this. That was a joke for the record.
You will see more examples of false flags against Jews in order to scare the Jewish diaspora to return to Jerusalem.
This interview also reveals how he got turned on to some of the more esoteric beliefs in his theories.
I spent a lot of time watching Kurt Metzger on your show, and he mentioned the Sapien Francus. He mentioned the interdimensional lizard people, and that's what got me to research these topics And then I was slowly able to connect the dots.
I was curious about Jiang's comment about Kurt Metzger, a comedian who serves as Jimmy Dore's co-host, who's somehow even dimmer than Dore. And I found Jiang made an appearance on Metzger's podcast as well. There was more discussion about how the Bondi Beach shooting was some kind of secret plot, though he does think that the deaths were real at least. It does get significantly weirder the deeper they get into the show.
You look at World War II, okay? How much of World War II that we've been taught in school do you think actually happened during World War II? You know, like our understanding of World War II, do you think that that's actually what happened? I don't know.
This certainly makes me think his earlier comment about the Holocaust wasn't Jiang misspeaking, but he doesn't expand on things in this interview either. It's yet another part of his pattern of believing history that's not just comically wrong, but also conspiratorial in a way that reflects some really ugly beliefs. It was genuinely a surprise to me to find out that Jiang is not a new addition to the YouTube space from an ideological perspective, but rather he's a product of the sewage system of reactionary political commentary channels. What seemed like Jiang's original bullshit is just recycled crap from someone else's rear end. The interview Jiang is probably most famous for is the one he had on Breaking Points, which has racked up 9 million views. This interview is particularly harmful because it's over 10 minutes of Jiang seeming almost respectable when he drops this at the very end.
I had a conversation with them. They were like shocked by this. Okay. They literally were like, the interview was like actually pretty insightful up until the very last moment where it just turned into something utterly insane.
He starts with an answer about the Epstein files revealing elites operating in secret, but then he makes a huge jump to assume that it's not just sex crimes they're doing.
And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times.
While the Epstein files obviously revealed lots of criminal activity, it was a conspiracy to commit sex crimes, not a conspiracy to bring about the end times. This is where the interview should have started, or at the very least, they should have taken some time to ask what the hell he was talking about. Platforming is a complicated subject, and if he was a smaller creator, I think providing people like him a platform does more harm than good because he's likely to reach an audience regardless of how he's presented. However, the popularity Jiang already has puts him in a category where the benefit of this appearance isn't so one-sided. But if someone like this is going to be on your show, they need to be more aggressively questioned. Mehdi Hassan did a better job confronting Jiang on some of his more outlandish claims, even if he didn't go as far as I might have liked.
I've blown up all across the internet, and I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified.
This was so funny. I love this because he literally is just like, I don't know, maybe he's literally just like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe some governments are amplifying my message. Who knows? I make stuff up all the time. Like it's so funny because he's like so sincere about being a charlatan, at which point you're like, well, where can we go in this conversation if you're just revealing that you don't know what you're talking about and you make stuff up all the time and you even admit that you might be a psyop for a government? And like I said, the way he carries himself the way he conducts himself in this interview is so fascinating because he has this weird, like, naive confidence where he's just like, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's awesome. People love it. People love it. Maybe I'm a plant. Who knows? Think about that a lot.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot.
I've never heard this man's cadence change except when he was talking about interracial relationships. Yes, that's also true. He got unbelievably bent out of shape when he was talking about, Asian women fucking white boys. He did not like that at all.
Strange thing to say. Even though I'm critical of him, I don't doubt the ability of the algorithm to push nonsense without being manipulated by a nation state. I would like to see if he has some kind of evidence for his suspicion that he's being artificially boosted, but he's not really a man of facts and doesn't provide any.
I think that...
Yeah, this is the other side of the story, which is... What the fuck? This is the other side of the story where you can't really take him seriously, but everyone does. But he doesn't take himself seriously. So it's like you can't really conduct a thorough debate with a guy who just says, I make stuff up. Like, how are you supposed to have a conversation with a guy who literally goes, yeah, I make stuff up. It's awesome, actually. I don't know why people take me seriously. Yeah, I think it's good to make stuff up. You should do it too. You know? It's just, what are you, okay, I guess that's it. End the debate at that point. What are we supposed to fucking debate?
Education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself?
The last interview I want to briefly mention is...
Yeah, he literally does stand 10 toes down on that, where he's like, yeah, I make stuff up. I think people should stop relying on facts as much.
When Jiang went on Patrick Bet-David's podcast, where he had a few wacky takes, like that COVID-19 was an American bioweapon.
So I believe that this was an American bioweapon funded by Tony Fauci.
PBD, following the pattern of most of these hosts, doesn't seriously challenge him on any of these ridiculous claims.
Okay, well, what's
Canadian,
the expectation? You think PBD is going to do that? He's like, I'm a numbers guy. Professor Jiang, you're a very smart guy. We're going to grok it. We're going to grok it. We're going to ChatGPT it.
Oh, I do need to push back on a comment Jiang made about his former home.
If I said certain things that I said in Canada, then it's possible that I get visited by the police.
Don't worry, Jiang. They don't arrest people for having a shitty YouTube channel. And he isn't the only one living off his channel. There's currently a big gold rush right now with channels posting clips of all his lectures, some of them getting tons of views. In one case, there's a creepy AI version of Jiang that talks to the audience. I've not spoken much about AI on this channel.
Bro, this literally looks like the hotel I stayed at in fucking Doha. That's crazy. That looks insane.
But if anyone is curious, I am not a fan. And I think AI videos like these are some of the worst garbage on this website. I'll give Jiang some credit here, because at least he's spreading his own talking points. Anyone using AI to spread messages built on the backs of the labor of others are parasites on this website, and I have nothing but contempt for them. In the comments section under Jiang's videos, it was nice to see so many comments from people anxious to learn. I think that kind of enthusiasm is genuinely a good thing, and it often serves people quite well in life. But Jiang is not offering a real education. Anyone who wants to learn about history, philosophy, or game theory would be better served by, and I hate to break this to you, enrolling in a school and learning from an actual professor. I know not everyone has the means to do this, and there are some decent substitutes, such as reading books or watching lectures from people with real credentials who have been adequately trained to speak on these subjects. I'm not saying you should only listen to someone on a subject if they have a doctorate in it. I am saying that when someone is offering commentary that completely upends decades of scholarship and fields of study that have tens of thousands of people working in research, consider that these new ideas might not be completely invalidating entire fields of study if they're coming from a high school teacher with an active imagination. I'm not saying it's impossible for that to happen, just that it would require a lot of work, and that level of work simply isn't being seen in Jiang's videos. Another common type of comment I saw were people comparing the lectures to watching something on Netflix, and while I strongly disagree with that, since the new season of One Piece was far more entertaining than listening to a man ramble about the Freemasons for 50 minutes, I understand the categorical difference here. A YouTube video is a great choice if all you're looking for is entertainment. I would still argue that there are far better sources for that on YouTube than Jiang, but it's not quite as disastrous as thinking he's actually teaching you anything. I can't help but see this eerie similarity between Jiang and Jordan Peterson, where the aesthetic of academia ramps up into a caricature of education, where people are not getting the tools they need to thrive in the world, but instead a perpetual daddy figure who will spoon-feed them gibberish under the guise of bettering them intellectually. Jordan Peterson has parlayed his public persona into creating a city that has all the aesthetics of education without any of the actual substance or value. My good friend Zoe B has a whole video about that institution and how it uses the aesthetics of learning to siphon money from Peterson's faithful audience. She was the one who found that anecdote about Dr. Fox I used in my intro, so give full credit to Zoe for that. After a decade of watching Peterson continuously bilk his audience for enough money to make him a millionaire, I hope we don't have to see a repeat with that with Jiang Shuiqin. Although he did say he's working on a book, so I guess we'll be seeing how much money he makes off of that.
Oh, I can't fucking wait for that. I can't wait for that, bro. I'm going to read the fuck out of that. That's the real theory. That's like Das Kapital. Throw that shit in the fucking dustbin of history, dude. Professor Jiang. I'm a Jiangist, okay? Jungian psychology. Jungian predictive history. Oh, my God. Fucking amazing. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go and spend some time with my family and my loved ones.
And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian. You moron. You racist piece of. Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
Not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel? You big.
Terrorize the
You are
Palestinians,
so out of your mind.
Iraqis,
dude. You screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba. You racist piece of.
Folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hassan Piker.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Oh, here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey, Hassan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay.
And of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Of course. Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Gotcha.
Go ahead. Start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir, how was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine. Did you not? I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
That was happening. I can't.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this."
No,
and by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
Not in that. I mean,
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop? I don't know. I have
The
no
dislikes
idea.
were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm
I don't
asking.
recall
I don't
saying
care
this,
if
but I don't know why this is a major
You
point
did
of
say
contention.
it.
All right, so you asked that question.
No.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you
it's
think
not
it
my
was?
definition? I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and
Okay,
I've
good.
addressed him
All right,
thoroughly.
just-
Do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the
iDubbbz's
video.
content cop.
Correct. That's
about
correct.
The CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean,
Yes.
I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Right. Well, 90% of the
quite
clips
frankly,
were
harassing
from
a
that
bunch of
episode
pro-Palestinian
entitled
content
CPS
creators.
Came to My House, Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call CPS.
No. That's
I think it's completely
obvious.
inappropriate
I'm
to call
saying your
CPS
friend
on a
Hassan you
content
made
creator
a
you
video
don't like.
with
I don't know why
did a
you're- I
total
don't know why
fucking
you
hit
think I have
job.
any
All
hand
right, go
in
ahead.
this.
Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like, dude, listen,
Go ahead.
listen to me.
Go ahead.
Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this. When
Hassan,
we
I
were,
don't care. Let's
when we
just
had a
go
podcast.
on.
No,
You-
what do
I
you
don't-
mean?
I-
You brought this up.
I don't-
You brought it up. Hold on. Let me say my
I know
piece.
what you're saying. We've both
You brought it up.
been harassed. The
Let me
internet
bring-
is
let me say
tough.
my
Whatever,
piece.
yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting
You know who else
conversation.
also
Go
told me
ahead.
that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on and let me
Wow, I have-
try to
wow,
explain
God
my
forbid.
position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before
been a while.
before we, stopped doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I
because
know
am
you're
victim
against
to the same
CPS.
exact things
That's
that
not
happened to
even
you in this
interesting.
regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that.
Okay,
sort
ask
of
me a
thing
question.
And don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know
Very
why
good.
you
Ask me a
think
question.
that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me. I didn't
Okay,
make
sure.
any
Ask me a
editorial-
question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking
sure.
pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been
know
all
why
right?
This is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character
Hassan, ask me a
so
question.
far
I'm going to move
removed
on to the
from
next
you
topic
asking
here.
me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
I never
do I
said
do
that.
I think
And
my
don't think that's
coverage?
the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply
No,
that.
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have talked
Hassan, I'm answering your
every
question.
time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Vendettas that you have experienced from
I was going to explain
conflict.
that. Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we
such as when
fished
I
this
made
up,
fun
but
of-
yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think? Do you?
Yeah.
Do you think that
so
I- do you
but
think
anyway,
that I
my
actually
point
think
is,
it's
Hassan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even. Was I?
Do you
I don't
think
I was in the
it's
photo.
reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the
I was
question.
not-
Is it
No, I don't
reasonable
think
to
it's-
perceive
I don't
that?
think it was a deliberate decision that
Okay,
made. But I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
You have
that
10
I had
swords,
the
don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
think I'm dog
Let me make a
whistling
point
with the-
here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hassan.
I'm gonna let you
No,
ask that
no.
question.
Stop.
Can I just say
you are
can I-
making
can
a
I just
video
ask you
accusing a
again?
Jewish
You
man
think-
of
you think
exaggerating
you think I used
anti-Semitism
a-
while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at
Ethan,
least
couldn't-
am I
couldn't hear
insane
anything
for
you
thinking
said.
this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep
I don't
breath.
need you to
I didn't
console
even
me.
hear your question. I need you to
Well, you
answer
should try
something.
listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's
Yes.
Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So you. Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much
Yeah,
they
the
weigh?
other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me
I'm
paint a
waving that
scenario.
shit around.
Let me paint, Hassan. Let me paint a scenario for you. Okay. Listen. Okay, this is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even, you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane, yes.
So yeah, microaggressions
because
just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz made
It's your
this
sword,
decision,
bro. I don't believe
and
that
I'm
you
not
weren't there.
iDubbbz, and
You were
don't
there, bro.
know
It's in your
how to
fucking house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me why iDubbbz
Because
chose
it's
that.
your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's most
just
likely
a
because I
cosmic
had
chance.
previously
Okay.
had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo
I'm
up?
not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan.
I'm sorry,
not
Hassan.
iDubbbz.
Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay,
it's
so
what
you're
you
telling
are
a Jewish
perceiving.
man who's complaining about a
And
very
also,
odd coincidence that I'm
it's a
crazy
form
and
of
I'm
Maggian,
exaggerating.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen.
Oh,
to
you
me.
got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for
No,
exaggerating
that's not what I'm
anti-Semitism.
saying. I didn't
You
do
got
that.
me. Yes, you
Ethan?
did. You
Ethan,
literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay,
But again,
laugh about
it's
it. Go
not
on.
a swastika. And I don't even
Then
think
why
you
should you
have
leave it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a
So-
Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
killed
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I
the Nazis
draw
only kill Jews,
swastika
Ethan?
one time
do you
on?
think that, do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why
since
did
Elon
I
Musk
do
did
a
it?
Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because
because
you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by
Thank
the
you
way,
for
as a Jewish
clarifying.
man,
My
are you
bad.
going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack. You
And
understand
who are
that,
you
right?
to say that
that's
to
the
me?
point
You
of
pose with
contention
the
here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe
Do you
you.
think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol
but
and
it's
the
not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu
What you
symbol
drew on
and the
PewDiePie,
Nazi
on the other hand,
swastika.
was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I
right,
depicted a
cool.
swastika,
No,
a tasteless joke
I'm
on,
just making sure.
on,
Okay, so
on
you
iDubbbz's shirt 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't
I
even
jokingly
concede that
referred
looks
to it
bad.
as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If
so
I
let me-
genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
So you know it. So you know
fuck
it's not a
no.
swastika.
They know
but you
that
keep
looks
calling
like
it
a swastika.
sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
no.
interesting. So anyway, it was a cosmic
do you
fluke.
think that
You
only,
brandished
do you
what
think
I.
that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. Again, I'm speculating on the
he lifted
decision
up.
making of a person.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted
I'm not
it.
him. I don't
Go
know.
ahead, ask
Again,
me.
I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing this a lot.
You don't need to. Go
I
ahead.
am not iDubbbz.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on in his
I'm
mind.
not accusing you of being iDubbbz, Hassan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
I already
iDubbbz.
made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on
Yes.
it's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't have
you
a
think
problem
if
telling
you could go back,
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure. I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate,
killing
and time
civilians.
and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I totally
good. So then we
agree
don't
with you on
disagree.
that. Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra tier list.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio,
it's fine. Take your
my
time.
audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hassan. Hassan, I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hassan. Hey, Hassan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement with
him.
So
it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hassan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah. I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on after this as
video
well.
Can play, please.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
someone's going to hit me with the Cherry Act,
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. Tweak it. From the river to the sea,
My goat.
one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're
also
laughing at
routinely
Norm.
talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
I'm telling you that
it's
I
not
can
even
have a
my opinion.
disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When
he
have I
doesn't
opposed
say
it?
It is exterminationist.
When
He
have I
says
opposed
that's
it?
what people think. If you think
When have I opposed
if you think
it?
that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way,
He
shape,
literally
or
is
form
in
on
agreement
any
with
issue,
me.
please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually,
You said
even
it was
more.
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan,
I
do you
want
remember
to
me
ask Norm
advocating against it?
Finkelstein- I
Do
want
you
to
remember
ask
me
Norm
advocating against it?
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation you said
No,
it was
it didn't happen.
You said
You're
it was
lying.
anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra
Norm
tier
does not
list.
believe
Now,
it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
very good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
going to do that? Because that would be wonderful. I think that would
Yes,
be
I'm going
incredibly
to talk to
productive.
Norm. We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's
Okay,
my
go
turn.
ahead.
You
know
spoke,
what?
and now
You
it's
know
my
what?
turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hassan, is it my turn to ask a question or
there's
what?
a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think that
I can care about two things, my
incredibly
friend.
narrow framework surrounding
Very
your own
easy.
personal feelings?
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did
than
I say that?
actually-
I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that the genocide
Hassan,
is a more urgent issue.
Hassan, please,
but
let
you
me
spent
ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary
Yes, very
surrounding
good.
this issue on talking
Very
about
good.
your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you
Wait,
claimed
can you
on.
answer that question? Does
No,
that make
Hassan,
sense?
you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but does that make sense?
I said
to
you're
you?
so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What
Does
happened?
that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make
All right,
sense?
let me ask you a
to
question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
And
pleasure.
Yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very
identical
good.
to
Let
the
me ask you
cracker
a
band that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
For what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz, and I'm not Frogan.
But you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
I do.
Like, this is so,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's Jewish.
What? Because it's
the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be
100% without a doubt. Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. This is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell
look
me then.
Kind of dumb right now.
So why is Ben
kind
there?
Of insane. That's
okay, very good. Why is Ben there?
Time, like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro in F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences, eh? Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned. His name is Rafi.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
You called him a token Jew,
and I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra Hummus.
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Lowest, the Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
The highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben Shapiro.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
Oh, so
I'm not criticizing. By the way, I'm not criticizing. You think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS national BDS.
Are you
list.
sure?
Yes,
we'll double
I'm 100%
check.
sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra Hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes,
and
it was.
Ever since it has
You're
been
lying.
on that official BDS list, I
You're
have
lying.
not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love Diet Coke.
You know what's funny? You told her.
It's like not.
You remember what you told her,
significant.
son? You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra Hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this. It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right?
So doo-doo.
Nobody.
It is
yeah,
doo-doo
I don't
hummus.
like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
Again, I'm not Frogan.
I know.
And I don't know why.
I know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there
can
is
say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish
Ben
and
Shapiro and
non-Jewish,
me
are
are in the
on
F
the
tier.
Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but
right?
I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point. But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I know, it's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man?
So this is a cosmic mistake. Let's move on.
The tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Well, that's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents
of course.
that even
the Jewish
come across
man
as
is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism
really
everywhere.
Well,
these are just cosmic mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
yes,
open
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not wearing a shirt that says "I hate Jews," but they're walking around with swastikas and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you
and I think you're acting really silly and obtuse right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even concede that this looks bad.
No,
okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch, man.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why we've
stop with the value
the
judgment thing. Like you can't make a decision.
From...
It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know what you're asking me. What their genuine decision making is.
Why would I want my best friend Idubs to be anti-Semitic?
What their process was.
Why would I want my best friend Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why? I don't think you're going to like the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel. And if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh, yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure
my
did.
Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation. including I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up, Hassan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
wow, bow, bang!
Do you think
hit him with that
Ethan-
anti-Semitism,
No,
boy?
Ethan, as your former
He was
podcast
on a
co-host,
vibe.
as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are you
point.
as anti? Well, let me finish.
Then let's
Let
move
me
on from
finish. You
Frogan,
asked me two
and
questions.
let's address
No.
what
You
you think I'm
asked
doing that's
me.
anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hassan. This is an important
You
question.
think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay. Or yesterday.
Your form of
I think.
anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. Can you everything?
point to-
and by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious
Ethan,
anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that
Well,
this
let's
is
not worry
a
about
sign
that.
of
Let's-
mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's
Okay.
continue.
All right. Well, look, going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
That it won't, is it?
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say in the clip.
Bro,
I
you
said in your
literally look like the
Instagram
dude from
story.
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On your
the small head
Ethan,
guy.
I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't
Small
watch
head
your
guy,
stream that
Beetlejuice.
much. I don't. I only see like
In the
bits and
waiting room,
pieces of it.
bro. That's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said
Wait, what is
something,
this?
and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate.
Wait, why are you showing me this?
Senator?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I
This
know,
looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
It sure
I'm
does,
sorry.
buddy.
Okay. So yeah, this was if you want,
And
you
it's
can
not
also
just
pull
'cause
up
of the
post
video.
as well. But the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator. And I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you
Yeah.
feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why. And you guys were hitting that same flavor
on anti-Semitism in my
Yes.
own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right,
Very
cool.
good. Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Officially, not talk about like Frogan or anyone else, and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic? Because yesterday,
we're kind
2
of
days ago,
getting
you said
there.
I wasn't, but also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have
2 days ago,
literally
you said I
answered it
wasn't
probably 2
anti-Semitic.
times.
For
The
a
reason that
year-
I'm saying
for
you're
a
anti-Semitic is
year-
because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid
No,
anti-Semite. You
never did.
You did. You went back
Did
and
not.
forth on it.
I have
Even
actually
Dan
went
checked
back
you
and
on it.
checked. I
Even-
had said that you've spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went
so
back
I was
and
just
checked.
simply
You're lying.
spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you. My turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't. I
Here,
don't think
for
it's
example, is
appropriate.
someone
But if you're
using it
talking about me
anti-Semitically.
saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got
Hassan, let me
got
finish.
people-
You're
got people
getting
deplatformed,
ahead of
and
yourself,
yes,
buddy.
I do think that that's a
You're getting
valid
ahead of
thing
yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for sure.
phone. Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This.
You
wait,
remember.
Is this the guy?
wait, you remember.
No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking F slur.
I mean, there's a clip of
the
being
time.
like,
He's not a
yo,
fan.
I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not? The point is,
Hold on. Hold on. You brought this dude up.
It doesn't matter.
And I believe
I'm
this is not
showing
the
him
first
as
time
an
you brought this
example
dude up.
of you.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay,
You brought
fine.
him
He's
up.
not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up.
Listen.
Wait, what do you mean you don't care? Now
If
you
I
don't
brought
care.
him up, Hassan, if I brought him up,
that
let me
person is
finish
not
my
a fan of
point.
mine. Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of
Hassan,
mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You
No,
asked
get
me.
there right
It's
now.
my turn to ask a question.
Why do you
Just
think
because I
this
brought him
random
up
fucking guy
doesn't
is a
give you
fan
the
of mine,
space to
Ethan? Is it
interject.
because he rolled up to me and tried
Let
to
me
fucking
finish.
clout farm? Is that why? At the
Yes.
encampments
Okay,
where I
thank
was
you very
very
much.
clearly disturbed by his presence? Is that
Hassan,
why?
I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Ethan, can you
Yep,
answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random
Because
dude
he's
who
on
does
video
not
saying
like
he
me
loves you, that you're
is
his
a
favorite
fan of
person in the
mine?
world. What do you mean?
Wait.
All right, Hassan, here you go, buddy.
Approaching you?
Here we go. You wanted it, I've got it.
Approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I love you, bro.
This is an environment of
You're the GOAT.
for me.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because we spent
Wow,
a good
dude,
deal
I
of
love you. You're the
encampment.
GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me
listen.
dumbass fucking questions. For
Okay,
his
but that's
own
got nothing to do with he's a
dumbass-
fan.
For his
Listen,
own dumbass
Hassan,
podcast.
please, you're derailing this, and I need
I'm
to
not derailing
make
it.
an.
It's not
You
called derailing.
absolutely
When
are.
I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation.
Okay,
You
very
are
good.
nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need
He
to
was
play
just
the
trying to
clip
clout
again?
chase.
I'll play it again. You know.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also happened.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
okay?
think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck
producer
it.
and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March, was there.
I love you, bro. I'm so
and he's in the chat right now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him, and he's
I know
not a
you
fan
don't.
of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking clout
I'll play it again. I mean, I feel like we're running in circles. I'll play the clip
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview for his
literally
podcast,
recognized
for his POA
you.
podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
Wait,
so let me move on.
Care.
Do you want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a
this
conversation?
wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who
I'll play it again.
You is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in. I believe in your one of your videos.
Yeah, I lied about him being a fan.
And I was sending harassment your way.
I concede. Yes.
Don't you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
do you see my side of this though? Because like
you're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me, wants
random
the clout
Hassan
chase,
fan comes up to you.
Wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
that is an outright,
you did not
horrific,
imply that this person that was a fan of
lie.
mine was actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, you are a liar. You know that,
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about?
Did you send
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine, leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
Who cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending hate your way.
Bro, you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
This clip, though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the first
I'll play it
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Was that it? Hey.
I can be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Just live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why chat, I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip.
I played it.
Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip. That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous," it seems. That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a fan.
Fine, bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
let me ask you a question.
Because
okay,
I
very
do
good.
care because you have made an inference that is
Oh my God,
erroneous.
dude. You are
have made an
dragging your
inference
feet
that
on this
is-
topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
You've made
Can
an
we
inference
please move
that
on?
is ridiculous.
This clip
and
you
also
sent didn't prove me
false.
wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that
He's-
guy. I
Yeah.
mean, from what I've seen,
Yeah.
any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as
I don't think you're in
anti-Semitic.
the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionist a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked
took
with the
credit over it,
ADL.
didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Real? Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Didn't you say
I
you
think
choose
that
your words
worked
very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just
draw
told me
up
briefly ago,
concerns.
you choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Oh, okay. We're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my
Americans
mouth
are
when I say you work with the
9/11,
ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly
to.
come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
Partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that
I'm
mean?
not saying you directed the ADL to
You
take
know
action.
how
Well, actually,
silly
you know
you
what? I am
look.
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed
Okay.
the ADL to take action. You are
Well,
a
that's
prominent.
that's
you are
a
prominent
defamatory
content
claim that has
creator.
zero proof.
You are,
and,
a
and
prominent
frankly, it
content
sounds a
creator.
little Jewish
If I thought
conspiratorial.
that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked
I've not
with
spoken
the
to the
ADL.
ADL.
I would have said
There-
you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is
Hassan,
that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with
That
your
is not
YouTube
working with the
videos
ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed
I got nothing
that
to do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a
That
viral
wasn't a
story,
racist
independent
panel,
of me.
Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's
caved
Frogan
and
repeating the
capitulated
same
to
lie that
public
she heard from
pressure
you.
on numerous
Acting like
instances.
with the last
This is what
year
she
and a
learned
half,
from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you worked
Okay, well,
directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't
a
think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
But then, for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides
you took ownership
them.
over it. What are you
liar.
talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan.
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan, have I
do you work with them?
Credit?
Are you affiliated with them? Are you
credit for
Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be.
I was on the tier list, bro.
Saying that comparison,
it was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list.
Especially
why wouldn't I respond? Ethan, I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking dumb?
Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is.
It looks like
but on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside the ADL.
That's not what you said.
In getting streamers.
You said
banned.
I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable person would
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
Bro, you are
Klein,
literally
make
gaslighting me.
numerous
It's
videos
so obvious
demanding
what
the
you
bans
meant.
of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from that?
I was on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
Because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable.
I'm so glad this is on record.
In the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think
I'm glad you, yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL? Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
Matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
I didn't even know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently banned.
If you have the thing, it was even. Did I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, "I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying,
well, they attacked
which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation?
You sound so silly, bro.
When you are saying that you did that shit. And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
bro, I was being silly.
Stupid,
I don't care.
Not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know who? Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on then.
Well, do I think I got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know.
Yeah,
I think
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because you cried about it.
There's a reason they call them token, my friend.
Reacted
you spend time being a token, you're going to get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them, right?
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to dox them.
Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah, do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes,
okay.
I am.
Very good. I don't believe
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah,
surprisingly
they're
enough.
not on the receiving end of an insane fucking harassment
I have a more normal conversation with
why
them
would they? Why
than
wouldn't
you,
they?
Seemingly.
All right, so you
they
think
would most
that's,
likely laugh
just to
at all of
recap,
this
just to recap here, but so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you
that
don't,
has nothing
but you're
to do with
acting
me.
up.
I'm not
Part of your
shtick,
shtick, Hassan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in a corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel?
This is quick. It's very quick.
You see as a genocide.
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
You're doing the thing that I'm so critical of you on. Okay.
Partnering with like the ADL.
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I'm quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
it's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case? No, I don't. Well, fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not.
Then why are you bringing up stupid fucking
because you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm partnered with the ADL. Remember what you said.
Talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have talked about how you gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry. What do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
Harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not
but you
that.
Wanted me to be
Hold the phone. Let me finish.
Anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that Not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
What's
those,
not the case? What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong in terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing people,
attacking
who
people
are
that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point I'm trying to make
Well, I mean, that's kind of up to other people to decide.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane, maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistle.
Because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog whistle.
You literally think that people
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
Well, I know. I definitely don't like you.
After doing a podcast
let me
for 2
stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not.
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
Need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? The guy that I talked about fucking obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking. Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism from a unlisted link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah. I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operations that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to, worked with, talked about Destiny in my life.
I don't need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
Okay.
I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating. You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't I didn't say that.
Hassan, are you crashing out?
I
Do you have friends who are
reason.
aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast co-host.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah, you brought that up.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that you don't have direct correspondence?
Is this what you do whenever you're trying to avoid Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hassan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Sex crimes that he did.
Man,
do you feel like that's really a good person to align with? That you
I'm
now
not endorsing him. I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information from him.
Have you ever spoken to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
That is, yes.
Well, there you go. Oh my God,
endorse.
dude.
I'm speaking to one right now.
You talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And also
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
A year and a half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty much.
What have we disagreed on?
The December of
What have we disagreed on? I'm
What?
sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
What we are disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on and
that
what
seem
you
significant?
think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip
Absolutely
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose to use that.
Her name is Hila, by the way, Hassan. I don't know why you referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's I mean, yeah, that's
so.
fine.
Why don't you say that?
Okay.
Why, who goes? Oh, your wife? Like she's not. She has no. She's just like. Oh,
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
because
initially
Hassan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Gila stopped you and said,
Very good.
No,
He said it. I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th.
In the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going, but
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you
I'll
think
be
that's
honest
the most
with you,
accurate way to
be? I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hassan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is the baby.
You are
gloves.
a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other people.
That's a little silly considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay.
Anyway,
while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Well, okay.
The violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
I'm gonna grab another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance. Did you put in captivity on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my reaction.
Oh, you're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
No, I'm not giggling. I'm
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that?
What?
Call people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific
I'm
acts
not
of
exactly
sexual violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
Oh, okay,
but
so
I don't really,
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hassan.
And girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
And took.
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Well, I got the point. You're saying that you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone
women
is
and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out. That was
the one that you misrepresent continually.
I did not
that you
misrepresent the UN
continually lie
preliminary
about
report.
the conclusion.
Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN preliminary report?
Go ahead. Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was
raped. Do you feel like the Israeli
raped.
government lies?
I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
There's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity. It is not
as far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude, because you don't give a fuck about the truth.
Wait,
you just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please, calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well,
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull it up right now.
What's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims of sexual assault.
I remember you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hassan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real quick.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial evidence.
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not enough to prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. It's show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter.
This is
believe all women, hey?
On Twitter. This is,
hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli?
Can...
Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So both someone were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
The PBS article about how to debunk the counts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest of
there's way more than two accounts.
Can you?
What am I? What? Hey, son, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped. Therefore, all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says.
What do you mean, you guys?
Sound
Who's
credible.
You guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence.
I sent the debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're
the
all
admission
dead.
is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link.
They're all dead, bro.
What
do you think? What is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about.
Ethan,
do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes,
First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape.
You are.
If there are
Israeli.
If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity. And it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this. But I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? You're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect, But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same screams without violence, the screams without words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape riots that took place.
Crime that Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had
you
a
find
January
it interesting? There's something
style,
that I...
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing
Do you think I'm defending this? I'm not defending
the prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera, on CCTV
Are you done
footage,
grandstanding? Here's a victim
that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to put in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean, kind of?
I knew exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I
featured...
couldn't do anything.
Wait, pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
Ethan, I don't disagree
Hassan,
with
don't
this.
silence her. Let her fucking talk.
Wasn't even allowed.
No, because you're acting like this never happened. That
You're
it's exaggerated.
mentioning my
That everybody's lying.
acknowledgement in the
That
video that you
Israelis are just
played.
inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything
Ethan,
bad that's ever
you
happened. Listen to her.
Ethan,
Cry,
you
or to be
know.
sad.
Listen to her words.
Ethan,
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act
Listen
nice
to my
the person who had
words.
just
Listen to this victim. Show her some respect, Hassan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross the way you're
Not a day
doing
goes
this.
by that I don't think about
it's
what
gross.
that terrible
It
man did
is.
to
You're
me. You were held in
definitely
such
a
Show
monster,
respect, bro.
brother. That is fucking
No
gross.
person should ever be
Dan,
subjected
pull the
to
fucking
such
plug on
brutal
this.
and
Holy shit.
treatment. Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in captivity.
First
in the hands
male
of a
rape
Hamas
survivor of
militant.
Hamas on
I
October
literally
7th.
said in the video,
A man who was
that
stripped
you
naked and
showed
raped by
from your
Hamas on October
context
7th.
nuke, in
As
the video
revealed for
that
the
you
first time, how he
from
was
your
spat on and
context nuke.
humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite, the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Listen to me. Listen to my words very
They touch
carefully.
my private
because you're
parts,
not-
they rape
You're
you.
not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
Oh, you are
as
so
a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged, okay?
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged
new
it
footage,
because you posted it in your video that you
Here it
just
is.
showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please,
You're
go
doing
right
it
ahead.
again
Doesn't
in the
matter if
video.
fucking rapes
Listen.
happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most
Dozens
of
of
who
testimonies.
were hiding and heard. Oh yeah.
Ethan, in the beginning,
Are you denying
said,
that? And
in the
each-
beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
There's
In the
more
beginning, you
stories
said on
coming out.
October
There's a
7th,
UN
there were
report.
numerous victims of sexual violence that you said You said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7. Because I never said that there was no sexual assault that took place. I, as a matter of fact, looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault that took place in captivity.
I wish you had the energy you have
on October 7.
For the Israelis raping people. I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking about?
I'm showing you people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
Trauma of the victims.
If there are victims, you said believe.
Right, you know what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah.
What do you mean? You can't just let's just move on from this.
Two.
This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
you deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
Instance of sexual violence in captivity.
I showed two. I just showed you two.
We know of up until this point.
Just showed you two.
And I both agree on. You know that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've acknowledged it.
No, you deny mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happen, not that rapes happen. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do. I do deny it.
Okay, good. Well, there you go.
There is no evidence. And for the record,
I just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically enough, the reason why I showed you three. Out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever. Okay.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hassan. Report follows earlier testimony from man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed.
Killed,
dipshit.
Ethan, do you
they
think
fucking kill them? According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually conclude.
You know the fucking answer to that.
That
because
person was sexually
you know
assaulted.
that Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them.
Ethan, you
That's
just said
what
dozens of victims came out in that article.
I'm reading you. What are you doing, bro? I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, blah, blah, 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are.
Fuck is your point?
Everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article that was posted by Lisa Razov.
Here comes the Haaretz article.
Wait, why
I just read you firsthand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
Since the thing that
you're
you mentioned,
pics or it didn't happen.
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
Because they're dead.
No, that's
They're
not
fucking dead, you moron. What do you
first-hand
mean?
testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What?
Why are you saying you
Are you
killed
okay?
them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out?
Maybe,
Go ahead.
I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's
It
okay.
might be. I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough.
That's part of the reason
fair enough.
why.
There's a
That's part of the
misunderstanding.
reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally
If you're
fair.
saying, if
Do
you're
are you
saying
done, or
he's
you want to keep
gaslighting
going?
just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Okay.
Because
Go ahead.
you're.
I mean, I just read
Because
four
the question I
firsthand.
have for you, the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said
There
you,
is
I
a-
misspoke.
There is a.
That's my bad. By the way,
Okay,
I may have
it's
actually
fine,
said
it's
you.
Fine. You misspoke.
I apologize.
I don't care.
I didn't mean that.
Let's move
Yeah.
on.
I
Let's
just want
get
to make
back
sure.
to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars.
There
Pixar
have
didn't
been
happen.
no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet,
what?
speaking to Moran Gatz, who I
Gives a
posted
fuck.
about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
Four
and the
victims
speculation
just
is that
gave
the
firsthand
victims
testimony. I
probably
read it to
died,
you.
But there's no forensic examination. There
Pixar
has been
didn't
no
happen.
justice for these victims in Israel
didn't happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined.
Crack open a root beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to
Or
actually,
firsthand-
there is
are you-
no
are
way
you
to
actually,
actually
like-
bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base because
Hassan, are you listening?
think-
Four
you think-
firsthand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but what I'm giving
you know
you
what?
is the
You're
Israeli
right.
prosecutor's
You know what,
office
Hassan?
own
You're right. Let's err on the side of
If there are
these victims
then,
lying.
Why are there?
Let's
have
err on
they
the
not-
side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
I'm
yeah,
not
they're all
saying
lying.
that they're lying. I'm telling you,
Yes, you
my
are.
confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing. It's
while
obvious.
previous
Most of this shit
reporting-
happened, were
while
killed,
previous
and it's a
reporting
religious.
came out-
It's a
while
religious
previous
part of
reporting
this
came
first
out-
responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable. Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which
Dude,
just
what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims
buried
deserve
the
justice? What's
bodies.
wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did
This
Israel
is so stupid.
refuse
Can we please
an
move on?
outside investigative committee to actually,
explain these four
under normal
accusers?
circumstances, the
How do you
United
explain these
Nations
four
or a
accusers?
third party
How
will
do you
come
explain
in
these
and
four
conduct an investigation?
accusers? How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know why.
Okay,
how do you
very
explain
good.
the prosecutor
Well, let's err on
after
the
those
side of
four
them lying.
accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new.
Unbelievable.
It's newer. Okay. I don't
Okay.
know. I can't.
I guess we're at an
speak
impasse
out.
here.
I cannot.
I mean, listen, Hassan,
I cannot
we're at an impasse.
disprove
Can we move on?
something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking about
Because you're a
something
liar.
that
You're a
came out
propagandist,
after
and you
that.
fucking hate Israelis. Can we
What?
move on, please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my
This is
God.
very
I'm
important.
just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you,
You
dude. This is
have
exhausting.
claimed falsely that I do not
No,
recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity. That was
Yes.
false. Do you admit
Yep,
that?
it was false. Yep, she lied. It was false,
No,
etc.
no. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
So you're.
Can we move on?
Wait. So you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable evidence,
Well, let's take a
verifiable
look
claim
here.
of rape from a firsthand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay. Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very
All right.
good. Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you can't see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's the is just a little delay for him?
No, I can see it. Bro Ridley said, my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest.
What?
You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden that
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
while
your
in the backdrop, you can
implication
see there is a
is what?
concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and, there's a
implication
train
to
that
me is what?
most likely inferred to be sending Jews into the
This is the clip
concentration
you're
camp.
responding to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. Oh, I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in
Yeah,
Israel
can you-
proper.
yeah, play the clip, play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
What?
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't
You don't
talked to
know?
him about it, but
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume.
But
I
you
mean,
were there.
it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So, I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
that bad.
I think if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look
see
at the
someone
like
put you down a
ratio?
peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos
My
to be
favorite?
false.
Okay.
The
Well, here.
dislike metric
Let's
is not
let's
correct.
watch it. Let's
Why
just
am I
watch it.
arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck.
just-
Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Not on leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator class is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a
Ethan.
train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm
am
just
not
saying.
iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
You were in the
clip.
video.
Guys, how I see Israel. 'Cause
You were
don't
in the
see
video.
that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these
Yes,
fucking
you
leftovers,
ruined a
like,
charity
lefties talking
event.
about
I hope you're proud.
super racist, like,
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about
podcast.
Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that it's not has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase. Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan. Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on. And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking. Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that when AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Are you?
Well, it's you know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
And Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms. Do you Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel
the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison. Well, Jonathan Glazer,
Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that
made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on,
your criticism. In his Oscar
saying,
award,
all I said was my
speech.
lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay?
Yeah.
And also is an apartheid
I make a distinction.
On a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't compartmentalize
I lived there for 5 years
from the
in Tel
crimes
Aviv.
that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So saying
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6
I
miles
don't know
from
how
what?
many miles away it is from exactly
It's
where
a
you
lot
live
further
in
than
Tel
6
Aviv.
miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sidorov, you can watch it. They call it the
point
night
you're
cinema.
making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes. A death camp.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life.
No,
as
you're
people
not
are
directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
I definitely
of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz, and I'm going to show you how wonderful Auschwitz looks like. Because it's German territory.
Okay, thank you for. Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Yeah,
you don't see.
That would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual
I lived there for 5
totality
years.
of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong. And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific
do you want me to respond?
And starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
To you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I see. This is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
Well, my problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately.
We agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
To you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They heard your
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled this subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
I mean,
that I am worthy of the scorn of you
just
and the
recognized
entire
how
left.
wrong that was. What you just said. So that's one.
Okay,
that's one example.
Does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't. And there's
so
plenty
what did I
there as
say in
well.
the last 2
There's
years
plenty
besides
there
that
as well.
clip?
What
did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As
You
recently
can't give
as
me
last
one
month,
fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things. As recently
List
as last
one.
month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
You're not answering my
talked
question.
about
You're just
how
doing this
Hamas is
galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
I don't defend that.
in your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever.
Never.
But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is
Look
that
at
pro-Zionist?
the Gaza Strip. Do you
How
think
is
a
me
bomb
criticizing
shelter would
Hamas
actually
pro-Zionist? Would you like to
survive?
explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you
Be a lot
talking
fucking
about?
safer
There's not a
than
standing structure remaining
the
in most
seventh
parts
floor
of
of an
Gaza.
apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
You're
hospital
okay with Hamas
implies
spending
that a
the
bomb shelter
totality?
would just simply
Can I
be
ask you a
fucking
question?
crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're
I
claiming.
mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I
You can
said.
have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel, because the
Because they don't make bomb
Palestinians-
shelters?
Because your expectation
they don't make
from the
bomb shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason why people
time
believe that
and
is
time
because
again.
of your hyper focus on
Name one.
you, and your distractions.
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
And your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
So I'm
Houthis. You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which
myself.
is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their
about the-
habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American
Okay,
Constitution.
very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that
I
this
want to have
definition is
Can
intentionally
I
vague.
give
and
you?
it's
Can I
fucking-
ask? Can I request something?
Is silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The
we're going to
American
be here.
terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, here, I'll be more precise.
Definition without ever actually thinking about
You're right.
it. What do
Fuck
you mean?
it. Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Allah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly.
You're
All right,
welcome.
let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon. I do
Me
not
neither,
have a single
actually.
issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very fact that
You're
other
doing it
countries are not
again.
also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's
Let
a
me speak,
genocide.
please.
So what is the expectation?
Hassan, please. This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay.
Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right? Of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Okay?
Yeah.
You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
They participated.
That is the entirety
They
of
participated.
the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying
So
at
what
all.
does it matter the exact count?
You erroneously
Why does that bother
claimed
you?
that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of
they collaborated.
footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what?
Yeah.
By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They
Ethan?
participated.
Is that why
You're not
you-
listening.
Is that why
You're
you
being
implied
silly.
that is that why you posted that photo?
Why are
when
you
just-
defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you
I'm
think
not
that's a good
defending
look?
that. I'm not defending
You
their action.
sure are.
I am
You'd be like,
asking
Hezbollah
you,
didn't do that.
Do you think
Hezbollah would never
has
blow
an
up a
air
village
force?
in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed
keep
a
telling you,
hollowed-out town that
they
was
worked.
barrel bombed,
They
most likely
worked
by
with
Russian
the
forces.
government, bro.
So why? Why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were
complicit. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending
falsehoods.
terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that
Ethan.
bad? So what Hezbollah did in
taking away
Syria
the
wasn't that
responsibility
bad?
from
How many did they
Assad
kill?
regime. You are taking away the
You're
responsibility.
minimizing their actions. How many did
you're
they
taking
kill?
the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian military.
I'm putting blame on
It's
Hezbollah where it
ridiculous.
belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't
As a
say
matter
any
fact,
of that.
there are
You said,
plenty
I
of
do not have a
instances where I've
problem with
talked about-
Hezbollah.
As a
You're
matter
lying.
of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about
You're lying.
Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're
as
done
a
lying, I'll
axis
explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You
I'm
didn't
not-
say that.
What do you mean?
You
I'm
said
lying.
I.
I'm telling
said
you
I
what my
don't. You were
position is
talking
right
to a
now.
normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "We don't. I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hassan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because
Dude,
you want to be
just-
precise.
You made up.
I do not like them.
You
Well, like, I like what you like.
You
I don't have the
stupidly
issue with
said
them,
that they
let's
killed
just say.
500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were
did.
allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
sounds like it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim
what I'm
repeating
saying,
what you
and
said,
I'm having
you
a conversation
liar.
directly with you, so I don't understand. I'm not.
How can you
minimizing
lie
what
to
they did.
people? Like,
I'm
we
minimizing
just watched
the
the clip.
arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions
Why
in
did you
this
put
clip.
so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
you
incorrect
said that
on
numerous
that.
times. You actually said you chat
I don't think about
GP'd
numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for
Okay.
sure.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
mean I'm
work like
Zionist?
this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing people,
Responding to
who are
harassment.
offering analysis and not justification, but
Can I
analysis.
can I
these
flip it on
groups
you a
are
little
actually
bit?
Formed. You're upset with people learning
Hassan, you're doing
about,
it. You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're just
hoping
talking,
to
bro.
explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you
So
don't need to
this is
explain anything to
productive
me.
now.
I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when you say?
Do you believe the State Department's
Answer.
designation for terrorism
Whoa!
is
Answer the
valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa!
Department's
Answer the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
got to
is
answer that
valid?
one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid
you
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging-
Oh, Hassan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why
did.
you say that. You say that to disparage
literally
me
just did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're doing it
issues,
again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being
beginning,
like,
shit
defends
changed.
terrorism? Well, I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
and we'll get to
actions
that in
were
a second.
noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I
was
said their
a
actions
noble
were
one.
noble.
You said
Yeah.
Hezbollah was
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But
presenting
people can
a
assume I'm
position-
Zionist. But it's
What?
okay for people it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes. Because
Got it.
No,
The
you don't
logic
understand
is
what I'm saying.
clear.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why people assume you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel?
Do you?
Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hassan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my stop. All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
Has done any of these things that you're talking about?
Okay, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true, but
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized
you
from your own fan base have left your
Hassan,
community
you
for this
said your
reason.
community has nothing to do with
this. You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Jesus Christ, bro! I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to
your own audience that you've cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Hassan,
and if
please,
you demonstrated, if you demonstrated
your
a
community
fraction,
has nothing to do with the harassment that I've
Ethan,
received.
if you demonstrated,
please,
Ethan,
Hassan,
listen
let me
to me.
finish a point.
If you demonstrated a
dude,
fraction, I'm gonna mute
this is
you.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing this.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me. If you
So I'm not
demonstrated a
muted.
fraction
So hold
of
on,
the
let me
humility,
finish. You gotta let me say something.
if you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now,
You've
most
got
people would not have left
to
your
let me
community. By the way,
say something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said
So
they're
who called
primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is a much more broad than that. Absolutely not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd? No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
But you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't believe you would.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him, to attack me. Okay? There is a difference between someone
that's
doing
different
that,
than what
don't
your
you
community
think?
has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my
Please,
community.
bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare
with
me.
my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar, hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you,
what do you
huh?
want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hassan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan, people don't
My
like you.
objective
I
is not
can't
to be
make
liked,
them
Hassan.
like
That
you.
might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or, I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede any point that you are.
Yeah, because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment
Yeah.
campaign.
I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
You,
it's embarrassing
Dan,
too.
Sorry, hold
especially
on.
because
Dan
the way
is in
you
the
behave
bathroom.
now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free
bro.
is actually
I'm not
going to
let you stomach me with again another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the with the rest of the movement.
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone via token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
That are not representative of the broader movement.
They're
you also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb
Jews
specifically.
that you
Yes,
don't like, and you are quick to call them
I have a
capos.
problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like Bad Empanada? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend.
Yeah,
Interesting.
you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada, and I've
Why do you love his videos
I've
suddenly?
maintained this
Before you
position.
pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos initially.
That is a insane, pathetic,
that's what it is.
lie.
No, he said.
You literally told. Oh
I
my God,
have.
dude. Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You can't just like
and all these other
Now let's watch this. You asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's
Oh
not
my
something
God, wait,
he would
I
ever
sent
ask
you a clip.
for.
Why aren't
and
you
all these
playing
other
that one?
content creators actually,
watch.
whipping their communities when
Whipping their
chat
communities.
is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so.
Okay, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But here's Here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute
No, you
clip.
don't have to watch
Where do you
7
want me to
minutes
watch?
of it.
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Oh, you'll get
Okay.
it. And you can
All right.
skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck.
Keep going.
What you said.
No.
Oh, why?
Come on.
It's
We've watched
7
a
minutes
lot
long,
of your
bro.
clips. Keep going.
Spare the
This
audience.
is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
No, I
to
don't
the
want
middle.
to finish it. I know what it is.
Go
you
to the
talk
middle.
kindly about. Okay, here I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community? You think I'm
You
not
absolutely
trying to
are
get
not.
people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Whoa,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
My turn.
Whoa.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
Moderating my community
Hold
and claiming
the
that.
phone. You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment.
Okay,
You claimed
go
that you
ahead.
didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait, that's
Thanks
in
for
the clip.
watching
Ethan, you
Free
keep doing this
Palestine.
thing.
I'm playing the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
Yes.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching Bad Empanada videos
Oh my
initially.
God, Hassan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
Because
Patreon?
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying,
I
your
don't know
community
if you
doesn't do
understand.
harassment, right?
I don't know if you have a.
Let's just
I don't know if you have a
bad
command over
empanada,
the
who
English
literally
language.
exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just
Being on
showed
Twitter
is
ridiculous.
None of the things you showed is inconsistent.
He is the
No, you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking bad empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist?
Here
right?
I got it.
Who, by
Yes,
the way,
you're.
terrorist attack
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even
committed?
watch a
What terrorist
fucking
attack has he committed?
7-minute
point to
video
a
of
terrorist
me
attack that
actually
Sheila Klein has
defending you to
participated
your
in.
audience
What
because that
terrorist
would
attack
kind of
did this
betray
guy
the narrative that you've
Would you point
presented.
It's almost done. It's
But
almost
as
done.
far-
Hassan, it's almost
He
done.
would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos
Here.
on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my
No.
community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely,
Do you
provably,
want to
empirically
hear
true.
my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so bad empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No. There's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good. So
We'll see.
bad empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with bad empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad empanada on his
What
YouTube
about his videos
essays,
attacking me? Are
especially when
those
it's
is that part of
issue-specific,
his
Bad
great
empanada
body of
on
work?
his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you
very
watching ones
informative.
called Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does bad? Okay, it is good. Why does bad empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not.
Yeah.
But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak who literally hates me.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why
How
that
many?
blockade ended is because
How many of you watched Not About Me?
What? The reason
How
why,
many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe
I have no idea.
I don't know. Maybe
I've
one.
watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
I mean, that's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's
These
over
are
the
most
60.
likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me.
These are
over a
fan channels.
60-day
This is
period, that's
disingenuous.
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right.
You're presenting
Right.
the same. You're presenting.
Okay,
fan
first of
channels
all,
that
I'm
are
just showing how
posting-
much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan.
defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's
Ethan, I
regular?
have no control over my fan
Just with
channels.
you.
What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on Twitter on my Twitch
66
stream.
videos about
I say
me.
one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and,
And
over
you
again.
love
so of
it.
course
It's all
gonna look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
No,
the
no, no.
same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does
multiplied.
not.
Go back to the fucking
this one
photo.
does not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times. You talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because I think you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think this is
I have
reasonable?
Some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hassan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you. Okay?
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram story
hold on.
post.
From what period? From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
Not fan channels.
I'm asking you for what date. What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories, not including clips.
What year?
You have mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
Times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this somehow, this isn't somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me. Ethan, in the last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels.
Instagram
they operate
stories.
with your approval, under your direction.
When you
it's
look
part
at
of
me
your disinfo campaign
you,
to avoid responsibility. It's so
always
obvious.
Within the context, it's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hostweet. When are we in agreement? Hassan called me stupid, and I said my video is bad.
You're streaming it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make
Ethan, your entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them, which you
when did I try to sue? Whoa,
you wanted to dox them to their families.
What?
You sent frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
What the deal was? I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie.
Did you not?
Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
You just get your lawyer to.
You need to stop because I'm going
to try to bully, extort people. There are anonymous Redditors.
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they
extorting?
Said some shit about you,
bro. Let me answer. Are you just going to fucking get? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Go on.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark, that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc.
If you
it was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
When is this where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck? I will give
I'm
you $1 million.
explaining the context, dude.
I didn't even
You're
know
accusing
about
me
this
of something.
until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How is that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining
because
why.
You're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue.
Let me. No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
talking about. I only saw
said your
the
community.
litigation.
Is it ever, Hassan? Is it ever okay to sue a random redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well,
There could
they
be.
were fucking.
Do you think? Okay. About this
Okay,
instance.
well, great. It's not that
one
crazy.
One of the redditors that you sued. Okay.
I didn't sue
Not
anyone.
Only did
First
you
of all,
sue for copyright infringement, but in the
Hassan,
process,
you're lying. You are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So you have to
suing
stop.
them for
I have not
copyright
sued
infringement.
anybody.
Your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? You
Do you know
provide our
why?
office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. What
know
does
why?
that mean? And then your lawyer says,
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay,
Do you
so
think
first of
that-
all,
does your lawyer
dude,
think that you
stop.
can just
Let
like,
me
make
answer.
people dance if they
All right.
if they got him on
Do
a
you
copyright
want
claim?
to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to
This
even
person,
you.
by the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hassan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
How? By posting?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you. How? By posting on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you're
Really?
admitting that you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
You really are
a
stupid.
frivolous
That is-
copyright infringement lawsuit. Do
you know what a
fair use Ethan Klein?
You know what the difference between a letter and a
filed
lawsuit?
A frivolous lawsuit to try
not
and
frivolous.
stop people from criticizing you on Reddit. Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit? Do you know how
I
many
didn't say
people criticize me
criticize.
on your Reddit?
Oh my God,
Imagine
this is so
if I was
pointless.
fucking suing them. How much
Bro,
would you
you-
talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something.
Wait,
They're
wait, wait,
posting
hold
paywalled.
on,
They were
hold on.
posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here," so that you don't support Ethan. Okay,
Hold on now.
Spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr. Fair
You've
use.
watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero.
Bro.
I have had 0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. You see, whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't, because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past 4 months.
I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't going to look
Oh
good.
my God, bro,
As
so
today has
stupid.
demonstrated.
I said
and that's
just
precisely
watch
why
the-
you tried to add additional
said watch
qualifications
the
to it. Like,
video.
oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know the clip.
It's not a
because-
biography. You understand
Ethan,
that,
can I ask
right?
a question
Do
for
you
you?
understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not
what's
sure you
interesting
understand.
for all the
it's
people
not
who
a
are tuning in
biography,
right now-
Hassan. It's not about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen.
Very
so how the
poorly.
fuck-
by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched 11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But also,
by the way, I said I would debate you if you watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his video.
You didn't watch the video.
Do
How
I
do you
have
know
the
that?
capacity to
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity to see the future?
So where'd you get the list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How? How did
Why
I
not just
answer
watch
all
the
of his
video
questions?
then? Why not just watch the video?
Wait,
it seems
did I
cowardly.
get a
You're
list
like,
of all your
I don't want to
points?
watch the video.
Did
Just
I get
send me a
all your
list
points,
of all the
Ethan?
things. So
Ethan,
I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And
Ethan,
maybe
you consider
he's
yourself-
making a good point.
You have, in the cringiest
Why not
way
watch the
possible,
video?
considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially, that I didn't
That's right.
respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay. So
Who cannot,
let me
by
explain
the way,
to you something.
being pro-Palestine means you are
why did I have
infallible
all
and can
the
never be
information?
criticized. That's awesome.
Why did I have
you
all
want
the
to talk about the
information that I
content
actually
nuke,
responded to?
Hassan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch
Go
my
ahead.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about
No,
me.
I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
What's
sexual
out of
assaults, is
context?
that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence.
It was from
that wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me.
Why are we going over this again,
defending the
dude?
likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares?
Do you
I
feel
wanna
like
talk
that was
about
an
something
appropriate
else.
way to show that I was a rape
It wasn't
denier?
out of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have?
Do you feel wait, what do you mean? You
I
can't just
showed
say
you.
that wasn't out of context. That is the
How was
context.
it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all
that
the
they
other ones?
might have happened because rapes
What about
are
all the other
actually-
ones?
Rapes are
What about all
actually
the other ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts
all the
in
other
general.
clips?
So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
What? Okay, so you
Do
so
you
here
feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think I showed
no.
sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's
Wait,
very
so-
long.
oh,
That's
so you
one
do recognize
example.
that
That's
was
one
out of
small
context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one?
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Criminy. Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay. Was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait. What? What is going
Because
on?
I
You
have
asked me
that
for-
because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay, play
and then
it.
you can
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred,
Pause it for a second.
ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
That's awesome.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You got to watch this part too.
Inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred,
I want to pause so bad.
inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred, inbred.
What's that?
The clips that, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. Dude,
come on.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
A pussy. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Of course, I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video. You looked at
so again, Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just
dude.
dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands.
Let's
fucking be real here.
Dude, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
You're referring continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No, you don't think that can affect people? I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry bully claiming that he was a victim of harassment.
He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How is he a cry bully?
No, he's a cry bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? What is the bully aspect?
To be a cry bully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
No, I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you.
No,
how is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
Nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people won't see
I literally
that and go,
took it back immediately. What's wrong with you? I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
There's a lot more.
Have you ever
keep going? Piece by
have
piece?
you ever? No, it's fucking boring.
Oh, now it's boring.
Because because you're a chronic liar. I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay? Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you've backtracked
let's do
on.
this.
Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that. I do not.
That's rewriting history.
I'm going to say this very clearly.
No. It's not that you care.
It's that very clearly to you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this? I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side? Ethan?
What have they done?
You're saying that it's a genocide. What the
have they
fuck
done?
are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel.
That's
like
not
fucking
true.
bravo.
That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the fucking
It was partially
islands.
owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes. And
it was bound for fucking for Turkey
matter.
from
What do you mean?
India.
What do you think
they
BDS
kidnapped
is, dude? What do you
5
think BDS stands
totally
for?
unrelated Filipino
You also
fucking
said it
prisoners
wasn't
and
owned by an
kept
Israeli,
them
by the way,
prisoners
in
for a
your fucking
year.
video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
Take what back?
Wow, what
I
are we
didn't hear
on?
you.
4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked on?
I don't know what I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
Partially owned by an
conglomerate.
Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a
is an
British
Israeli
company.
conglomerate
It's
that
owned by
owns
a
the
British
fucking
company.
ship.
So it's owned by a British
You
company.
literally claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy, if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that even if they even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree
I'm not
with
even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you
No, it
lied on your
wasn't.
fucking
That's
video.
an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie.
You said
and
it
you're
was
basically
an
running
Isle of
defense
Man.
for a
You
terrorist
said the flag
organization.
was on
Now,
Isle of Man.
do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait, dude. Let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country
Well,
on
not
the fucking
hijacking an
planet
unaffiliated
that
boat and
withstood-
kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released. What
It
would
was,
you
yeah,
do, Ethan?
I remember.
What would you do?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
You couldn't.
They were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah,
were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were. They were held
That's
hostage.
what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year? Well, how's it deter Israel kidnapping fucking?
Do you understand the concept of
foreign
deterrence?
Sailors.
Yes.
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So what
Scares? I mean, it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein said.
Pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate.
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated, but even if it was unaffiliated, as I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was,
people can look into it.
Even if it was,
why did they they didn't need to
unaffiliated-
kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you
Ethan,
defending that?
You know what's terrorist
You're defending
shit?
them kidnapping
You know what's terrorist
these
shit, Ethan?
unrelated
You know what's
foreign
terrorist
sailors?
shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla.
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending
as
terrorism,
of this
though.
conversation taking place,
And you've done
Israel
it many
last
times
night
during this
literally
conversation.
drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just and
very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Is served,
do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good?
Damn, dude.
They're doing
it's
it
not an
bad.
unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
You won't
entire
explain
point
how
is
it's
to stop
affiliated. You said it's
commerce. The
owned by
entire
an
point
Israeli
is to
conglomerate.
make-
That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was
Wait,
not
what?
owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even, he didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman.
Mm-hmm.
It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved
co-owned
in.
by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected. I'm
It's
telling you how
owned by a
connected.
British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well,
and
you're
now
lying
you don't
about
like
how
that
it's
connection.
connected. No, you're lying. That's what I don't
What
like.
I'm not lying. The ship info
said-
is readily available,
Okay,
Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay, that's
But so-
point
but
number
the
5
larger
that you
pro-
also presented falsely on your
Very good.
context puke.
The problem is more
Someone's gotta
the
be keeping
kidnapped
tally
sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You go. Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah,
I
please,
asked you
please
what
explain
you
to me
would
how it's
do,
justifiable
Ethan.
to
What
kidnap
would you
15
do?
sailors.
Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
During the Holocaust,
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Oh, what? Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So the people
Filipino
that
guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call
What
a
do those
genocide
sailors have to do with
are
that?
actually terrorists because you don't agree with their
Kidnapping innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way. You have no
Kidnapping
alternative.
innocents.
You have no alternative. You call
That's
it a
not
genocide.
true. I
they're
said just don't
supposed to sit
kidnap
around.
innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Damn.
Oh,
Okay,
is that possible?
Fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way, they literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then also turned around.
What does that have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping people
mean?
is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize
Is the
it that
IDF
way.
terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why is it a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are to like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different.
Wait, well,
they also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's history.
But I'll say, yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorists. Yes, the IDF's terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power. What?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
No.
It's really
you should try
interesting
saying
because
that sometimes.
in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Bro.
And it turned out that actually the
Saudi
videos
outlets
that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The
Literally
Houthis
the poorest
have
country on the
slaves.
planet.
That's not
they
even
weren't the ones who were
contested.
doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it. And you used
the Houthis have
Saudi
slaves,
propaganda
undisputed.
papers that at a time when Saudi
I
Arabia
just don't
was
understand why
doing
you're
a
defending
fucking
the
genocide.
Houthis for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking about,
Just
dude?
acknowledge that they do terrible
Saudi-backed
shit.
government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement.
No,
of
the
fact.
Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a man-made
and how's
famine.
how's that
backed
blockade, by the way,
Saudi
helping the
Arabia
country?
And the
How
UAE.
is the blockade
Why
helping
did
the
you
famine in
use-
Yemen? How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
And their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit on this
so explain
issue,
to
but
me why it
seems like you don't
matters.
know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
their blockade is awesome.
No, why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the the headlines that you used in your context puke were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says "Curse the Jews," which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea, Palestine
You
will be
agree
free"?
with kidnapping civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the "Curse the Jews" and how what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how is that
Houthis'
relevant?
actions and the
How is that
blockade
relevant?
against the Israelis. You
How is
used him
that
as a
relevant?
primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. And
Can
what
you-
does that have
Dan,
to do
can
with
you play
every
this
other
clip?
take he's taken? It
Can you
doesn't
play
mean
this
that I
clip?
support that like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean? You
wanna
his,
talk about-
you
here,
used his
listen,
perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you. I want to
He
see if you
does.
agree with him on this. Just play
Do
it.
you? All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you want.
I'm sure you
to.
can. Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's
very odd.
There it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's,
why?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for the whole populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth. What are they doing for peace?
The Houthis have created.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
It.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Wait, also, it's still
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps pushing back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a point,
no, it's irrelevant, bro. Is wrong. And you just talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women.
Homophobic.
All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. And again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method. Now,
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization. But the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong. Again, a liar.
So you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF is a terror?
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English, you kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family. Because if he was a part of the Houthi family, his last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay? This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker
terrorist
in the poorest country on the planet who's only known death and destruction and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad. This guy's fucked up.
Let's look at it.
Of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen. Are you stupid?
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
You dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch.
No, it's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Because the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews. So of course, for everyone in that side
Israel
of the
doesn't
fucking
claim
world,
they're doing
when
it
they
on
say
behest
Jew,
of Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including Refat.
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government.
Is that the only?
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish
Frank
people.
Would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out of the...
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them, yeah.
Arms against the Nazis, would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
Or something that didn't happen.
Would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
Oh, it wouldn't be the same. Why wouldn't it be?
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what... Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank...
Israel isn't...
do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you would call
Israel
her
isn't
a bad
occupying
person?
Yemen anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they
You say
have
the
known.
Saudis, you said this, why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why
Because
is it
they're
damn
directly
the Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia. What are you talking
But I thought,
about?
oh, you see the Star of David, of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, which
Damn
I
the
have
Jews,
said time
curse
and time
upon the
again
Jews.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate
That's
by
nice.
Western standards. But if you listen to Norm
does it
has
say
a
Saudi
clip on
Arabia?
that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?
Let me show you this,
Do you
because
want to
you've
hear
been going
Norm
on and on.
Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this, okay? You've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising,
Hassan,
Ethan?
you gotta stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play this video, okay? He says, ready for maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support?
Okay.
Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay,
It is.
but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes to, are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
Oh.
Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
Just
posted,
like Anne Frank, by the way.
If we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis
it
of
would
Anne Frank change
Yes,
even
of
a little bit,
course.
even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So
Get it.
after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she did,
she was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against Anne Frank?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen who is
you really like to do
years
that.
old. Okay.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
All right. Here's some clips that you haven't
Hold on.
shown.
Besides being like wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure.
Here.
Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist. That is your perspective.
Do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين متأيدين للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the Jews, guys.
Buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate to show.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not at
odds. He both believes the Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all.
Okay.
He believes the Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
You conflate.
No, he said Jews. He, in the tweets, said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
Perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect it as
and that's
Jews.
the Jews' fault,
but
right?
Listen to me.
And you're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically, and he said he loves them because
that is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person, Ethan.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. He didn't. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying.
Wait, what do you mean?
He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good.
What?
Look, that's what he said.
Okay.
It's fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
You didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say? Hold on,
like.
Hassan. What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine.
What?
All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care. Dude,
we got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet that.
Okay,
He did tweet
the
stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you assume.
He literally
I would,
said that on social media continually.
Because I understand the material conditions and what
kill
plays
Jews.
a role in people's recognition of the world. What their
Nobody needs to
upbringing
fear
looks
but
like.
Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip.
Okay.
He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. He's
No,
always
why-
too dolled up.
But you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you. Stop.
By the way,
being
is
so
this? I don't know if this
spoiled.
is. I don't know if this music's claimed. By the way, we can.
It's fine.
It does matter.
It's most likely
Unfortunately,
not
you're on
fucking
Twitch
claimed.
where
Come on.
stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
fair use, Mr. Fair Use?
Yeah, do you know what fair use is, you fucking moron? It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between
fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get your high powered attorney. Of course, I care about my monetization status and make demands about how they have to release information about their their allegiances to Reddit.
Let me play this for a minute, and then we'll move on.
All right, play it.
فوق رؤوسنا وما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي لليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me. Wow.
Look, man,
let's keep it going. No, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO, before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the
What was
MSM was
legitimate
chasing."
journalism? Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay, great.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why? Do you think? What was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace and they look like a human being.
So you're resorting to call me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about, dipshit? Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy? Your wife is a part of the IDF.
Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate? Okay.
No.
You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets. Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid military targets?
The IDF is protecting them, and it's fucking insane. Yeah,
in the process of their pogroms
was my wife out there
doing.
protecting? Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record, until a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're going to do the Raider of Ramallah snark bullshit? Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
Taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own, own fucking home. And your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a terror city. Is your wife a valid military
target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist?
She's not a West Bank settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank.
Bad Empanada thinks she is. Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think she's a valid target.
You think she's a valid military target? That's my point.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Here.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I don't.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Can we please move on to this the NAFTA thing?
To me. Listen
Hassan,
to me.
Bro, you're making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank. You say
you don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason.
We don't the settlers.
Well, we don't know who is.
Protects the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
So
what if he fucking stabbed civilians? Doesn't that happen? Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil court process.
Do Palestinian terrorists ever commit violence on civilians that would warrant them being arrested?
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
Well, it just belies some really bizarre thing.
Stop hyper-focusing
on random
at all.
Shit. It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words.
Please.
I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites. Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide? Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do. Those are real human beings.
You can talk to her or debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude. She did mandatory.
Let
me ask you a question.
She's
Hassan,
on your podcast
please, you gotta let me talk.
How she went on a raid. She was
you
bored.
Have to let me talk. The fact that you're just talking over me
it was an adventure
and being louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right.
Volunteered.
Okay? It's good to listen to what I have to say.
Okay.
She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable.
Okay.
We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what
so he could have been
raid was for.
He could have been a vicious terrorist
monster.
What if he killed
people? Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated, Ethan.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I understand.
Are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about how fucked up that was.
Okay, fine. My wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words. If she were to talk about how fucked up that is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just
former
like Frogan
IDF
says,
vets
I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD too?
Can change.
Okay? I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there. She is not supposed to be there.
She's a terrorist.
It does not matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That is an act of terror.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
Fact, what she participated
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in is
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in is called
she's a terrorist, bro. Please, we got to move on.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force, participates in these night raids in the West Bank.
You're making this unwatchable.
A constant feeling of terror.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror upon the Palestinians.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing.
Listen to me.
Thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do. You gotta move on. I want to have
the reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
You gotta stop. Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is because
I'm
of
take that as a
breaking
yes.
to silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States
This is your big
government?
argument, Ethan?
Answer
that
the
I pay
question.
taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against
Why don't
this
you go to
goddamn government
jail?
doing this shit
Well,
every
why don't
day.
you stand up for your? Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Gila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the
What did she
Israeli
say?
occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him. Or
Well,
her,
I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and
But you
white.
can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective, and you
Yeah,
know
he's a
for a
fucking
fucking fact
terrorist
that your
who says he
audience
wants to
also
kill
doesn't see
Jews,
it, and
that you
that's
said
why
it's like
you can
Anne
fucking
Frank.
constantly claim that he is a terrorist, whereas
Oh
your
my
wife,
God, bro!
well, it's
Please,
complicated.
I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You made your
Got
point.
it.
You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
in the
just 'cause-
1948 countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was
by
the
killing them
exaggeration?
and including
No,
by,
this isn't a
by
comparison
massacring
question.
them, and then
What was the
and then
fucking hell, bro?
letting
You are
survivors
incapable
tell the
of
tale.
answering anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
No,
answer
you're
it. What are we
not
doing?
answering it. You're not. You're just
I
going
am.
on and on.
I am answering it, Ethan.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan, sit the fuck
About
down and
the
listen to the history
historical fact
lesson.
of
Okay?
not-
You're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors
does that have
left
to do with that?
tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it
leaving,
not?
sometimes voluntarily, and sometimes because their governments had made deals with
How many left
either
voluntarily?
Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do
Take a
you?
guess. Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case. Most of
you're
them left
lying and
voluntarily.
you're fucking dead wrong. Let me. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary?
Okay,
Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip. You can play.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my
is
God!
an Iraqi
please.
Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer.
And so
Max
let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
Why?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government, benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return, why has
because
that
they were
failed
being
on the Israeli front for numerous reasons? I know why.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hassan. Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened right as
Before
Israel
the bombs
was being
went off,
established.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea
Okay, great.
of going
So
to
let me
Israel.
hear what Avi. Okay, so you're
like Israel. What do you mean?
You're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb was, another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar.
Ethan.
Nope, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Listen.
If all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
Only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq.
Memoirs of an
He writes
Arab
about his
Jew.
time
It's the
in
newest
Israel.
book, I know.
He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
You are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And here's...
Yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
No,
that's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely does.
Contend with what I said.
Let me
No.
explain.
Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit. Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movement that arised out of Zionist violence
out of your
is
mind.
not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks,
Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind? Is that what you think?
Why the fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Because why? Because why? Answer the question. You want to call me racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
You're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hassan, you coward.
That there were numerous
you
pan-Arabic nationalist movements.
Answer the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
Because of anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses, they had homes that they were forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism was already
That has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass.
Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point?
You call me racist. The racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my point.
Yes, you are. They left
justified that.
because the Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong. You're a liar.
That there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over them, genius.
Nationalist movements as states were being
Let's go over them. In Egypt.
Mostly by Western nations.
You want to talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know.
In Egypt.
You got fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you.
Hey, Hassan,
so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked plenty.
My perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you could do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay.
Ethan,
following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Palestinians. Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians never allowed to return?
It's got nothing to do with that. They were forced to go there by the Arab countries.
Offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily.
It's time to listen, Hassan.
These are completely separate countries.
Nobody's justifying the Nakba. No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to to discredit the plight, the
no,
running
you're fucking
of
racist because
discrimination.
I don't discredit the plight. I think,
but I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
Why'd they leave? At all. You think
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that this is
Why did they leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave?
Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds
Where's the Ottoman
of years?
Empire?
Let's
talk about the last 100 years.
In Western
That's great.
Europe,
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay?
Oh my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of
Israel. I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Careful, right.
Okay. Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically proven liar. And I feel
some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liar.
No.
That you're undermining your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out.
Ethan.
They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948,
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews, injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan,
in 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct
1956,
violence, planned violence and an extermination campaign. The other,
approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled.
Other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand this, and you will
Are you
never
blaming the
understand this,
Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison,
of course not. That's why it's
gross.
anti-Semitic. That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism is.
It's like
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. On the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an example.
Sorry, what is wrong about that?
You're pointing
what is wrong with what I just said? They were expelled.
Were literally controlled.
Hassan, please, you've got to fucking answer a question.
By the English and French colonial occupations.
Expelled.
What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Oh my God.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't actually
most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
Caused Jews to feel unsafe, Ethan.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
Right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians were
Iraq happened after independence and as of Jerusalem.
Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct
that's the way that it was taught in the past. That it was a necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like. Would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
Sorry, I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. And Tripoli,
wait,
anti-Jewish riots
what's your point?
broke out amid post-war unrest.
Yes,
synagogues were burned. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
That she's no, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory, Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated, homes were destroyed, synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism, period, point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote him back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists.
On top of
we did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Ethan, that's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that...
Who said?
Left
I'm not defending the Nakba.
Separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Palestinian self-determination and the Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility.
It's so interesting because
50,000 were relocated. In Tunisia, 130,000 after
the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that fucking piece of information? So the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see wrongdoing
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada? What the fuck are you on about?
Go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin. As a matter of fact,
I'm talking about the flights,
Israel was
bro.
the one who didn't
you
want
deny
that to
the
happen.
flight
Why
of
is that
Middle
the case,
Eastern
Ethan?
Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Flight, Ethan.
You absolutely deny the trauma. No, you deny that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
Jews that left by choice. That is true.
Yes, some did.
There are
of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid.
Ethan,
because they were being discriminated against.
Jews
that is a historical fact.
Have
Six-Day
you ever
War
actually
aftermath.
listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God! You have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're repeating.
No, I have heard you talk about it time and time again.
I don't actually believe,
bro. You are continually not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews. You characterize it like they left. Yes, I've seen it.
To anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Yes, bro.
From me?
That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion. Here's the clip.
But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here so you can fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still going to think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you.
For the Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project, Zionist ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this. Okay?
Oh, just explain yourself.
I'm trying, but you keep
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main
about
force.
The aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation or what I come across as dismissive is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was
it was
minuscule.
A mutually beneficial relationship that anti-Semitic pogroms did take place.
What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity. Because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
For Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again.
Do you deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700,000 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
What? There you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
My case.
Okay, well, I mean,
no, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking chirping on. That was my entire point.
It's historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to fuse him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism.
Arabs,
they had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and anti-Semitism?
There's absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it,
and you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that
it's
you're
historical.
Doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Historical racism. All Arabs are not
They were
responsible.
racist. Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You
How
are
do you know that it's
shifting
not
the
real?
blame over to the entirety
It
of Arabs.
absolutely was
at a
the
time
blame
when
of the
every
Arabs.
single one of these Arab countries with
Absolutely.
their
Who
own
else
version
kicked
of
them out?
pan-Arabic nationalism.
They
Half of
kicked
them
them
were
out.
already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally
designing
just
the
in
Moroccan
Tunisia.
expulsion
Okay.
program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again,
It's like-
you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an
happening.
analogy.
It's
Tell me
like
why I'm
pointing to
wrong.
Anti-German racism.
I don't need an
happening
analogy. I
during-
need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to
No.
anti-German racism happening
me-
during the
Tell
fucking
me
German conquest.
a fact. Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because
It's
of
not what you're
anti-Semitism in the Arab
saying.
states.
It's
Oh,
not
really?
what you're
It's not.
saying.
So I didn't
that
say
take
anything
issue
wrong.
with. It's the
I didn't say anything wrong.
comparison. It's
I
the
didn't say anything wrong, but I'm
comparison.
racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking
there
anti-Arab
definitely
anti-Jewish sentiment that also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
Did they
regardless of whether or not they left for
Zionism
anti-Semitism
or
or Zionist
anti-Semitism?
purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering.
It
Did
is
they
not
leave because of
comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them. And then, by the way, they're both.
You made that
They're
comparison
both
to
unique.
say, to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
No, because
that
people
Jews
like
had to
you
withstand
ignore the
in
trauma of
different
the fact that
countries.
you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced
But
to
they
go to
could.
Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian
Iraqi
Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane.
What are
you
you
are
talking?
fucking
Yes,
out
they
of your
can.
mind.
They absolutely
okay, how?
can.
Tell me how.
They
How
absolutely
did the
can.
Jews
They
go
don't
back
want
to their?
And I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America fucking
No,
invaded
they
and
want
destroyed Iraq.
to.
But yes,
Why
they
would
could.
how?
What do you mean?
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed at this.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So, yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as
No,
a
but
direct
answer the
consequence of
question.
pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries. I have
Answer the
issues
question.
with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the
You
Nakba.
brought that
I'm
up
talking about your
deliberately in your
unwillingness to
context
recognize
nuke.
Jewish plight.
You brought that up
a really
deliberately
important.
to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to
Why
mention
would
because
you
it
bring up
really
that
messes
fact?
up your beautiful
Why
little
would you-
narrative.
So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is
You
that
made that
two
comparison,
people were
not me. I think that
traumatized.
comparison's
There was
disgusting.
two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge
Your
both
all
groups.
lives mattering
You
the
acknowledge
Nakba.
one. What? That
That's
isn't.
what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How? How am I doing
You're
that?
attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself.
Yes.
These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact
also
that you
failed
denied.
to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return.
How many
if they
Jews live in
wanted
Iraq?
to, but you don't
How
want
many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many
I think
Jewish
it's 0
people?
right now, but they can. The
How
point
many
is they
Jews
can.
live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? Why do you think Iraqi
Virtually
Jews
none.
Why
Where'd
would
they
Iraqi
go?
Jews not
If it
wanna
was so
go?
fucking
Why would
great
Iraqi
for them?
Jews not want to go to Iraq? You think right now?
0 Jews, almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe
None
because
of them.
because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as
That's
a
the
direct
insane
destabilizer in the fucking
sweeping
region
that you're
with mass
discrediting.
migration happening, especially of course mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
Viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries
You want to blame,
and the
you want
hostility
to
that
blame
people felt
Zionists.
towards Jewish
you
people.
don't want to blame
But
the Arabs.
This in and
okay?
of itself,
just a fact.
is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you do that.
That's
all
what the
time.
Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate. That's
And
my
so why are you
point.
blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do
doing
you
it
deny
again,
the Jewish
fucking
trauma?
Arabs.
Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced,
let me
including,
ask you
by
a
the way,
question.
what you
Here,
keep
I'm
ignoring,
gonna give you
Avi Schleim.
quick question,
Avi
quick
Schleim
question,
said we
quick
didn't leave
question,
Iraq
quick
because
question,
we were
quick
Zionists.
question.
We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this
Come on,
silly
who did
game.
the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq
I asked
because.
you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would
Which
I answer
nation?
such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate.
Wait, what is
if you-
happening? Dude, when you already, okay, here, whatever. You said already.
I would appreciate
that
if you would
already
just
said-
listen to
you
one
already
thing I
said
would
that
say.
It wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that. You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm
Okay, whatever.
eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually
I'm fabulous,
put every
bitch.
single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Was there concentration
but
camps
you say
in the UK?
all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East. None. Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma.
Oh
You
my
are
God.
blaming his family's
Okay,
trauma
will you
on
talk to him?
Zionists.
Will you talk to
and
him
not,
about this?
Sure. I
Would
mean,
you-
he's
if
going
you're
to agree with me. I
confident-
read it
if
from
you're
his
so
fucking
confident
book.
in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So I listen.
No, you should. You should talk to him.
I'll
and
debate
Norm
all these
Finkelstein.
people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hassan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation.
I said
with me.
anytime you want,
watching
dipshit.
YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of
You
watching.
watch 11 hate
YouTube
videos on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hassan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
Videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who
Hassan,
was doing
just
it.
remember, when criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking
when
on
criticism
at least 7
comes
of the points.
to you,
Maybe we should
you
go
hide
through the
from
context puke one more time so we can continue.
If you want to watch
this
it,
conversation later, okay?
If you want, listen,
I'll hold
if
your
you
hand
want to
through all
watch
the
it,
other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying because you.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Empanada, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to literally
watch criticism of me, you fucking coward.
Yeah, because
what are you saying?
Fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed. Without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you, because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Empanada's video about you? You watched all of it?
You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
You're changing the...
It was so
24
unhinged
hours.
that you didn't even recognize who you have
You need
become.
to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content,
Ethan,
bro.
You
24 hours in the last 2 months
on your own personal Instagram.
We've talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it. You don't even believe your own mania.
Hassan,
Please,
Hassan,
for the love of God.
Hassan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days.
Yes,
does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally, your own.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me.
What?
And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He sucks.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
The entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also you don't want anyone to fucking resist against it.
I've said that consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Oh, you mean kidnapping civilians? You're so pathetic, bro.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration, is black-bagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out.
How do you not understand?
Bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand?
Why didn't you watch the Bad Empanada video?
You are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil. You're playing a formative role when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gazans.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously.
Oh,
What'd
Ethan,
you do?
congratulations.
Did you? Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally
I won't
bad?
change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out of the DNC?
Listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
Who did you?
I don't know. Who keep saying I voted for Jill Stein? I have
who did you vote
countless
for?
hours shitting on Jill Stein. I've told people not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you, you kept lying to your audience. And you kept lying to your audience, and you kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem with that.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
You keep saying I voted for Jill Stein, huh?
I said I think because you didn't say who you voted for.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh,
it's
you
an opinion.
think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
But you
and
voted
I did
for
not
her.
endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's president.
Know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You're fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there.
Yeah.
You
As opposed to you,
trauma of both sides.
As opposed to you, Ethan, how much content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure. Okay? Listen to me. Listen to me. It is embarrassing that you have tried to make a foray into politics, and all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's
okay?
my allegiance? Who's my allegiance?
What do you
to?
mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with, like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the shit that he's saying, like the Nelk boys and whatnot.
Our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad.
You're going out,
incompetent.
you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending Asmongold and saying Asmongold is not actually Trump coded. Okay? You're doing all this because they don't. Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say
you
that?
will take help from anyone and everyone, no matter what their background is.
Destiny,
you claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffes, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanadas videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about. Because he
was criticizing you,
and I don't.
Oh, you're
care
such a
about
coward,
the
Hassan. It's
unbelievable.
All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about.
And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay? Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
40-year-old man
but like he
button when he has like a little oops.
Did I button?
Moment, is
did I button?
The one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and try to.
That's what you wanted. That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
I wanted that conversation.
Why did you lower his status?
Be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed. You thought
drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen, enjoy.
What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it. You ignore it. It's so important.
It's actually peaceful because you're gonna clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you, and then you're
why
gonna
was
say
it what?
The violent things that. The violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hassan, how many civilians died in the 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think, or
less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the number.
You call it apartheid all the time.
The militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first Intifada was fought with stones, little children throwing rocks, and the second Intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying. The second Intifada, as a matter of fact, was fought with bombs.
Historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto.
Keep going.
We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion. I feel like given the...
Did they?
Yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice was presented with the option of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said, Nelson Mandela, if you disavow violence...
On principle. He said, I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide.
That was the first time.
He said
both
times. He refused on principle.
In both circumstances,
100 people died during the 20-year period. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do that?
Hamas killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
No, 1,000 civilians? The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases, the civilians.
There was like, bro, you're so dumb.
300 so dumb. These numbers matter.
Okay, how many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable, mind you, and 400 being military members.
I was off by 100. Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
You just made a big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think it's important to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence, because he understood that as long as peaceful revolution is impossible, that violent revolution is inevitable. And violent revolution they did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it is incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians. What Israel has done to the Palestinians is far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse. And that is not my assessment, by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was able to fucking see.
You think Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that?
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan. That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist? In that same speech that you're going to fucking clip him.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher.
Who?
That's what you said about Nelson
Mandela. What are you talking about? Whoa. You're
has
jumping off like a million different points.
The
what?
right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way
Within,
that it currently does.
within
Ethan,
secure borders.
Hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be be which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
He didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. What did he say? He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp that you posted, Ethan?
You saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context because it doesn't suit your fucking purpose.
What do you mean? He's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever.
I literally didn't.
There are numerous instances on
inevitability. A philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane. Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you're talking about Hezbollah and Hamas.
I mean, I gave you specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was a?
I don't.
Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained militancy.
Violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
For rebellion,
sabotage.
By the way. Who
Sabotaging
do you think that was a
government
warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to Israel?
Fact that
because
you are so willing.
Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think
I want Palestine to be free, my friend.
Is so stupid. The only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic.
Why are they
Unlike
making it worse,
me,
Ethan?
I'm willing to criticize the Israeli government. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality.
No.
Hamas.
Why are they making it worse?
What was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which, by the way, I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to draw out.
And what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I don't agree.
Their goal
with
was to
the
kill
tactics.
civilians.
You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again after.
I'm just saying, Hamas is a bunch of
fucking genocide. Right. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay. Yeah. All right. Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chimp, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type of guy?
When did I say that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You said it on numerous occasions, as opposed to you said that on numerous occasions before someone told you. No, actually, here's a better way to massage that.
You are a liar. I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're going to do great. You're going to do great.
Ethan, you literally said he was a pacifist to Sam Cedar.
I never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan, you said it
that is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence.
Ethan,
you fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish refugees.
Is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
The full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999.
When did I call him a
pacifist? Referring to choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians.
Do you think Nelson
His
Mandela
approach
would fuck
is
with the
vastly
Houthis?
different than what Hamas
Do you
is
think
doing.
Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do I
like
think
sabotage.
Nelson Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No,
Yes,
of course
he would.
not.
100% he would.
All right. Well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100% he
mouth,
would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly.
he
was in prison,
didn't fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification
you're right.
impossible.
Israel's doing
That's
a
a
genocide because
historical
Palestinians are not
fact.
resisting in the
Less than
appropriate
100
ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But also,
I am so 800. You're right. You know what? That's better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one who's
That's
bringing up
better.
numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Well, then don't compare
Bantustans,
Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
because the situation is far worse, Ethan, because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure, and they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
I'm not. Let me guess. You, I don't, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this.
Oh, you don't want to do
You can
this.
tell me or
Okay.
you cannot. You want to, I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play
Israel
rhetorical
was
games.
aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What's that have to do with anything, fuckhead? When did I defend
well,
that?
they're both apartheids, so...
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
I'm not
You wanna-
targeting
you wanna
the
drum
crew.
up
These are
harassment?
my
He's not targeting anything.
coworkers.
It's fine.
I have
It's
a
fine.
tremendous amount of respect for the crew. They are what
Hey,
makes
Bad
this show
Empanada
great.
called AB a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house
he's
slave.
wrong. What the fuck do you want? I've never
Okay,
said
well,
that.
you
Why
watch
are
his
bringing
videos
up
a lot.
Bad Empanada. Do you think I
Why do
agree
you
with everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan, I've endorsed
All right, we
his
gotta go.
YouTube
You promote
video
him all the
essays
time.
that
It's a
I
fact.
agree with that I think are very well thought out. I don't endorse
All right,
his
listen, stop being a
techniques or
coward and
methods
watch
or
some
opinions
fair
overall.
criticism. Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will
Yeah.
prove
No, well,
that you
this
are
was
not
pretty good.
afraid.
This was pretty productive, having this conversation, having this back and forth, don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism that you.
Maybe I will watch the context puke.
Yes, please, and then we
maybe
can
I will
talk
watch
about it
Context
if you want.
Puke live, as a matter of fact.
Yes,
not in a
please
cowardly
do.
way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow
It's not
less
less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude.
It is because-
what's cowardly
no.
is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument.
Please
I'm
just
destroying
watch it
you.
watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was.
Don't
I
worry.
love that.
Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is You know,
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, Hassan.
Everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hassan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
That a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, that's so gross, man. Okay.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan, if you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
but if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do
puke,
that.
And then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that. The fundraiser Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know
Bye,
you guys.
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hassan's was higher?
Hassan's was higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good.
I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So,
well, we're gonna have to do. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure, Ethan. Please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that this,
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after pro-Palestinian,
and you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake
I
hands.
don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yes,
at the end of the day,
I'm sure that
it's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hassan.
All right, you too.
I gotta go.
You too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right. God damn, what a fucking exercise in futility. I did lose my shit a little bit towards the end, but hey, at least we got Ethan to openly admit that he thinks his wife is a terrorist. I don't know how that's gonna work. This was the biggest pickup and shake of all time. It makes me so sad that he was more fixated on the content aspect of this. It makes everything bullshit. Yeah, I know. I agree. I feel good. I feel very good. I think it's, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Holy fuck. If you ever do this again, IRL, so we can't sit there getting fed talking points, no, it's fine. Dude, what do you mean? He just, every single time, he's like, you're making this unwatchable. I was like, all right. Amongst all the other dodging, he kept claiming that you were making the video unwatchable by being boring, completely proving his desire to use serious issues as content fodder without ever actually addressing those issues truthfully. Your commentary in front of an audience was desperately needed. Thank you. I don't know if that is actually going to change minds in Ethan's community. I feel a bit like I prostituted the conversation a little bit by leaning into that aspect. You're so boring is what Andrew Tate said. Yeah. No, because the ones left are too gone. No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
Good evening.
Yep, we're doing a little Doom replay before Doom Dark Ages drops next week. I was gonna do Doom 3 as well, but I don't know if I will. Thanks, Risa Purple. Yep, very excited for GTA 6, obviously. Thanks for some bacon and shooter. Hey, Andrew. What's your favorite Doom? Probably Eternal. What made you want to replay Doom? Well, the new one drops next week, so I want to replay this in Doom Eternal. I'm gonna give Sub-Zeno. You saw we got the first American Pope. I did. True, Austin. Thanks, membership Echo. Death Stranding 2 is supposed to be 75 hours long. I saw some of the gameplay today. It looked good. And then I saw some of the other gameplay where it was just walking on a mountain ridge. And I almost teared up. Thanks, membership new save. It will always be just a walking simulator, and it hurts so much, man. I was really hoping Death Stranding 2 wouldn't have that shit. Happy or sad tears? Sad. I hate Death Stranding gameplay. Just the mindless delivering of packages. Oh my god. Thanks, Resub Hip. Seen the new Mafia gameplay trailer? I saw it dropped, I haven't watched it yet. Thanks, Resub Metal Gear. Will you review Last of Us Season 2 when it's over? As a fan of the game, very disappointed so far. Yeah, I'll do a review when it's over. I am also not liking it. It's just not very good. Where are you sitting with the new Jurassic Park? Oh, I hate it. I saw the article that came out saying that they made a new dinosaur again. The Disco Rex or something, Distorta Rex or whatever. They said it was they said the D-Rex is an HR, yeah, I think it was HR Geiger if it had fucked a Rancor or something. Thanks, Resub Delicious. Is he like the Joker too? No, so they're not doing the Joker-saurus again. This time they're just making the Distortus Rex, which I guess is like a Rancor that's been fucked by H.R. Geiger-inspired dinosaur. I don't know, man. It's stupid. It's so fucking dumb. You watching Andor? Hey, man. I am. I'm not fully caught up yet, though. I have seen The Glaze. So I'm very excited. Finally something decent from Star Wars. Andor Season 1 was great. I wasn't super into Season 2, like, so far, but I'm not caught up yet. Thanks for your sub helmet. No, I haven't heard it yet, Nami. 5 gifted members, Ryan. No YouTube notification tonight. Play the hardest difficulty. Normally I would, but I'm not for this. I do not feel like doing an Ultra Nightmare playthrough. I just want to kick back and enjoy it, so we're just going to go through on normal. Plus, doesn't Ultra Nightmare on Doom 2016, you only have a certain amount of saves? Am I on the crack pipe? I'm almost positive, right? It was 2 girls, 1 cup fake. Made a whole video on that, Saffraz, a couple years ago. That was very cool, DBZ. I'm super excited for GTA 6. Oh, this isn't even Ultra Nightmare. Can't see. What? Is the game not on screen? Why is that? How about now? Let's see. Okay, this is peculiar. Let's see. No, I don't know about that musical TD. Why? How do I fix this? Thanks, Richard Brown. I see nothing in here that would immediately alert me to an issue. These are Prime Muse. Still just a black screen, huh? Okay. Okay. This is odd. I already have it in borderless. Still not working. See it. No, you only see that because of what I just did temporarily. It's not actually working. Yeah, this is me putting it back up. I bet it goes to black screen again. I don't get it. Unless it's working now, let me see. Yeah, let's just go into game real quick. Alright, corrupted file there. I just want a new game. Just give me a new game. Jesus. Are you guys seeing this? Nope, it's frozen. Okay, this is a disaster. What is going on? Is this a known issue with Doom 2016? Try a different game to see if it's OBS. It's not OBS. It's definitely something with the game. But here, we'll just fire up Expedition 33 real quick. Feelings on the new Borderlands coming out. Very low expectations. Very, very low. Oh, maybe it is OBS. You guys aren't seeing the game at all right now, are you? Huh. Some games need allow third-party software and launch options. I've streamed Doom 2016 before. I've speedran this game on stream. It's never been an issue. I doubt there's anything here. There's no reason to verify. Virtual cam from yesterday, maybe? No, definitely not. Thanks, membership Hex. That worked, no problem. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Nope, still didn't work. Worth mentioning, you guys can't see the game right now. It's not letting me make or start a new game. So when I do go to Doom and I try and play campaign, my only option is continue from one of my 3 saves, and they're corrupted. It will not let me start a new game. I think it's something with Doom right now. Thanks, you said pumpkin. Reinstall. That's not gonna do anything. But I'll reinstall. I just know it won't do anything. Never does. What an odd issue. I already switched it to Vulkan. That's what I tried a minute ago. Still didn't fix it. Delete saved game files. Well, I don't have them. This isn't the computer that I used to play it on. So I don't have any of the saved files. It tried to sync them through cloud, I think, and then was unsuccessful. Try to stream a specific window. I don't think that's the issue. I don't think it's an OBS thing. Other games work. Thanks, membership Yoda. Plus, the game itself is also just not really working for me, even outside of just being broadcast on stream. It's $3 on GOG. If this doesn't work, I'll just grab it on GOG. Driver issue, maybe? Nope. Doom 2016 no longer captured an OBS on any NVIDIA driver above 522.25. There's an article. Let me see. From December 14th, 2022. Doom 2016 no longer captured an OBS on any NVIDIA driver over 522.25. Yep. It just doesn't work. I really don't feel like rolling back my drivers. Holy shit. What a disaster. What? Why would that even be the case? Well, it's still downloading. I'll try one more thing. Someone mentions another possible fix here. I'll try that. If it doesn't work, I guess we just go to Doom Eternal. Would PlayStation make a difference? Yeah, it's captured through Elgato. But I'm not going to download it on PlayStation. That takes so long. Game isn't even that old. Yeah, I don't really understand it. What a crazy problem. That's sad. I'm gonna need to change stream title. If it doesn't work, yeah. I know Eternal works. That's for damn sure. That's what I'm going to try next, Vitan. That was what I was going to do next, is go open GL again and see if it fixes it this time. Game Pass. It's not... It has to do with the game itself. It's not like a Steam-specific problem. So that wouldn't fix it. It's just not compatible with the most recent drivers plus Vulkan. So we're going to try OpenGL again. I wonder if it would work through Streamlabs. Well, no, I think it's just a driver's problem. Oh, I see what you're saying. Never mind. I see what you're saying. You can try swapping the stream encoder to CPU. I don't know about that. Is that even something I can do on the fly? I don't think so. I'd have to end stream to try that. Yeah, no, I can't do it during stream. Happy birthday, Vic. What sort of capture are you using for it? Game or window? Neither. I use desktop for everything. Thanks for 5 good subs, Grover. And the membership boofing. Is that on stream? Can you see it? You cannot. Okay. Let's try the OpenGL method. Okay. We're back to OpenGL. Let's see. You've got the Bethesda logo, but it is still frozen. That didn't work. We did mention Metal Gear Survive. Just didn't make the top 20 worst games for me. Welp, that didn't work. We're stuck on the Bethesda logo. I guess we just do Eternal then. What a damn shame. Let me try one more thing. Seems like the only actual solution is to roll back drivers to 52225. Yep. I'm gonna try one more thing though. Oh man, it's like hard stuck on the Bethesda logo. I don't even have the game open anymore. Give me one sec. Let's see. We're gonna try a classic. This has never once fixed a game for me, but we're gonna try it. Didn't work. Thanks, membership, Dragon. Okay, time for Eternal. You running 2016 with OpenGL or Vulkan? I've tried both. Neither one can get captured. Love to see that. Oh, you guys got the me closing the screen. That's good. What a headache. That unironically, that did just give me a headache. Jesus. Ugh. No, I'm not really looking for other ARPGs right now. PoE 2 will get its shit together next league, I'm sure. Thanks to the resub, Aura. Brother, I'm not changing my operating system just to stream Doom 2016 for 4.5 hours. You've got me fucked up. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean, Jose? Oh, like I see what you're saying. You're still actively in pursuit of it. I don't think you're wasting it. I'm sure it'll probably set you up nicely. But you should definitely still make time for yourself. Yeah, this one should work, Rocket. Hold on, I'm changing titles. Might as well check out the Mafia trailer in the meantime. Oh, true. Yeah, I can just watch that real quick. Thanks for some birds and burrito.
Come in. Bravery is not common in this world, and so loyalty, honor, obedience, they set the man apart from the rest. You took care of Messina, but this matter is not yet resolved. Will you help me bring it to a close?
How long has it been since Mafia 3? 10 years? About? Big membership 10. I'm sure this will be fun. This is looking good.
You again.
That'll be exciting. It's $50 and 100% linear. Oh, I fuck with that. Good price point. I like linear games. That's exciting. His membership. Dubis? Don't know, Crib. Haven't seen the collector's edition yet. I did pre-order it though because of the statue. For my Doom shelf. That sounds interesting, Dragonclaw. Is it the Cinder one? Yeah, I played the Fable games. I don't really like Fable, so I don't have any expectations on the new one. New Conjuring movie trailer dropped. It looks horrible. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. I'll have to check that out then, Claw. I've tried all three of them, Bobby. We should restream the Wolfenstein games of Wolfenstein Replay. If there's a new one that gets announced, sure. I usually only ever do like the marathons when something new's announced in it. It depends, Safraz. I think it's probably more objective, or subjective, sorry. Okay, this is working. That's big. That's big. We made it. Jesus. Oh my god. That was big. Alright, let's ride. We'll just do Ultra Violence. I do not feel like doing Nightmare or Ultra Nightmare. I really don't. My first playthrough was Nightmare, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was. I'm gonna do Nightmare again. I'm a much better gamer now than I was a few years back. We'll rip it on Nightmare. Just not Ultra Nightmare. I don't feel like having to do the restarts.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you. Rip and tear.
Iconic. Amen. Jesus, Crib, that sounds awful. Eek.
Fall back! No! They're everywhere! Casualties range in the billions.
Thanks for your sub, Hugo.
Pray that he is watching. Please, anyone, if you can hear me, if you're out there.
I'm here, don't worry. Suck and fuck until I'm done. The classic.
Nearly 60%.
Do you think you'll finish this tonight? No, this one's like 8 or 9 hours. I won't finish that tonight.
We have the Hell Priest signal locked in. The target is marked, but the signal will not hold for long.
For it is he that they fear, not man, or his armies. They feared the mark of the beast.
God, it is such a hype intro. I'm ready. Here I come. Hey, Moonship Cosmic. God, I remember trying to speedrun this. Did I just crash? That's crazy. Brother, what is going on? I couldn't even play Doom 2016 because it's not compatible with the new NVIDIA drivers. I have to roll it back like 4 years worth of drivers. Can I not play Eternal either? How? How is that possible? That's unbelievable. I tried to play this earlier and it crashed like 3 times and then worked flawlessly. So that's just part of the new experience then, I guess. How fascinating. Why? Why? Why am I in windowed mode now? What is going on? So you said it crashed 3 times for you and then worked flawlessly? Okay, so I only have 2 more crashes to go then. Oh my god. I tried Alt-Enter and it didn't work. Now my resolution's all fucked. Oh, and now you can't even see the screen. Holy shit, what a disaster. How about now? There. All right. Let's see. We made it. Okay, we're good. Well, until it crashes again, I guess. Oh, I forgot. My controls are still set up for speed running. So jump is still on scroll wheel. Actually, this is fine. I'll just do defaults, though. Just in case there's anything else. I don't think there was, but just in case. Am I stupid? I don't remember them, like, floating around like that. Maybe it's just a level 1 thing here. It seems to be much smoother now. There we go. It just took a little bit of warming up. That's all. Oops. Nice and easy. Thanks, Reset Duluth. This game may be old. Brother, what? This game is like 2 years old. It's not old. It's 5 years old? No way it's 5 years old. Is it really? What? Wow, time flies. Holy shit. I had no idea.
Remains guarded. You can.
Maybe Jacob, we'll see. Thanks for your some COD. Membership life. Home sweet home. God, that still looks so good.
Has been reduced by 36.8%. There are 2 hell priests remaining.
I guess. I don't remember which one's better. Pretty sure Sticky's better, but we'll see. Yeah, grenades is better. Not so. Once I get dash, it'll be a whole new ball game. Right now I'm moving a little slow. Nope. God damn it. What? Oh, he didn't die. Yikes. I don't think that hit the guy I wanted it to. Yeah, it's on Nightmare. That's why they're not just instantly getting fucking vaporized. Uh-oh. There we go. That'll do. R.I.P. Glory Kills. Will be missed. Eh. What is it, quiet on stream? It's super loud for me. Hello? There we go. Don't remember the auto maps. That's cool though. I remember there's like the arenas and shit around here. Learn how to punch swap. Wait, what is punch swapping? I don't remember that. That wasn't even in the speedrun. What's that, tech? Doom for sure, Vladimir. I'm on Nightmare. Membership Rim. How do I get to the question mark? Somewhere over here, right? Maybe not. It's on Nightmare. I definitely drop in from above, I just don't know where. I suggest putting Nightmare in the title. It doesn't do anything, no one ever reads the title. This was the same thing when the game initially came out and I played on Nightmare. Man, I don't even remember what this question mark does. All I know is I want to grab it. Must be out this way. Yeah, I think it's here. It's the toy. Oh. There we go, got it. Big toy. World first. Took 5 years for gamers to find that one. I don't think I have to go back and kill all, do I? You can also go back after you reach final section and fast travel to the ones you missed. Oh, maybe I do have to go kill all. I don't think this was a section where I needed to. Oh, shit. Close. Damn it. We're fine, we're fine. There, nice and easy. Didn't even chainsaw. Though I should have. These are some Dell stars. Are you worried about Dark Ages gonna be slow after this one? That's my main concern. For sure. So what is punch swapping? I don't know that tech, but now I'm super curious. Like, I never responded about punch swapping. There's a shoot, punch, swap back to weapon. That doesn't, I thought it was going to be some more intricate tech than that. What does that do for me? Shoot, oops. Shoot, punch, whoops. Oh, what the fuck, man? How'd that hit? Cringe. Jesus, man. Oh my god. Those little guys were fucking me up. Really? Really? Grow up, man. Grow up. Somehow these are the most threatening enemies. Just the normal goddamn ghouls. Wow, really? Close shave, but we're fine. I have no idea what just happened there. All good though. I think micro missiles were. Was it? I think precision bolt was better. I thought that was an explosive. No, we couldn't get Doom 2016 to work. Not compatible with modern NVIDIA drivers. Or at least not with OBS active as well, I guess. I think it can work without, but can't do both. These 5 subs chosen. Nope. Close. Man, right now it's just these little guys giving me the wood. They're just like lunging across the whole map to give me just one little slap, and it does so much damage on Nightmare. Happy birthday, Miss Cheryl. That's cute. Appreciate that. Thank you, membership, Chris. Clean. Oh, invisible wall. Might as well grab this while I'm here. Thanks, membership, Boblin. Of course, I'll be streaming Yotai when it comes out. Leave me the fuck alone! Get away! Jesus! Grow up! Why is a slower approach to the game a bad thing? Just because the speed of Doom is like my favorite thing about it. It's not like all slow games are bad or anything, it's just Doom 2016 and this are very fast, and wow. And Doom Dark Ages looks a lot slower. We're fine, we're fine. I'm too slippery for that shit. Uh-oh, uh-oh. What am I stuck on? Jesus, come on, man. Thank you. Bitch. Is it just those two? Ah, lucky. Oh my god, this guy's slippery. There. Really? Every time I try to do something nice, like leaving one of them alive. Where'd he just go? Where'd he go? Oh, there's another wave. Or maybe not. Oh, there you are. Man, just meleeing something does nothing in this game. Yep, I don't win that heads-up fight. Oh, we got pillow hands. Jesus. Oh, I definitely don't have to kill all here. Oh, yes I do. Oh my god. No! No! How unlucky. Oh, I just did the same fucking thing again. I kept thinking I could grab on. I'm just gonna kill all back here so that way it doesn't happen anymore. What? What? Who? Ah? What? Oh. Well, that was sad. I didn't even see him. Oh, Jesus. I'm fully out, huh? Any ammo? No ammo? No bitches? Oh, I guess I didn't have to kill all. No, I definitely did. Need some ammo. Thank you. They gave me a little Amazon Prime delivery there for the ammo. I appreciate him for it.
I will mark her location on your
When do you acquire the flamethrower? The flame belch? I don't remember.
The gathering of hell priests is
There's a long time I'm watching and Jerry.
By scans indicate there is a lift at the center of this facility. The con maker is present at this gathering, but when outside of her domain, she is by all accounts indestructible.
Look at all my friends. Hey guys.
How can this be? No man can pass through the gate. This stops nothing. The sacrament of this world to the great Khan Maker will be made, and the energy will be restored once again. As it is written, from the souls of the non-believers. You will not save them from death.
What do you mean non-believers? I feel like since demons are literally here, it'd be really hard to deny that. Wouldn't everyone just be a believer? Or is it a believer in the specific thing there, I guess? I feel like in this world there'd be nothing that's unbelievable.
This is humanity's chance to repent, to give service to us. You cannot resist the will of the Khan Maker.
Activating the portal now.
For it was you who was meant to.
Nice.